Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to beautiful, damp, wet Virginia International Raceway. I don't think Paul Newman was thinking about weather conditions like this when he called this place heaven on earth, but here we are. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. We've got Adam Miller here as well helping us out this weekend. And Dominic, today we've got a lot of racing action on our plate. First, we've got some qualifying. Let's do this. Adam, if we can bring up today's schedule here real quick, and then we'll go back to showing people how incredibly damp it is here. For today's schedule, we are going to have 6 different race groups for the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. 20 minutes of qualifying for each one of these groups. I didn't anticipate that we'd see a lot of drivers go out, but as our first race group is heading on track right now, leaving the pit lane, good number of drivers going out for qualifying, trying to see what this track is like under wet conditions, and I think a lot of that's because they know that it's going to probably be damp for their race. In the case of our first group, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, along with Open Wheel and Prototype, they're probably feeling that it's going to be damp before their first race. We are going to have all 6 qualifying sessions before lunch. We anticipate being able to get through one of our races before lunch, and that would be for this group, Spec Racer Fords and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, along with Open Wheel and Prototype. And then we'll break for lunch, and we will have then 5 remaining SARRC MARRS races here.
And Greg, good morning to you.
Thank you.
We were talking about yesterday how as I was walking through the paddock, that there were a number of different tire compounds that drivers were considering because at times it was sprinkling, sometimes the rain got much more intense. But today, I think everyone's going to be reaching for the tires with the grooves.
Exactly.
In order to get around here today.
Yeah, indeed. So first off, I want to apologize to everybody. We had some technical issues here at Virginia International Raceway that prevented us from live streaming the event. Basically, the internet gods were not on our side yesterday, or at least Verizon wasn't on our side yesterday after some power outages in the morning. The power came back. The internet connectivity, however, did not. That was resolved very late last night, and we will, to let everybody know, we will be posting the action from yesterday, all of the SARRC MARRS and also Tarheel Cup races on the respective YouTube channels, both the Washington, D.C. region and the North Carolina region YouTube channels. So we'll do that, hopefully have them up and ready by midweek so that you can see the action from there. But as you can see, live action here. Hopefully we'll be able to keep all of our cameras up and running in these pretty poor conditions. So Dominic, we have right now, of course, these Spec Racer Fords on track. My understanding is that they are going to be running the first 2 laps of their 20-minute qualifying session under full course caution conditions. And it's primarily to let these drivers scout out what kind of condition the racetrack is in. It was raining very, very hard this morning when I came into the track about 6 a.m.
And one of the things that I think we're going to see here, Greg, is that usually with a track that might have standing water such as VIR does now, the track isn't really going to change at all throughout this session. So once the drivers figure out where the group might meet, I think that's going to be very consistent this morning across all our groups. And so there's going to be a little bit less guesswork than yesterday where they were dealing with a more drying track.
Exactly. As seemingly every lap was an experiment for them with changing conditions. And it looks like we've already got one of our Spec Racer Fords that has spun car coming through turn 2 over at the horseshoe and trying to get that car back underway. So this group here is, besides Spec Racer Fords, also our open wheel racers, basically winged formula cars and also non-winged formula cars. We only had a single car that was not a Spec Racer Ford or Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 yesterday. That was a Formula Continental.
Justin Smith.
Yeah, exactly. Justin Smith out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, racing in his Alton RF10 here. As our drivers go out today, should mention that this is essentially, although it's the second technically qualifying session of the weekend, for today's SARRC MARRS feature races, and those races today will be 14 laps or 35 minutes. I have a feeling that most of them are probably going to end based on time rather than laps. The starting grid for those races today are going to be based on the fastest lap times from yesterday's morning qualifying, yesterday's race, and today's qualifying session. So essentially, although this is technically Q2, the races yesterday were counted as qualifying sessions as well. And we'll start to see some times come in here. And I've got some, just so we can get an idea of relative lap times here, Dominic, I've got times that these drivers set yesterday, so you can see what the delta is and why these qualifying sessions this morning most likely will be more reconnaissance sessions for drivers to figure out where there's grip and try to maybe figure out what their best lines and best plan of attack is for the races a little bit later today. So Justin Smith, our sole Formula Continental racer, he was also our fastest driver in this group yesterday, set his fastest lap time at a 2:07:08. And we can see now that he is about 35 seconds off of that lap time. All right, so a big change there is 2:34. Trey Ayers yesterday was our 16th fastest driver overall, 15th fastest in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's out of the Atlanta region, former national champion in the class. I think took the win in 2017, correct, if I remember correct, which was the very first year for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 at the national championship runoffs. Trey yesterday ran a 2:10 flat, and current lap time for him a 2:35.1. So again, we're looking at about 20 to 25 seconds off of what these drivers were doing in mixed conditions yesterday.
And Greg, specifically for the Spec Racer Ford class, they've been through some different iterations of tire compound and brand as well. Mm-hmm. But one thing that has been acclaimed is the Hoosier H2O tire that they're currently using, how it does a great job when in conditions like this where you have considerable standing water on the surface, being able to give the driver a lot of feel and grip even when there isn't a lot of grip for the track to offer. And Trey Ayers, I remember at one of the majors races at Summit Point in 2016, was talking about, while not necessarily being a fan of racing in the rain, felt a lot more comfortable because of the new H2O compound that Hoosier had presented for the drivers at their disposal. Yeah, and so we've got Jeff Lucas in the chat and the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. We call Jeff the Professor, longtime ITS Datsun driver, and also longtime chief instructor for the Washington, D.C. region's competition licensing schools. And he says he always found the VIR pavement reminiscent of Summit Point many years ago, very slippery even with brand new rain tires. And that is certainly the case here, that although this track was repaved back in, I believe, 2018, and also some extra runoff given on some turns, like as we watch here, the exit of South Bend, there's a little bit extra curbing there on the exit, although hasn't stopped many racers from going into the mud there on driver's right. The track became polished down quite a bit, and I think a lot of that has to do with a lot of the pro racing that goes on here through the years. And it really is a track where you have to hunt at each corner for a more grippy portion of the surface and a real good wet line around here. Because again, it seems to change very often, very quickly. Okay, the last time Spec Racers had these sorts of conditions for, at least as far as SCCA here at VIR, was the 2022 runoffs, where they were racing in amongst the remnants of a hurricane, and so that added a bit of excitement for everybody. But it was very similar to where and the big difference there is that for their qualifying throughout the week leading up to the races, they had dry conditions throughout, and so they had to make the adjustment to a wet setup and doing with wet tires for each of their race sessions, which for some drivers was advantageous, for other drivers hindered the original plans, but they were having to do a lot of learning on the fly. And and having been at left hook for the Spec Racer race, and specifically the first couple laps were especially a little bit touch and go there.
Yeah, indeed. All right, real quick, Dom, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's B-Spec, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and GT Pinto. Legends cars, SPU, STL, and STU, T3, T4. Race group number 2. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so as we take a look here at the qualifying times that are coming in, I think almost as notable that we have a number of drivers who have taken to the racetrack and have sought to get a little bit of extra practice time in. We just saw Don Privet head out here in that Gulf livery number 57 machine just went by us here coming out of South Bend in the turn 11. I think almost as notable are the drivers that have not gone out for qualifying. You'll notice there as you look at the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen, Sam Schechter out of Boyd's, Maryland in the Washington, D.C. region, the Windsor Customs driver, was yesterday's winner in Spec Racer for Gen 3. He's decided to keep his car behind the wall. He had a fast lap time yesterday of 2:05.606, and so I mean pretty clear that nobody's going to get down to those kinds of times today. In addition to that, finishing second on track in Spec Race 4 Gen 3, Mac Harrison out of Washington, D.C. in another one of the Windsor Customs cars. He has not taken the number 30 machine on track either. Looks like Matt Harper and Lee Hill, who were our second and third fastest drivers in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 yesterday, they also have decided to keep their cars behind the wall.
And Greg, as you mentioned, the fact that they're gonna be consolidating the times from qualifying yesterday, their race yesterday, and then qualifying this morning. So, in addition to trying to, of course, save the car and not jeopardize anything this morning with the tricky conditions, I think that for a lot of the drivers, Sam Schechter namely, Matt Harrison namely, are going to be looking to try to sit on their times from yesterday and see what they can do with what will likely be similar conditions to this for their race later on today.
Yeah, indeed. And if you'd like to get a more full look at the timing and scoring, besides what we have on the screen for you here, whereas I realize we can only show you the top 16 cars in a race session, if you go to either, if you have a mobile device, either the Race Monitor app or, as we use here for our timing and scoring, Race Hero, you will be able to get that information and be able to actually do sorting by class and a lot of information, find out past lap times as well. And talking about Don Privet, it sounds like Don had a little bit of an issue in the area that we call Snake, over between turns. There we go. Those S's there. Probably popped the curb, spun the car, had a light brush with the tire wall that you see on the left-hand side of the screen. But you'll notice Don Privet is not there. He has gotten the car back underway and continued, and according to the corner workers there, they don't think that there was any damage done to, at least to that fiberglass body panel. As we now have a little bit over 6 minutes remaining here in our final qualifying session of the weekend for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and our open wheel racers, and I guess we'll just say Formula Continental, since we have all we have is a Formula Continental. Justin Smith there, who's our fastest driver on track. Again, they will be going out for their race today. First race of the day, and probably the only race that we have before lunch. I would suspect probably around 10:45 to 11 o'clock this morning. I think there'll probably be a couple delays here due to the weather, but definitely stay with us and we'll keep you updated as the morning goes on. All right, sounds like we might have had an issue coming down the roller coaster. We'll see if we can get the number. It sounds like it might have been. We'll take a listen. We've got a call coming in now from race control, but obviously that area now clear. And it sounds as though it was the 55 car of Tom Goodart out of Lewis, Delaware. He spun the car up at the top of the roller coaster. He did manage to continue. We have the 27 car now coming down the pit lane. That is Steven Nelson. They're currently our 7th fastest driver on track today. Looks like he's going to call it a session. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B Spec, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, STL, and STU, T3 and T4 racers. Race group number 2, please head to the grid.
And Greg, with a number of hot laps onto their belts, to set the stage for what we've seen this morning. So our fastest qualifier so far is our former Continental of Justin Smith. His fast lap today has been a 2:25.433, and our fastest qualifier in Spec Racer 4-3 is Trey Ayers with a fast lap of 2:31.168. Second in SRF3, we have Don Privet in the 57 car, who ran a 2:34.184 for his best effort. And then we go to Bill Shields in the 67 car at a 2:36.9, and then we'll go down to 5th place. So we'll start. Next will be Joe Blinks, currently sitting in 4th in class at a 2:37.2, and then Steve Shue in the 81 car at a 2:39.255 to complete the top 5 in the running for SRF3.
Yeah, there you go. And just comparing things to yesterday. We had the majority of our racers at a 2:15 or better yesterday. So as we take a look here, again, most of these racers not finding themselves anywhere near those times. As a matter of fact, the slow Richard Miller out of Poolesville, Maryland, was kind of the outlier at a 2:42.2. That was 22nd fastest yesterday. So pretty much right where our fastest cars are racing or qualifying here this morning. Chris Broussard out of Schenectady, New York, the 10 Ike Group machine. He had some mechanical issues yesterday. He was considerably off of that pace as well, and has not gone out for qualifying here. Oh, actually, I take that back. Chris Broussard, he is out there right now, and well, let's just put it this way. He's found over a minute compared to what he did yesterday with a car that had some mechanical issues. So good to see Chris out there. He's running 241s. Starting to see some drivers head back behind the wall now. We just saw Don Privet come down the pit lane. Looks like his morning session is done. Stephen Shue in the number 81 machine out of Gibson Island, Maryland. He is now taking his car back behind the wall. And as we've got a little bit less than 2 minutes remaining for many of these drivers, they're going to be on either their last lap or getting just about to start their final lap.
And Greg, while we were giving our top 5 rundown there, we did have a jump up from Joe Blinks, who goes to 3rd in SRF3, was able to better William Shields' time of 2:36.9. Blinks with a 2:36.5 of his own, so currently sits 3rd right now in class. I'm still a little over 2 seconds off of our provisional 2nd place this morning, Don Privet.
All right, heading down the pit lane now to take his car back to the paddock. Brad Gould in the number 97 machine. We talked a little bit about Brad yesterday in what I believe is his 2nd race weekend with the SCCA. Got his competition license after having experienced racing Spec Racer Fords in the virtual world. Wanted to compare what the difference was, and originally I don't think he ever actually had an intention of doing real world road racing, but liked the experience so much, he's been working to do it as much as possible. We even had him out flagging here at the Super Tour in the spring.
I was going to say, Greg, and that was the 2023 Racing School for Competition license. which probably ended up being the coldest racing school in recorded history. So for Brad to have jumped over from the virtual racing side, quite an introduction to have such a cool air temperatures, cool track, trying to learn how to control the car, and then comes over here, and as you mentioned yesterday, did bracket race, did the Spec Racer Ford race, of course, and then also did the Tarheel
Cup as well.
It's been a busy driver this weekend.
It has, and before the weekend started, on one of the Discord servers, social media for one of the iRacing leagues that is frequented by SCCA members, when Brad found out that it was probably going to be raining here, he was trying to figure out how best to prepare himself. The iRacing platform has just now initiated in the last 2 months, I think, a very realistic rain capability into the software. The problem is it's not available for all of the different cars on their service. One of the cars that's not available for is Spec Racer Ford, and so he was trying to figure out what chassis he could use to learn how to race in the rain here at VIR, where the track is laser scanned, and theoretically a lot of the puddles and places where there are issues in the wet here at VIR would also be exposed in the virtual world as well. And real quick, I need to make a call here, Dom. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Would Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 driver of the number 10 car, Thomas Weir, please see the stewards on the second floor of the North Tower. Thomas Weir, driver of Spec Racer Ford 3 car number 10, please see the stewards on the second floor of the tower. All right, so Dominic, I think the checkered flag, it's being held by our starter, and we're going to see, I think the next car to come around should be getting that checkered flag as we've eclipsed our 20-minute time limit there, and you can see our timing and scoring is showing that the checkered flag is out, and I believe, actually now that the majority of our cars have probably seen the checkered flag because they do display it down coming out of Oak Tree over turn 13 as well, to try and get drivers off the course a little bit sooner. So that's going to wrap up our first qualifying session of the day. Open wheel and Spec Racer Fords. Again, Justin Smith in his Elan RF10. He was your fastest driver for the session here. And then we've got our Spec Racer Fords, and looks like our timing folks have already switched things over on us here. But we're going to get started and get ready for our next group, which is going to be production and super touring and touring 3 and touring 4 and a few other classes. But first, we're going to take a quick little break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors here this weekend, like the SCCA Scholarship Program.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just ALS 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway and the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel. We've got Adam Miller here with us, working behind the scenes as well. And Dominic, after our first qualifying session, of the morning. We now have our production cars out on track, Touring 3 and Touring 4. We've got our Super Touring racers as well, and they are heading out for their 20-minute qualifying session. They should be our first race, though, after lunch.
Okay, from this group yesterday during the race, we saw a lot of activity with drivers who, because yesterday we had mentioned that not quite to the degree that we have this morning, but there were a number of drivers who elected not to go out for qualifying, and so they were starting further back on the grid and making advances throughout. The one yesterday that probably made the biggest impression was Chuck Hines in that number 57 green STL MX-5. He made up 25 spots yesterday, and in fact, we were as we were following the STL battle from yesterday, because Ted Cahill in the 182 and also Robert McManus in that orange Mazda RX-8 were going at it for position for the STL
for the win
for most of the. And then on the last lap, here comes Chuck Hines, head down, and was able to pip Ted Cahill at the line basically, and take the win in STL.
Yeah, he was able to get McManus going down the roller coaster, and then he was able to draft and make a pass on Cahill to take the checkered flag by about half a car length. It was a great finish, and Chuck has so much experience here at the race at VIR, both in STL as well as he had been racing in ITS here for a number of years in the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. Real quick, Tom, I've got a little driver call here to make. Attention in the paddock. Trey Ayers, driver of Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, number 17. Please see the stewards on the second floor of the tower. Trey Ayers, driver of Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, number 17. Please see the stewards on the second floor of the North Tower. All right, so green flag being displayed on the starter stand there, as all of our racers were under full course caution conditions for their outlap, and we are underway. Again, these are 20-minute qualifying sessions, and as such, they will help set the grid for this group's race a little bit later today. We take the fastest times from this session, from yesterday's race, which Dominic and I were talking a little bit about, as well as the first qualifying session yesterday. But given that I'd like to say it was pretty damp for this group in the morning, so that morning qualifying session might have been a bit of a throwaway. Let's take a look here. The fastest driver, you just talked about Chuck Hines. He was actually coming into this session the fastest driver on track. He's got the bogey time for overall pole at a 2:13.873. Second fastest was E-Production BMW Z3 driver out of Cary, North Carolina, Bryce McGuire. And I think Bryce is a rookie here this year. I'll have to double check it. Let's see here. It's either his first year or second year. Bryce McGuire in his E-Production machine. College student, yes, he completed his race school in February. And I think he was at CMP back in late March for his first race weekend. Robert McManus, who we talked about, who finished third in STL yesterday, was our third fastest driver overall, the Central Carolina region driver at a 2:15.76. And then Ted Cahill out of Christiansburg, Virginia, was the fastest of our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series drivers in that session. His STL Mazda turned in a 2:16.6. If we take a look at some of the other classes, Jason Koch in the number 155 BMW, he was your fastest STU driver. Blair Stitt was our fastest SPU driver in his BMW E90. That's the number 33 machine. And let's see here, Ricky Thompson, longtime racer, originally in IT7 in the Southeast Division, and he's been racing his ITR BMW Z3 Roadster for a number of years. He was your fastest ITR driver. And as we go down through the list, T3 Mark Bradley it sounds like a BMW fest here. Mark Bradley in his Spec E46 machine, he turned in a 2:19.9. And in F Production, Stephen Clark, who took the win yesterday, he's out of the Blue Ridge region, turned in a 222.37. And going up to the top of the leaderboard early on, Bryce McGuire in that black number 98 BMW Z3 with the hard top. He puts in a 2:34.505. So still very much like what we saw yesterday, about 20, or what we saw in the first group, about 20 seconds delta from the fastest times yesterday to what we're seeing on track right now.
And as you mentioned, Bryce McGuire in that BMW Z3 with the hardtop. Of course, our defending champion, national champion in E-Production, was in a Z3. That was Greg Ira in what was Jesse Prather's old car.
That's right.
And so we've seen both the hardtop and the roadster versions of that BMW. They've had a lot of development over the years as we were seeing for a number of years, the Mazda Miata, particularly the NB chassis, sort of being the ringleader, the one to be within the class. But there was a lot of work done both by Jesse Prather Motorsports and also a few more privateer efforts to try to elevate the Z3 platform.
All right, and seeing here a lot of, I don't know if necessarily these drivers want to be using the draft here in the wet. Might be the only way to keep the windshields dry. Maybe if the water just goes right up off the car directly in front of you. But getting pretty bunched up here. A couple of our B-Spec cars together going through left hook over turn 4, and getting word that one of our racers having a bit of an issue. This is the Subaru BRZ, I believe, of John Ferguson, the number 23 machine. And I think we've got flaggers that are looking him over right now, looking his car over, as we are now just about 8 minutes into qualifying.
And Greg, one of the big differences we're going to see here as compared to Spec Racer Ford is that each of these cars, being that these are both touring and super touring cars as well as production cars, is the fact that in this scenario it's going to be an open tire battle. And so we have some cars that are going to be running on, actually with the exception of B-Spec, which is going to be running on the Spec Goodyear tire, but we have an open tire scenario where a number of different brands are going to be utilized. And so the brand that has the best rain compound will be put on display here this morning, also for this afternoon for the race. As we take a look back at our timing, Bryce McGuire continues to head the field at a 2:34.505 to lead both overall and in E-Production. And then jumping up to second spot overall and first in STL, we have Brian Hooper in the Honda Civic SI, who ran a best lap of 2:34.962. Robert McManus in the Mazda RX-8 holds on to second place in STL, his fast time of a 2:35.415. And then moving up to third in STL, fourth overall this morning, we have Force Landy with a fast time of 2:47.450. And just to say that, a little bit of a reshuffling up at the top 5. However, this is with Jennifer Romes in the 186 Scion FRS, and that is a 2:45.270. So Jennifer is your provisionally fastest driver right now in T4.
T4, and I'm sure she's gotten a lot of track time here this weekend. She typically runs in the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series back with the Washington D.C. region of the SCCA, and I've seen her at other tracks before, but I think she may have probably more track time here at VIR this weekend than she's had previously. So good to see that she is leading that class. Speaking of bracket, Dominic, this is the first call to the grid for race group number 3, our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series Improved Touring Spec RX-7 and SSM racers. You can start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series Improved Touring Spec RX-7 and SSM. Please start heading to the grid. All right, sounds like we've got a car off track, and I'm trying to get the corner. And if we can go back to Snake here, Adam, there we go. One of our Scions or Subaru BRZs got it wrong over at Snake, impacted that tire wall to your right, to the driver's left, and you can see there's a good amount of damage there on the passenger side of the car, the passenger front side of the car. I think they're going to try and get the car over to this little crossover road here, and, well, so much for my theory. He's going to maybe try and limp the car home and back to the pit lane. We'll get the car number here for you in just a moment.
Okay, talking a little bit more about Jennifer Rome. Spent the majority of last season in what was Marshall Mass car that he piloted to the national championship in 2022 for touring for after a great battle with John Heinrichsey in that basically identical Toyota and Nissan machine. Right. So Jennifer.
So Phoenix Performance built the car.
Yeah. Okay. So picking up a proven car, one that the Toyota 86 and Scion F-First, another chassis platform that has gained a lot of momentum, especially in the touring forward ranks, and they've had to be very creative because it's definitely the heavyweight of the class compared to some of the Mazda products and others that share the track, but definitely has had a stout footprint and is basically set the benchmark for the T4 class that others are attempting to catch up to.
All right, getting word from turn 6 over by where that incident was on Snake that there are a number of car parts on the track surface there. Race control's talking it over. We may black flag or maybe go to a full course caution, but it sounds like the corner station would like that debris cleaned off the track as quickly as possible. You can see it there in that shot that there are some pieces. Center of track, I think at this point most of the racers have probably seen it and it's offline, but we'll see. Well, most of the racers have seen it and it's offline. All right, and we are going to black flag conditions here at Virginia International Raceway, as we are going to be sending a team out to, as we're going to have emergency services workers going out to retrieve that. There you go. You can see it. Black flag in the air. Being not so vigorously waved, but you don't want that waved anyhow. All right, so again, we will have the cars coming back in. Let's take a look here, Dominic, and we'll try and break things down by class as far as where we stand. Again, a lot of drivers did not go out for this qualifying session. We had 18 of 37 drivers head out on track. And so in B-Spec, Adam Benaway in his Honda Fit, he was your fastest driver in the class at a 2:44.4. That was 3.4 seconds up on Richard Osborne's Nissan Versa. Ryan Clotcherty in his Mini Cooper, just about 37 hundredths back from there. In STL, Brian Hooper in his 2006 Honda Civic, he's out of Greensboro, North Carolina, turned in a 2:34.9. With Robert McManus, your second fastest driver in the session, in STL, a 2:35.4. Thomas Paulino at 2:50.2. Let's see here, in T4, Jennifer Romes, who we've been talking about, a 2:40.9. Brian Price in his Mazda MX-5, a 3:05.3. Given all of Brian Price's dirt track racing experience and time he spent sideways, my guess is he just turned this into a drift session. But he was about 20 seconds off of Jennifer Romes. They're getting word now that they're going to be displaying the checkered flag, effectively ending this qualifying session. In F production, Stephen Clark was your only driver to head out for qualifying. He had a 2:44.327. In STU, Jason Koch in his BMW 328, a 3:07.9. David Blaine in his GT Light Mazda Miata, the Trentwoods, North Carolina driver, turned in a 2:57.3. I'm looking to see if we've not lost anybody, if we've missed anybody. In Touring 3, Mark Bradley in his BMW Spec E46 at 248.0, and then John Ferguson at a Boonsville, Virginia. And we think that John was likely the driver that impacted the tire wall over there, the number 23 machine. He turned in at 254.89. All right, so that is going to wrap up this qualifying session. So let me make another call to the grid, Dom, for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Improved Touring, Spec RX-7 and SSM. Drivers in race group 3, please head to the grid. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Improved Touring, Spec RX-7 and SSM drivers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick little break here while we get the track cleaned up. You're watching the 2024 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Let's find out a little bit more, Adam, about Racing for ALS.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. 840.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family.
The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody, and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire. Oh my God, no, it's not. God, am I in a funk here? It is the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. That's almost worse, Dominic, than me calling you Brian all day long. It's me, Greg Ginsburg, the guy who doesn't know where he is and what day of the week it is and what event he's at. It's Dominic Mandeal, and we've got Adam Miller as well. And Dominic, for the first time, I'm not seeing any sun, but more importantly, I'm not seeing any rain either.
Sometimes it's great. Mother Nature's really good at making a water out of us, as we, I think, earlier anticipated that we were going to have different conditions. Now, we're going to take a look, of course, as to what the weather might do later on. But for the moment, this is the clearest we've seen so far today. And so these drivers are not going to have to deal as much with the visibility of having the rain actively falling, although there is still plenty of standing water out there. So rooster tails and water coming into windshields will still be a consideration as our group number 3 drivers navigate this session.
Yeah, indeed. And this is SSM, presented by Toyo Tires, Improved Touring, Spec RX-7, as well as our bracket racers. Real quick, Dom, need to make a quick announcement. Attention in the paddock with the following drivers. Please report to the North Tower. Robert McManus, driver of STL number 84 Mazda RX-8. Please see the stewards on the second floor of the tower. Robert McManus, driver of Super Touring Light number 84 Mazda RX-8. Please see the stewards on the second floor of the tower. And Ryan Clotcherty, driver of the number 94 B-Spec Mini Cooper. Please see timing and scoring on the second floor of the tower. Ryan Clotcherty, please see timing and scoring on the second floor of the tower. That's the driver of the 94 B-Spec Mini Cooper. All right, so let's take a look here, Dominic, as our racers are on their outlap. We'll see the green flag here in just a few moments. Fastest driver in this group yesterday was Jeff Giordano, driver of the number 34 Mazda, now an MX-5. He had been racing a Ford Mustang for a number of years in ITS down here in the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. He pretty much won this race going away. Yesterday, he had put in a fast time of 2:16.730. Second fastest driver yesterday, Willie Fee, in his ITS Acura TSX with a time of 2:18.2. And then Justin Deffenbaugh in his Acura Integra that I think has had some mechanical issues, a 2:18.262. If we take a look then, and we saw him out on track already today, Brad Gould in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He is one of our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers. He was the fourth fastest yesterday in this group at a 2:19.809. Of our SSM drivers, Ryan Maloney, who took the win yesterday, Maloney turned in a time of 2:21.619. Jamison Huffman at a 2:21.852. Dylan Adeli at a 2:22 flat, and then Chip Disharoon at a 2:22.35. So all, for the most part, pretty tightly packed there at the front of the SSM field. If we take a look at ITA, I believe our fastest ITA driver was Joel Gambino in his Mazda Miata, one of our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Championship drivers. He turned in a 2:22.42. Grayson Upchurch, who led the ITA race for a considerable amount of time yesterday. He's out of the Southeast Division, was a 2023 Southeast Division Rookie of the Year, turned in a 2:22.980 in his Dodge Neon.
And Greg, speaking of Grayson Upchurch, I had the opportunity to speak with Peyton Johnson, who's one of our fighters here this weekend, who told me that he's used that same Neon to do his first road racing weekend, which was at CMP Carolina Motorsports Park.
Right.
And got to learn a lot from Grayson as far as car setup. And unfortunately for Peyton, it was a rainy weekend, rainy session. So there was a lot, especially a lot of the apexes of the corners. There was a lot of standing water. So he was having to deal with that since a rainy track isn't something he had ever done before. He had participated in the 2023 Racing School for Competition license in the Washington, D.C. region.
Exactly.
So another participant in a very cold school, and is still looking to see where else he can race as far as improved touring.
Exactly. And, of course, it's Grayson behind the wheel. Peyton's actually out on a corner flagging right now. Peyton's been flagging since he was, I believe, 15 years old for the Sports Car Club of America. Just became a police officer within the last 3 months, and has a new baby coming on the way. So big things for Peyton. But Grayson, who is the one behind the wheel, as we mentioned, 2023 Rookie of the Year in the Southeast Division. He is, as we see so many times, Dominic. And you're another example of basically legacies in the Sports Car Club of America, where parents or grandparents race, and it just goes down through generations. Your father was a Spec Racer Ford racer. You race in Spec Miata. Grayson's father for years has raced in Datsuns and Nissans. His grandfather raced as well. And so we have Grayson now, who is, I believe, still in high school, if I remember correctly. Although he says he's been racing for 10 years, that would put him racing cars since he was 7. I think he has a lot of go-kart experience. He's the third generation in his SCCA family to go road racing.
In great conditions, specifically like this, and talking to Peyton, the track right now is very similar to what they had encountered at CMP. Tracks like this, even though they might not be the most ideal conditions, they are a great teacher for learning how to deal with, especially a lot of opposite lock, because a lot of drivers are not necessarily used to going through corners and having to adjust the car, and also with dealing with rain tires, because rain tires definitely feel a lot different to fully dry tires or slicks. And here where we have so much standing water, a lot of puddles at the moment, it's a way for the drivers to get more acclimated to that and gain more experience with a track that doesn't have a lot of grip to offer.
Exactly. We said this is a great time for experimentation. That the best line and the fastest way here is likely going to be changing each and every lap, and finding out what you do, what the car can do, what those in many cases, rain tires with tall tread blocks and maybe a lot less contact patch than a slick or a quasi-slick. How they handle these types of pavement, not only from a handling standpoint or a grip standpoint through the corner, but also what the car will do under braking as well, because it can change drastically lap to lap to lap. All right, let's take a look at some of the lap times, speaking of which, that are coming in. And you can see there, sitting up at the top of the leaderboard right now in this session, Chip Disharoon, or Victor Disharoon, by his common name. He's out of Salisbury, Maryland, driving a SSM Mazda Miata, an NA Mazda Miata. And Chip here, let me see if I can pull up the information on Chip. Chip has been running now, I believe, for somewhere around 20 years. He was actually a Rush Dirt late model race winner, 4 times over, a national karting champion as well. So a lot of experience outside the SSM field. And we've got a lot of drivers in SSM in particular that have come up through the karting ranks just in the last couple of years. He has a 2:44.53 as the fastest lap time. Ryan Maloney, who was our fastest SSM driver yesterday, just puts down a 2:46.46. And so these drivers that were putting in 2:16, 2:17, 2:18s yesterday in SSM, they are now, about a half minute off of their times from yesterday. What we saw in the first two groups, it was about a 20-second delta.
And great, talking about our SSM drivers specifically, for drivers such as Dylan Adeli in the 71 car, for drivers like Emil Dogaru in the 85 car, this having done the racing school just earlier this year, this is going to be their first time racing at VIR under these conditions. Again, another great opportunity for them to learn. Another driver here this morning who we didn't hear much from yesterday, and that's the 66 of Kevin Kopp, who didn't go out for qualifying, had taken the green for the race, but was buried well back in the field, wasn't able to make much of an advancement. We'll see. I know Kevin has a particular proclivity for some wet weather.
Well, the racing, yeah, absolutely. A MARRS winner in SSM. He has raced in Formula 2000 or Formula Continental, also in Formula Enterprises as well over the years. Lots and lots of race experience now for, I believe he's probably somewhere around 31, 32 years old at this point. First time I met Kevin was actually, I was his Friday at the Track instructor at Summit Point Raceway. He came out when he was 17 years old in his Subaru, and I didn't realize that he had 5 national championships in karting to his name at the time. Had no problem signing him off to drive solo after one session, though. He was pretty amazing. All right, let's take a look at some of the other classes right now in ITA. Grayson Upchurch in his Dodge Neon, currently your fastest driver at a 2:46.6. Mike Spencer, and I think Mike just had a birthday the other day. Interesting is Mike is actually the brother-in-law of Justin Deffenbaugh, who's racing in ITS in his Acura Integra. Spencer driving a Mazda Miata, turned in a 2:53.003, and I believe Mike was your 2023 South Atlantic Road Racing Championship ITA champion. Joel Gambino, former MARRS former Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series ITA champ, a 2:53.857, and then Chris Pancamo in his Mazda Miata, 4th fastest. None of our ITS drivers took to the track for the qualifying session this morning. We do have Mickey Morwald in her ITC Honda Rabbit. Her ITC Volkswagen Rabbit. She's the only ITC driver out there. She's running 323s currently. In the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Angela Jago went out, and she is running in the low 3-minute range. Looks like Nick Shively and Brad Gould have not gone out for qualifying.
Okay, I think a storyline for this afternoon is, as you mentioned, none of our ITS drivers choosing to come out this morning for qualifying. And in these conditions, conventional wisdom tells us that a front-wheel drive car would have the upper hand. But we will see, based on our results from yesterday as well as this morning, where they might filter in for the race this afternoon.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's right, everybody. There is no group 4 this weekend. Group 5, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SMX, please head to the grid. Race group number 5, SM, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, SMX. Doesn't that all just roll right off the tongue? If you are in race group number 5, please head to the grid. So that'll be like a warm-up exercise for singers or something, I guess. I don't know. All right, so we've got now just about a little bit over 6 minutes remaining here in qualifying. Looks like the 129 machine heading down the pit lane, and
Angela Jago.
Yep, that's Angela Jago in her Mazda. One of our bracket racers. Looks like she's had enough of the wet. Talking to her husband. And by the way, I want to thank Kelton and Angela have kept up their end of the bargain and brought us donuts once again. Here's some wonderful fresh donuts as they do at every Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series weekend at Summit Point Raceway. I want to thank them for doing that. Angela, in talking to Kelton, obviously wants to bring the car home in one piece. She's getting to grips with the wet. This is her first time ever racing at Virginia International Raceway. They want to make sure they have the car ready for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event a little bit later this summer up at Watkins Glen. And they come to us all the way from Michigan to race in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and here for the SARRC MARRS Challenge.
So we're looking at some of our, because we have had a few alterations for our running order. Grayson Upchurch in that Dodge Neon goes to the top. He is our fastest overall in an ITA. He ran a 2:41.2. And then Chip Jusherin holds on to that top spot this morning in SSM. His fast lap of a 2:42.657. We then have Ryan Maloney in the 15 car, who ran a 2:44.911. And then Andy O'Brien, your third fastest in SSM, at a 2:45.326, about half second quicker than fourth place at the moment, James Nelson.
Right. And again, these racers will all be racing after our lunch break a little bit later this morning. And the grids, the starting order for all of our MARRS and SARRC races, or SARRC and MARRS races, here this weekend or this Sunday, are going to be based on the fastest lap times from either the qualifying session yesterday morning, yesterday's race, or this morning's qualifying. And based on the damp conditions of the track, most of these drivers, we haven't seen any drivers yet, I don't think, set faster lap times than what they turned yesterday. So, from as far as from a starting position standpoint, this session is a throwaway, but as we've talked about, really vital that these drivers get out, especially if they've never raced at VIR in the damp before, to try and figure out what the conditions are going to be. We are starting to see here, for example, on the run out of Snake and up towards the S's, where there are portions of the track where we're starting to see some dry patches, but very small patches, Dominic.
And Greg, speaking of valuable experiences running in these conditions, in the Washington, D.C. region at our April MARRS event, we had a little seminar on the Saturday evening for analyzing data and had a seminar for being able to better understand the different points you get from your different inputs and just being able to make sense of what you see with whatever system that you're using, and then being able to use that to your advantage for not only getting faster but also getting more consistent, because that's always the ultimate aim of the drivers, is to continue to improve and do that consistently over an entire session.
That indeed. And so what we're seeing here as far as conditions go, now that it has been about probably around a half hour since we've seen any rain here, ambient air temperature is about 63 degrees, fairly humid here at the track all weekend long. This is probably where the track conditions are the most difficult. Yes, there are still some areas of the track where there are some puddles, but we're looking at a track now that doesn't have really any standing water. There's nothing for those wet tires, those rain tires, to do, and you get into a condition when you're on those tires where, because you've got less of a contact patch than the slicks, that perhaps you find the track, it feels a little bit more greasy, or you have more trouble finding grip than if you were on a true slick. Then again, those true slicks, you know, although you've got the more contact patch, they still might not be optimal for the conditions. That there may be just enough water there that they can't stipe away, that they can't evacuate, and so you still end up hydroplaning. It's really a difficult choice.
And this is the type of condition also where the track, as you mentioned, the standing water is definitely being reduced as we don't have any active rainfall, it appears, at the moment. But at the same time, it can also give you a false sense of security where because the track is going to be evolving, grip's going to be improving, but that can happen in very small increments. So as you're trying to push the envelope a little bit more, you might try something where you might try to flow some more speed through a corner where you weren't before, and you still have to be very careful doing that.
All right, Dominic, as time is winding down here in our improved touring and SSM qualifying, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Race Group 5, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starting in just a few moments. Spec Miata and all variations, many variations thereof, please head to the grid. All right, so Dom, with now about 30 seconds remaining on the clock before our starter stand will display that checkered flag, we know Joel Gambino has taken his ITA Mazda Miata back to the paddock. He was second fastest in ITA up to this point, almost 8 seconds back from Grayson Upchurch. That Upchurch and that Dodge Neon, certainly, although it's front-wheel drive, certainly doesn't have the balance and the handling chops that an ITA Mazda Miata typically would. But that 8 seconds is an eternity. When you look at these races that we're going to have a little bit later today, where they're 14 laps or 35 minutes long, if you can, make an 8-second gap every single lap, that's absolutely huge.
And the big thing this afternoon as well for Joe Gambino is having the traffic to work through as well. Whereas if things stand as they are, Grayson Upchurch is going to have the clear air in front at the start and will be able to run at his own pace, while Gambino is going to be doing a lot more of trying to carve through the field and get back up to a competitive spot, at least in class.
All right, checkered flag is out on the session. And we've got some cars. There we go. You can see the checkered flag, and we'll have a couple of our drivers coming down across the line here momentarily. There you go, taking the checkered flag. Let's take a look, and I think we just saw Grayson Upchurch reset fast lap on his what was his last lap. Gets down to a 240.836. And again, as we look at the times that have come in, that 240 would be good enough for 29th in the field here. So again, these times not going to really be used for setting the grid for today's race, but again, good learning session for these drivers. All right, so in ITA, Grayson Upchurch, Joel Gambino at a 249.3, Chris Pencamo another half a second back from there at a 249.9. No IT7 drivers took to the course. No ITS drivers came out for qualifying. Mickey Morwald, our sole ITC driver, turned in a 223.117. In bracket, Angela Jago at a 3-minute.424. She was our only bracket racer to go out. And then finally in SSM, Ryan Maloney with a 241.8. Chip Disharoon at 242.6. Andy O'Brien at a 243 flat. And Jamison Huffman at a 244.1, and we were talking about Kevin Kopp. Kevin was our fifth fastest SSM driver, just about 4.9 seconds off of Ryan Maloney's times. All right, so we've already been given word that the 5-minute warning has been given to our Spec Miata drivers. So let's take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll come back with more qualifying action here from the SARRC MARRS Challenge at Virginia International Raceway. We'll be right back.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody, and not the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg here with Dominic Mandia. We've got Adam Miller, and yes, I'm bobbing my head in and out watching this camera go and try and focus as well, everybody. It's don't adjust your TV sets. It's us. Dominic, we've got Spec Miatas and about 35 variations thereof out on track right now, where we would have 35 variations thereof, but I think we actually only have 4 cars on course right now for their 20-minute qualifying session.
Like I was going to say, it's a lot easier this morning for Spec Miata to tell you who's on track and who's not.
Yes.
At the moment, we have circulating the 62 of Olivier Piatek. We also have the 2 car of Bobby Gossett driving the 44. We have Ellie Gossett driving the 177, and then we also have the 28 of Delny Calhoun running the Spec Miata T, running on Toyo tires.
That's right. So they are out. They are all working their first qualifying lap here, their first hot lap here of the session, having completed their out lap while we were in commercial. And Olivier Piatek, currently, well, he's your outlap champion, ladies and gentlemen. He turned in a 2:46.1 on the outlap, 4/10 up from Bobby Gossett. If we take a look at yesterday's times that came in, our fastest driver on track, Skip Brock Jr., with OPM Autosports, he turned in a 2:16.803. He's not one of the Magic 4 that's on track right now. So Skip has decided to keep his car behind the wall and sit on his time from yesterday. And I believe Skip was our race winner in Spec Miata yesterday. Indeed, he was. Second fastest driver was Bobby Gossett out of the Buccaneer region. The Salty Dog Mazda Miata turned in a 2:17.579. I had heard some rumblings that car after yesterday's race may have been underweight. I do not, I'm going to try and verify that, but I think we talked yesterday during the race about some technical infractions that car had brought to a scrutineer's attention over the last month or so. We'll try and figure out what the story is there. He was your second fastest car during the day. However, Piatek, who is currently your fastest, turned in a 2:17.711, so about 15 hundredths of a second off Gossett's times from yesterday. So 2 of those 3 drivers out on track currently. Ellie Gossett, and I believe that's Bobby's wife, she turned in a time of 2:25.702. She was the 10th fastest driver overall yesterday, 8th fastest in Spec Miata. And so she is on track. And Delaney Calhoun, the Calhoun car, trying to take a look, was our 12th fastest overall and was our sole SMT driver yesterday as well. Calhoun's out of the Alabama region, actually out of Indian Springs, Alabama, and turned in a 2:28.225.
And Greg, a few of our Miatas here also partook in the Tarheel Endurance Cup yesterday afternoon. Bobby Gossett was one of those drivers and I believe ran the full 65-minute session yesterday afternoon, and ended up coming home, I believe, within the top 5, if I remember correctly. And then we had a number of drivers. Dennis Mathias, not on track here this morning, but also was out there. So some recent track knowledge these drivers are dealing with, albeit with a drastically different track condition that the 4 cars on the track right now are trying to navigate.
Yes, and so again, this is a 20-minute qualifying session. Our Spec Miata and all the different variations of Spec Miata, they will be out after lunch for their feature race today. It's going to be 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. We plan to have one race before lunch and our then remaining 5 races after lunch today. And so that race coming up that first race for Spec Racer 4, it's an open wheel race, is coming up fairly soon. We've only got one more qualifying session before we go racing. And Piatek, not only was he your outlap champion, Dominic, he brings his times down to a 2:38.618, although not all that far off his outlap right there. And we've been tracking what the deltas are or have been as Piatek now coming down the front straight. We should see him cross the start-finish line. There's Olivier Piatek crossing the line. Bobby Gossett coming across as well. Both drivers getting faster, and so Piatek now down to a 2:36.66. And as we were trying to judge these deltas between yesterday and today, we're right back to that 20-second delta as Skip Rock Jr. ran a 2:16.8 yesterday.
And Greg, as has been a recurring storyline throughout this weekend, the sky and paying attention to the track are going to be paramount for these drivers to understand what to anticipate when their races do come up. And this being right now, having been consistent for probably about the past hour, with the rain having lightened up and finding more contact patch on the track as it continues to slowly dry, they're going to need to continue to monitor what is going on, because despite what the radar might tell you, we could have a variation of different grip levels throughout the day, and all these drivers are going to have to adapt on the fly.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITO, ITR and SPO, T1, T2, and Spec Corvette. Had to throw that in at the end. Race group number 6, our final qualifying session of the morning. Please head to the grid now.
And Greg, looking at our camera here, going down Madison Avenue, as we've been making mention of, the standing water has dissipated, and so the rooster tails aren't quite as pronounced as they were this morning. There does seem to be on driver's right, about halfway down that straightaway, a small area where each of the cars are putting up that little cloud of spray, and so that might just be an area of the track that sits a little bit lower than the rest of it, and that's why visibly you can see that. But
yeah, and it's interesting when we look at this shot here, and one of the reasons I picked this camera location is because it really helps you see and there's that spot right there where there's almost just that tiny little compression that Ellie Gossett just got into with her number 177 Miata. But you can see that the extreme elevation changes here, how once you come out of Oak Tree, as we've got one of our racers coming into that corner right now, and you will then actually start to go downhill. You then at some point start to go up what is a pretty steep hill, and of course we're upstream of that hill, so it's kind of hard to see how steep it is, but it continues to rise and then level off and then rise again as you come up to the top of the roller coaster, leading you to, when we watch the views of the roller coaster, you can see how sharp a downhill angle that is. Here it is right here, as we're about 3/4 of a way down. This continues to drop down until you get to Hog Pen, our final corner, and things kind of flatten out onto the front straight. But even that front straight has some elevation rise to it as well.
Greg, in the wet, the final corner here, there's a considerable compression there as you move on to the front straightaway, and so again, as our grip levels are going to be varying as the day goes on, that's another spot where drivers need to make sure that they're spotting their turning points correctly, because as we've seen, there's a lot of grass, a lot of real estate out there for you to go off if you misjudge it.
Exactly. And before you get to that grass, there has been, and I don't know if it's still there, but certainly when I did my track inspection this morning, there is the opportunity for a lot of standing water just to the outside of that compression, that when you go down and pretty much for dry, even for wet weather racing, you want to be able to get into that apex and go into that little compression and dip over at Hog Pen. Once the car comes out of that and starts to track out, it's not far until you hit or come to that area of standing water. And I have a feeling that that may be one of the last places to dry, but it certainly impacts how you enter that corner, that very critical corner that brings you onto a straightaway that I think a lot of drivers will typically try to turn in a little bit later than normal, try to straighten that corner out because they still want to get into that compression. All right, the number 28 machine, that's Delaney Calhoun coming down the pit lane now. Appears that the number 28 car calling it a session there. You can see Delaney heading back behind the wall and back to the paddock as we now get its taillights. Another car now heading back, and that is looks like the 62 of Piatek heading back behind the wall. Bobby Gossett just resets fast lap with a 2:35.624. That is 36 hundredths of a second up on what Piatek has done. The rest of the field, Ellie Gossett and Calhoun, about 10 seconds and 17 seconds back from there.
And Greg, as we've made mention of, these times aren't going to be representative of how they're going to grid for the race later on today, but it is going to be something to watch as the track evolves and the drivers start to find more grip and more confidence in the car. So when they started out, we had Olivier Piatek, who had been sitting on that 2:38 for a number of laps, now down to the 2:35. So the drivers are finding a little bit more to play with here as far as grip is concerned, as we have the 177 of Ali Gossett. Looks like she's going to pull the car back behind the wall too.
Yeah, so that's going to leave one car on track, and that is this driver right here. This is Bobby Gossett, the black number 44 machine out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. He is in the Salty Dog Mazda Miata, representing the Buccaneer region of the SCCA and the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. Here he's looking to improve upon that 2:35.6. And again, to put in perspective here, Bobby was our second fastest driver yesterday. The time that he is going to be using to judge the grid for this Spec Miata race a little bit later today, a 2:17.57, which was his fastest time from yesterday. We'll watch him here as he comes down. And again, we believe that Bobby here in the number 44 car, he is your last car on track, as we've still got a little bit under now 4 minutes remaining. So let's make another call to the grid for our last qualifying group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITO, ITR and SPO, T1, T2, Spec Corvette. I'm sort of getting into a rhythm with that. I kind of like that. It's got a nice little bouncy feeling to it. Race group number 6. This is your second call to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And tell you what, if you like my vocal stylings there, go ahead. Give us a big thumbs up, and if you haven't already done so, subscribe to whether it be the DC region YouTube channel or the North Carolina region YouTube channel. Go and subscribe. That way you can find out every time that we go live. And more importantly, go ahead and give us a big thumbs up. And I'm talking to you specifically, North Carolina region YouTube viewers. We've only got one from you. We need a little bit more.
I was going to say, Gary, you could probably make a mixtape out of just pronouncing SCCA classes with
yes,
with how they roll off the tongue.
ASR, American Sedan. Yeah, I think we could definitely do that. Now I've got to work SMX and C-Spec into the into the mix. And I realize that we're showing on our timing and scoring that we've got a full course caution out on course. That is not the case. We are not so much clean, but definitely green around all 3.27 miles and 17 turns of Virginia International Raceway. The only driver still on course is the number 44 machine of Bobby Gossett, as we see him now coming down this very long back stretch, what we call Madison Avenue here. Likely, well, if he stays out, he'll have one more lap under green flag conditions here. He's looking to improve upon on the 235, 381 that he put in on the previous lap. He's now 6 seconds, or probably 0.6 of a second clear of Piatek. But we'll take a look here as he is coming down the roller coaster.
And Greg, another variable here to watch once we get into our race is, depending on how what the track is, how much grip it has to offer, is how inclined the drivers feel to draft, as of course they do when it's dry out, just because the art of drafting and being able to follow closely behind, of course, gets more compromised when the track surface is a little bit more slick. And we'll see as we get closer to the race what and also the other groups, because as you mentioned yesterday, nothing drives the track more than hot cars going around.
Exactly.
Going around. So
yeah,
we'll see where it stands.
Yeah, it's the tires basically evacuating that water and shuffling it off to the sides of the track. Bobby Gossett now resets fast lap in the session to 234, 533. And so he knocked off almost 0.8 of a second from his previous fast lap. We are getting word from race control that he is going to see the checkered flag over at turn 13, basically as he comes down Madison Avenue, so that he'll know to pit in before he ever gets onto the front straight. So essentially, Bobby Gossett, he's going to record the fastest lap of the session here at 234, 533. And we'll just follow him around here. Let's see what kind of line Bobby's taking around this track. And you see still a lot of damp weather there at the turn into the uphill S's, right at the start of that access road. Also right at the first apex as well. But for the most part, as you're bending the car in for the start of the S's, you've got the wheels fairly straight there. You know, it's just more a question of whether you do any kind of hydroplaning that might affect you getting the car rotated in the opposite direction. Those uphill S's definitely a rhythm section. And with the changing weather conditions, it could definitely throw your rhythm off. So,
and Greg, also something that's applicable to a lot of road racing courses is that it can be raining and doing so heavily on one part of the circuit, and then hardly doing any precipitation of any kind at another part, and that's where it gets tough with not only the visibility but the grip dramatically being altered in short order, and that's something that we've seen here at VIR, also with the Washington D.C. region at Summit Point, where one section of the track, a very narrow window, just gets inundated with water very quickly.
Yes.
While the rest of the track remains fairly dry, and that's always a tricky thing to try to negotiate.
All right, so Bobby Gossett coming down the roller coaster. He's going to bring that car behind or onto the pit lane here. We probably will not see him cross the start-finish line to take the checker. And yep, got where Bobby Gossett now is on the pit lane. So that's going to wrap up our Spec Miata qualifying session, as we've just gotten the 5-minute warning for our next group, our big bore group. They're going to be our last qualifying session of the day. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments for our next qualifying session. But first, let's hear a little bit about our great partner and sponsor, bringing you all our coverage this weekend, RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway and the 2024 SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dominic Mandiel. We've got Adam Miller here as well. And Dominic, we've got our very last qualifying session of the morning heading out on track right now. It's the big ground pounders, primarily Spec Corvette, but a lot of our big bore racers, high horsepower, high torque, and, well, for the first time in about 45 minutes, high rain as well, as the rain has started to fall here. Perfect timing for these racers as they now head out on track for their final qualifying session of the day.
And Greg, we can see on our cameras here that the windshield wipers going on every car. The rain has, just within the last 5 minutes or so, definitely intensified once again. And looking a little bit at what we saw from this group yesterday, Greg, we had, as far as the race session is concerned, a bit of an abbreviated period of green flag laps. I believe they had about 2 laps of green flag running before we had some oil laid down in the South Bend area, and we ended up checkering the race a little bit early. That allowed Charlie Abel, who got a great start, having started from third in the Spec Corvette grid yesterday. He was able to jump both Dave Sanders and Ken Mantovani yesterday to get up to that top spot, and that was advantageous for him as the race did end up being abbreviated and ending a little bit early.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that ended under caution there. We had one of our Spec Corvettes have a small, we'll call it a small ventilation issue with its block over by South Bend, but caused an early end to that race. Always hate to see when races end under caution. I think it was the only one yesterday that ended under caution. It just was going to take too long to get everything cleaned up before we went back to green flag racing for what was a 25-minute race. But today, races are going to be longer, scheduled for 14 laps or 35 minutes. And we've got the green flag in the air now as our big bore racers are starting their first flying laps in this race. So if we take a look at yesterday's lap times that came in, just give you a bit of a feeling for what is possible when it's not raining here at the circuit. Charlie Abel in his Spec Corvette, he's out of the Washington, D.C. region, out of Middletown, Maryland. He turned in a 204.251. David Sanders from Malvern, Pennsylvania, representing the Philadelphia region, and Phoenix Performance, turned in a 204.269. So only 18 thousandths of a second separating those two drivers on the clock yesterday. Marino Reyes from Miami, Florida, in the One Mo Time Adventure car. He's representing the Florida region at 204.389. So he was just about a tenth off of Abel and Sanders. And we mentioned Ken Mantovani, also representing the Florida region. He's from West Palm Beach, Florida, turned in a 205 flat. Those top 4 cars all in Spec Corvette. David Ross in his 2010 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Boones Mill, Virginia, representing the Blue Ridge region in SPO. He was 5th fastest with a time of 205.211. Fastest T1 car, Bill Foster, in his 2002 Chevy Corvette. He's notably sponsored by Social Security. So not only is he paid in, but we've paid in as well. And he's from Greensboro, North Carolina. He had a time of 214.280. Again, this is one of the biggest events each year for Spec Corvette, and I think we had for yesterday's race somewhere along the lines of, I think, 9 or 10 drivers take the grid. The Northeast contingent of Spec Corvette, the Southeast contingent of Spec Corvette meet up here right in the middle at Virginia International Raceway each year. And actually, well, this is the second year that they've done it and have a very good turnout now that Spec Corvette is known as a regional class for both in the Northeast Division and the Southeast Division of the SCCA.
And good, we mentioned that when especially when SARRC and MARRS collaborate, but also when the Southeast and Northeast chapters of Spec Corvette collaborate, both heads of each division in the field. Cecil Stevens heads up the Southeast contingent, whereas Dave Sanders heads up the Northeast contingent, and they've been doing a lot of work to make sure that when that when racers from both the Southeast and the Northeast come together, that everyone receives the adequate mechanical support, and also that there's enough participants to fill the field when they come to these events.
All right, and it took a little while for me to get in to take a look at this. I want to thank Chuck McTudis, Spec Miata racer, a very quick Spec Miata racer at the national level, and originally here in the Southeast Division, racing now for OPM Autosports. Years ago, raced for Panic Motorsports, and he has let us know that Bobby and Ellie Gossett are brother and sister, not husband and wife. So, that would be real comfortable if I introduced them that way in person. So thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that information. All right, so early on in the session here, we've got Ken Mantovani in his Chevy Corvette, in his Spec Corvette. And these are the Spec Corvettes. They are all C5 Z06 version Corvettes. And you are allowed to do some very basic modifications to the drivetrain. There is a spring and shock package, but they are all running essentially the same setup across the board. Ken Mantovani, your fastest driver at the moment at a 2:43.446. Cecil Stevens out of Valrico, Florida, with a 2:44.543. Then David Clemens out of Roanoke, Virginia, at a 2:45.2. Jeff Pascala from Aston, Pennsylvania, he turns in a 2:47.235. So about 2.5 seconds separating our four fastest drivers right now. Nathan Jackson in his GT2 Chevy Impala turns in at 3:06 and change. And I believe the only other driver on course right now is our T1 Chevy Corvette driver, Bill Foster.
And Greg, we had talked about how, especially on Madison Avenue, from a number of our other camera shots from around the circuit, that the spray was lessening. Well, now it's fully back on.
It's on.
Yeah, and definitely we can see the more pronounced rooster tails going down the back straightaway, as well as right here in front of us. So as we get into, because we are going to be transitioning from qualifying into our first feature race here on Sunday at the conclusion of our qualifying session here. And this is going to be another case where the track before it seemed to be more in a neutral, while still slick, more of a drying phase. Now, with the reintroduction of much more standing water on the circuit, drivers are going to again be reaching more for those groove tires. Probably going to be the smartest choice here for our first race.
All right, so Dom, now that we're just about halfway through our last qualifying session of the morning, let me make a first call to the grid for our first race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, open wheel and prototype racers, Spec Racer Fords and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1, open wheel and prototypes, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers. This is your first call to the grid for your feature race.
And Greg, as you were making our call to the grid, we had Nathan Jackson, the only non-Corvette product out on track right now.
Yes.
In his GT2 Chevy, ran a fast time of 2:39.390. Ken Mantovani continues to be your fastest Spec Corvette here this morning. His fast lap is a 2-minute 40.128. We then have Cecil Stevens driving the 17 car. He has a quick lap of 2:43.312. And then rounding out the top 3 in Spec Corvette for this morning's qualifying, we have David Clemens, who's sitting on right now a fast time of 2:43.507.
All right, and so as we've been doing all morning long, we've been comparing the delta times to what was set yesterday, because again, the grids for today's feature races are based on the fastest lap time, whether it be yesterday morning's qualifying session, yesterday afternoon's SARRC MARRS sprint race, or this morning's qualifying session. And currently, for example, Nathan Jackson, who's our fastest driver on track right now with a time of 2:39.39, yesterday, his fastest lap time in his GT2 machine was a 222.315. So about, we're talking about 14, 15 seconds. Actually, I can't do math. I guess that's about 16 seconds difference between them. We've seen deltas of about 20 to 25 seconds most of the morning. If we take a look at Spec Corvette, where Mantovani is your fastest driver at 240.128. And yesterday, Charlie Abel was the fastest at a 204.2. So about 35 seconds delta time there. And I'm wondering, Dominic, how many of these drivers, I wouldn't be surprised with the Spec Corvette drivers that are on track right now, that they probably went to the grid with the wet weather tires. I wonder how many drivers went to the grid with dry weather tires, thinking that the track, now seeing that there were some dry patches starting to show up, thought that maybe that was the right choice for the qualifying session.
And that's great where the preparedness coming to the weekend, having crew that can supply different tires, because we've seen where there's been a lot of situations where the weather as you head to the grid and then the weather once you actually take to the track varies very much.
Right.
And so being prepared, making sure that you have a plan as to how you're going to deal with sometimes we've seen on the grid tire changes. In fact, in 2021 at the Rouse, we saw a GT1 national champion Crown 2 did a tire change right there on
during the race.
During the race. So, what's interesting is that a lot of times these being drivers doing on the grassroots level, their crew often has not done things like tire changes on the grid. So you get your buddies, your family,
right,
whomever you can have around the car, and complete that if necessary.
Right. And, and a lot of times when you see the weather, and we can see the rain, definitely as we take a look at this shot, as the cars come out of South Bend and come up towards turn 11, you can see the rain picking up once again at that end of the circuit. And here at VIR, because of the length of the circuit, we may see sometimes different weather conditions on the north side than on the south side. And as we are now on the front straight on the north end of the circuit, I don't know if it's even raining out right now on this end. Not to say that by the end of the session it won't be. All right, we've got the 17 machine of Cecil Stevens. He comes down the pit lane. That leaves us now with 4 drivers on track. Stevens is going to head back to the paddock with a fast lap of 2:41.464. Or pardon me, no, I take that back. That was not Cecil Stevens. That was Bill Foster in the Touring 1 Corvette, the 176 car out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Fast time for him, 302.791. And, Dominic, typically for us amateur racers who may not even have crew to do tire changes for them, typically we'll set up and have the car about ready to go up to the grid, maybe with one side of the car shod with dry weather tires, the other side shod with wet weather tires. So at most you only have to change 2 tires. But again, especially if you're the only one and you drop that car off the jack stands and started to bring it up to the grid, you're probably not going to have the ability to get those tires changed, and ready to go in time for qualifying. And yes, there are a lot of drivers that have a crew person along with them, but I think a lot of the charm of SCCA road racing are a lot of these one-man bands that they are everything. They're the owner, they're the driver, they're the crew chief, they're the tire changer, they're everything. And sometimes you just don't have the opportunity to make those changes.
And one of the great things about sometimes being your own mechanic and basic person who's taking care of the car and everything is that you get to learn a lot about the maintenance and a lot about how to basically negotiate a weekend, because apart from putting the car on track, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that you need to make sure is in working order well before you get on the track. As we look back to our timing, it doesn't appear as though Nathan Jackson, our fastest car, has gone any quicker as the rain has intensified. And actually, as I say that, his last lap was his fastest
there you go.
2:34.078. So Nathan Jackson also at the moment driving the lightest car in the field in that Impala, the 2-frame car. So maybe having a bit of actually Actually, you would think maybe that the Spec Corvettes, being the slightly heavier chassis, would
Right.
have a little bit of better grip here.
Quite possible. They also, I think, have, so you're with cars from 2001 or thereabouts. You're not dealing with traction control and a lot of those things, but also a little bit less torque. The fact that they are heavier helps the driver not be as trigger happy with the throttle pedal. That being said, just got word that Jeffrey Pascala in the 63, the red, white, and blue Spec Corvette, had a bit of a challenge over at turn 3, looped the car. Didn't impact anything. He's been back on his way. He's actually all the way onto the back straight now. All right, so we've got about 3 minutes remaining. Let's make another call to the grid, Dom, for our first race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1. That's open wheel and prototypes, as well as Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your feature race is next. Race group 1, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and our open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid.
Okay, talking again about having crew, having people who are helping you out with your race car. One of the most important things, especially as we can see our spec racers begin to grid up for the race, is especially for any open cockpit car, having a buddy with an umbrella can sometimes be your most valuable asset as you're sitting there on the grid waiting, especially with these types of conditions.
Indeed. All right, so I was a little premature earlier when I said he had gone back behind the wall, but now Cecil Stevens, driver of the yellow number 17 Spec Corvette from Valrico, Florida, he takes his car back behind the wall. He turned in a 2:41 flat for his last lap and fastest lap of the session. And, Dom, as the rain is starting to come down, interesting here is we're seeing Nathan Jackson right now in that GT2 Chevy Impala heading into the uphill S's, and the pace that he's running, we saw him reset fast lap in the session now 2 laps ago, where he turned in a 234.078. That last time by was a 235.74. So he's being pretty darn consistent. Actually, take that back. A 239.405 was his last lap. So much for being consistent. He, with the additional rain, about 5 seconds off of what was his previous fast lap.
And Nathan Jackson behind the wheel of, as you said, a 2-frame car, very reminiscent of the ASA spec cars that do both road course racing as well as oval racing. And as we've seen with classes like Grand Touring America, which is a regional class, as well as SPO on the regional level, a lot of these cars being able to race on a road racing course and having a large contingent, especially with the V8 road racing series that has been around for a number of years, allowing these cars to have their own platform to run.
All right, so the clock is running down. I'm showing only about 10 seconds remaining on the clock, which means our starter stand will display that checkered flag here in just a moment. Maybe. All right, there you go. Checkered flag. Now we'll see that come on out here in just a moment. Nathan Jackson brought his car down the pit lane beforehand, and now checkered flag is in the air. And so we should have, I think, only now still on track, I think maybe Jeffrey Pascal in the 63 machine still out there, possibly David Clemens and Ken Mantovani as well. But those drivers all would have seen the checkered flag over by turn 13, up basically where our camera is. on Madison Avenue. So likely we won't see any more racers come down the pit lane here. So let's take a look at the final lap times. You can see them there on your screen. Nathan Jackson with a GT2 machine. Then Ken Manavati, Jeffrey Pascala, David Clemens, and Cecil Stevens. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be going SARRC MARRS racing here at Virginia International Raceway, where you are watching the 2024 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. Let's talk about one of our sponsors here, though, before we go, and that is going to be Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody, for the 2024 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dominic Mandiel. We've got Adam Miller here working the controls for us all weekend long as well. And Dominic, it's been a while coming, but we are back to feature racing here at VIR.
Excellent. And our first group here is going to be our Spec Racer Ford 3, and I believe we have 23 cars on the grid. 23 cars take times, and looks like you have the starting grid for us.
Indeed. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. I think we have one Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 driver possibly, and certainly a Formula Continental. So let's run down the starting order. 23 drivers set qualifying times. Starting 23rd in the number 38 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Poolesville, Maryland, representing Windsor Customs, Richard Miller. Chris Broussard will start 22nd on the field. He's in the number 26 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the 10 Ike Group Insurance Machine from Schenectady, New York. Then we've got Jean-Luc Liverato. He's going to start 21st today. He's coming off of his win in the Tarheel Cup. He is from the Atlanta region and is driving the number 8 car. Then we've got the Spec Racer Ford of Steve Hahn. It's the number 142 car. He starts 20th. He's out of Reston, Virginia. Greensboro, North Carolina's Brad Gould will start 19th. He's in the number 97 Doggone Racing Machine, while Tom Goodart will start 18th. He's in the number 55 Motion Dynamics car from Lewis, Delaware. James Rouse will start 17th. He's in the number 15 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but represents the South Jersey region of the SCCA. Trey Ayers, former national champion, starting in the number 17 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Gainesville, Georgia, starts 16th. Starting 15th in the number 57 machine. From New York, New York, it's Don Privet with Steve Nelson starting 14th. Steve's in the number 27 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the My Three Sons Racing Machine from Roseland, New Jersey. Thomas Weir will start 13th. He's in the number 10 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's out of Charleston, South Carolina, representing Southeast Spec Racers. While the Citgo machine, driven by Richard Wheel, will start 12th. He's in the number 35 car, starting 11th in the number 4 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. From Hartwell, Georgia, it is Steve Zamatis. Stephen Shue will start 10th. Steve's in the number 81 Hagerman Race Engineering Machine from Gibson Island, Maryland, with Sean DeCold starting 9th. He's in the number 56 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's from West Union, South Carolina. William Shields will start 8th in the number 67 car. He's from Tierra Verde, Florida, representing Motion Dynamics, while Joe Blanks will start 7th. Joe's in the number 74 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Represents the Washington, D.C. region. Then we've got Justin Weir. Justin starts 6th today. He's in the number 151 Spec Racer Ford. He's from Charleston, South Carolina. Washington, D.C.'s Mac Harrison will start 5th. He's in the number 30 machine, representing Windsor Customs, while Lee Hill will start on the outside of row number 2. Lee is driving the number 72 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Moved back to North Carolina. He is now in Reidsville, North Carolina. Starting to his right on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 77 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Huntersville, North Carolina, is Matt Harper. And your front row today, driving the number 155 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing Windsor Customs. He's from Boyds, Maryland. He is Sam Schechter. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 44 I believe.
Formula Continental.
Yeah, Formula Continental. It's an Elan RF10. I was looking for what the chassis type was. Elan RF10, representing the Central Carolina region of the SCCA with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, .708. It's Justin Smith. All right, so the lights are out now on the pace car, Dominic, as they are going to be coming right around turn 14, right at the top of the roller coaster. There is leading Mr. Smith and all of his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 friends down the roller coaster here. We'll be going SARRC MARRS racing in just a moment. You know, if you like what you see here and you like all the action, of course, remember, go ahead, give us a big thumbs up and subscribe to either the Washington, D.C. or North Carolina Region SCCA's YouTube channels and click on that notification bell. That way you'll find out every time that we go live, and we'll talk about that schedule coming up here in a little while, but we're going to be on air quite a bit through the rest of the racing season here. All right, starter is looking over the field as they come up over the crest of the hill on the front straight. And here we go. There you go. Green flag is in the air, and we are MARRS SARRC racing here at VIR. And much as we saw yesterday, Dom, Justin Smith jumping out to a pretty early, pretty easy lead over the Spec Racer Fords. But once again, Sam Schechter already showing some dominance over the rest of those Spec Racers.
In our Spec Racers, the back half of the field still making their way through turn number 1. We do have a waving yellow down there at turn number 1. We're trying to get word on what might have happened. Getting word that the 77, that'll be Matt Harper, spun down there in turn number 1. Looks as though he's going to try to get back underway. They have dropped the flag, so Matt Harper is back in action.
Yeah, there you go. And I again apologize for the autofocus hunting there, but Matt Harper, who started third on the field today from the inside of row number 2, now finds himself at the very rear of a 20-plus car field. Here as our two leaders, Justin Smith, our sole Formula Continental racer, and then Sam Schechter in that light blue 155 machine start to break away from the rest of the field as these racers, these are actually very similar conditions to what they went out for during the qualifying session this morning, Doc.
It was indeed. And looking back to yesterday, Sam Schechter took our win in SRF3. Excuse me. And Justin Smith was our former Continental overall leader. But we did see a great battle involving, that was Justin Weir in the 151, as well as Mac Harrison came into the mix as well in our race yesterday. The grid today, again, a combination of results from yesterday's qualifying, yesterday's feature race, and yesterday's heat race, and then this morning's qualifying. So a bit of a different look for the grid as far as where everyone was placed. As we can see on our monitors, drivers being very tentative heading into Oak Tree for the first time. Yeah,
and we started to see that rain come out during our last qualifying session of the morning, and started off somewhat light, was picking up a bit. It is coming down very, very hard here today. You see how much spray is being put up in the air, and of course these drivers, they don't have windshield wipers. They've got some tear-offs on their visors that they can get rid of, but that's a lot of spray to be looking at, especially if you're 10 or 15 feet back from the car directly ahead. As we have our leaders coming out onto the front straight here, we'll see them completing lap number 1. And your leader at the end of one lap, that is Justin Smith with Schechter, Mac Harrison. And Harrison, who started off in 5th position, now finds himself not directly behind, but fairly close behind the racer that we've seen him battle with so often at Summit Point as part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. So Harrison is 3rd, Justin Weir in the 151 machine. He started 6th. He is now up to 4th. Lee Hill drops a couple positions back into 5th. And Trey Ayers, what a jump for Trey Ayers. Started 16th on the field today. Dom, he is now up 10 positions.
And Greg, another superb start for the 8 of Jean-Luc Liverado, up 14 spots on the start. He's up to 7th from the opening lap. As we see our cars making their way through the snake, Sam Schechter has accumulated about a 3-second gap on the rest of the field. Mac Harrison in the 30 car moved up 2 spots from his grid position to sit in 2nd. And then, Greg, as you alluded to, Justin Weir in the 151 sits there in third spot in SRF3.
Yeah, indeed. And so just a reminder to everybody, this will be our only race before lunch when this race concludes, and this is a 14-lap or 35-minute race, whichever may come first. We will then be taking approximately an hour for lunch as we watch Jean-Luc Liverato making a move coming up to the inside. On the inside, I believe that might have been Trey Ayers that they were working, or Jean-Luc Liverato, who also started pretty far back in the field. We talked about Ayers starting 16th. Liverato was scheduled to start 21st today, and they are currently running 6th and 7th. We do have two drivers that apparently did not take the green flag. James Rouse in the number 15 out of Myrtle Beach, Steve Hahn in the 142 out of Reston.
As you see our cars making their way down the roller coaster, and one of the battles, as we mentioned, the hard-charging Trey Ayers now has attached himself to the rear deck of Justin Weir's machine, and that's going to be for fourth. So we're going to see our cars come onto the front straight in just a moment, but at the moment Trey Ayers has been the man on the move thus far.
Yeah, we go. We can see this battle now coming down into turn one, and I believe that is Weir and Richard Wheel. That's a difficult one to talk about there. Actually, Weir and Stephen Shue, pardon me, that's the battle for 10th, as they are now side by side coming out of turn two, going into NASCAR, and we'll take a look as they come out here in just a moment, but really tight racing. Here, not even just at the front of the field, but right in the mid-pack. Like I said, that was the battle for 10th right there, as we had Shue and Weir at the line, all separated by all of 27 one-thousandths of a second, Dominic, about a little less than 3 100ths separating them.
And good, we also saw as the cars are coming through NASCAR that Trey Ayers appeared in the 17 car appeared to be able to get around Justin Weir in the 151, which will put Trey Ayers up into a podium-paying position in SRF3 and fourth place overall on track.
Yeah, indeed, as they were very close as well. And Liverato, he's a little bit off of Ayers at this point. He's about 7 car lengths back. Pretty easy to pick out Liverato's machine there. It is the white on the right side of the car, the black on the left side of the car. Kind of a little crosshatch. Kind of reminds me a little bit of oh my gosh, all of a sudden I'm forgetting his name. It'll come back to me it'll come back to me in a moment here. But he's starting to pick up some pace as well, trying to just follow Ayers through as we see them there. That is Liverato right behind Justin Weir in the 151 machine, now in the battle for fourth.
And we spoke earlier on this weekend a little bit about Jean-Luc Liverato's racing history with prototypes. Also spent a year in Formula Atlantic back in 2013.
Right.
But has also always been a long-time competitor in these Spec Racer Ford machines, as we see them making their way down the roller coaster. And another battle we'll be looking at as our cars make their way onto the front straight was Sam Schechter, who got off to a rocket start, having been our pole sitter in SRF3. Now has Mac Harrison sitting only about a second back. And on the last circuit, when our camera was up on the Oak Tree camera, we saw that Mac had definitely made up considerable amount of ground under braking, had reduced that margin to about a car length as they went into the Oak Tree corner. And we can see our front two in SR3 making their way into left hook. And again, Mac Harrison is chasing down Sam Schechter about 2 car lengths back as they start to go into the snake.
Yeah, indeed. That time by, Schechter ran his fastest lap of the race, but it was also 0.8 off of Schechter's times. By the way, it finally came to me. Brian Schofield, former national champion, is the livery that I was thinking of. Schofield, a silver and dark blue as opposed to the black and white, but still very reminiscent there on the Jean-Luc Liverato machine.
Okay, that's likely no coincidence since both drivers do come out of the PM Racing stable based in around Lakeland, Florida. as we had 2 cars come onto the pit road. One was the 151 of Justin Weir, who was just a few moments ago involved in a potential podium battle, as well as the 57 of Don Privet coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, and so, Privet was one of the few drivers that went out for qualifying here this morning, and Privet finished back in 15th position, just about mid-pack in yesterday's race. Actually, let me verify that real quick. Privet finished. Where did he finish yesterday? Finished 8th yesterday, but seemed to be a little bit off the pace in qualifying this morning, and he's brought that car home early. As the field starts to spread out just a little bit now, I think one of the tighter fights that we have right now is between William Shields in the 67 and Stephen Shue in the green and white 81. They're just now actually right in front of us, heading up to the top of the roller coaster now. That is the battle for 9th position. Let's see if we can jump to that roller coaster shot, Adam. Here we go, coming down the hill. And it's the 2 cars now further up the hill. Here we go. Where we've got Shields in the 67 and then that green and white 81. That is Stephen Shue. That is the battle for 9th. A little bit further back from there is Richard Wheel and Steve Nelson. And Dominic, we've got a car very much off the pace on the front straight here as it just went through our view. We'll try and get the number on that car.
And Greg, if I saw that correctly, the 38, that would be Richard Miller, who was going a little bit slow, had a signal for other cars to pass by safely. Evidently that car not up to full song.
Yeah, you're right. And that last time by was just under a 3-minute lap time at 2:49. But oddly enough, almost a half second off of his previous fast lap. So seems like something is amiss with that machine. He's going to try and turn another lap. My guess is he wants to try and get to that magic either 7-lap mark or at least halfway through the race and get credit for a race finish.
Okay, we also had Justin Weir in the 151 take another trip to pit lane. Had a crew member will get the right rear, so Justin might be experiencing a few difficulties there.
All right, quick note here. If we can go to the, Adam, if we can go to the Uphill S's camera. And unfortunately out of our view, but just got word, they're starting to drop like flies now. Lee Hill, driver of the number 72 machine, he started off in 4th today. Had fallen back a couple positions on the first lap. He has pulled his car off up that little access road to the right that we saw there. In that Uphill S's view. So it sounds like Lee Hill's race is now done. So if we go and reset the field, of course, Justin Smith, he's our sole Formula Continental racer, or we'll just say our sole non-spec racer for Gen 3 racer. He goes and he completes lap number 5 now. He's got about 4 seconds on Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison, who are now heading down into turn 1. And Harrison and Schechter, about 1.2 seconds separating them. We'll try and track with them in just a moment. As Trey Ayers continues to make up ground. That last time by, Trey Ayers about a half second faster than either Sam Schechter or Mac Harrison ahead. So we'll try and keep tracking that. Now, I should mention that Ayers, who started at the back of the pack, he's still about 6.5 seconds back.
And Greg, as we had talked about yesterday, Trey Ayers is driving a new-to-him chassis, having acquired that from Chuck Newman, and was trying to make some adjustments on the fly yesterday with how that car was set up, especially for the rainy conditions today, which he's, of course, driven in the rain before, but not in this particular chassis, so trying to get the dial in the car more to his driving style and to his liking.
All right, so there are Jean-Luc Liverato just ahead of him, Trey Ayers. So Ayers running in 4th, Liverato running in 5th. They had started off 16th and 21st, respectively. And they are both trying to make up ground on our 2 leaders in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison. You know, I'm watching all the water trails come through Snake here, and I was trying to figure out if there were 4 cars or if there were 8 cars coming through there, Tom, as things are starting to tighten up a little bit. I believe that is, it looks like Wheel, DeCold, Zematis, and Matt Harper. That is the 4-car battle for 10th currently in the field. Wheel just came off running his fastest lap of the race. As did Zematis, with Sean DeCold kind of sprinkled in there. Wheel out of Boston, Massachusetts, representing the New England region. And like I said yesterday, you know, we have, for example, Don Privet in his Gulf livery to Spec Racer 4, but I go, wow, this guy's actually sponsored by Citgo. And all I could think of is since Wheel is right out of Boston, Massachusetts, that he must live right in the shadow of the Green Monster and Fenway Park with that big giant Citgo sign. Because he's got the Citgo logo all over the side of the car. He may actually work for Citgo for all we know. Otherwise, it's good free advertising.
And Greg, having been to Fenway Park, that Citgo sign in, and my brother's going to kill me now because he's a massive Red Sox fan for not knowing exactly where that's positioned, but it's in center field. So yeah. Definitely a prominent mark there.
Yeah. All right, so we are now 15 minutes into this 35-minute race. Coming down the pit lane one more time, Dominic, is the 151 machine, and that I think is the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Justin Weir come down the pit lane, and he's now back behind the wall, and his day is done. As this time he's taking his car back to the paddock, so we know he's not going out once again.
And Greg, we had alluded to a few laps ago, Matt Harper, a driver who's on a reconnaissance run right now because he did have an off down in turn 1 on the opening circuit and has now worked his way back up to 13th spot, having battled with, as you mentioned, both Sean DeCold in the 56 and Steve Zematis in the 4.
Yeah. And so definitely things tightening up there as we jump again. And actually, this is turning out to be a nice little fight. We were looking at this earlier. William Shields and Stephen Shue. If we can switch over to the cameras going up through the S's here, Adam. Now, it looks like they've already, there they are at the top of the S's. We'll see them come into our view here in just a moment. But Shields and Shue were separated by about 4 car lengths. This is now the battle for 8th position. Last time we checked in with Stephen Shue, he was trying to find a way around Richard Wheel, who was in 10th, and Shue had done that. And so he now has William Shields in his sights.
And Greg, another battle that we are going to start to look at once again is our lead battle with our turn 1 camera with our leaders Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison in SRF3. The two of them are going to go nearly side by side on the exit of turn 1 as they make their way into NASCAR. And now as they get ready to go into left hook, about, I'd say, 2 car lengths from Schechter back to Harrison, but Harrison making up a considerable amount of distance on that last circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Now, it looks as though Harrison doesn't carry nearly as much speed in the wet through NASCAR through turn 3 as we see Schechter do, and Schechter opens up maybe 2 car lengths each and every time through there. But as we see now, as they come towards the bridge, come out of Snake, Schechter able to open up now almost 6 car lengths, really open things up. One thing that these racers are going to want to take a look at, there he goes coming into the S's, that is Trey Ayers. The last time we looked in on Trey, he was about 6.5 seconds back from Scheckter and Harrison. He's now about 5.5 seconds back. So he's picked up time, and we're only now about halfway through this race on laps. We've got 7 laps remaining, or 16 minutes, whichever comes first. I don't think we're going to make it on laps because it took our racers 18 minutes plus to turn their first 7 laps.
And Greg, we spoke prior to this race about the value, the importance of having a crew member, and especially in this situation where you have a fellow competitor who's closing down on you on track, having someone in your ear on a radio can definitely be a big help, just giving the intervals, letting you know when they might come into your vantage point. And while you're busy doing your thing at the wheel, they can provide that information.
All right, I've been watching another little battle here. They're probably coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3 right now. This would be Chris Broussard and Matt Gould. And there they are going into a 3 at the moment. Gould has made up a lot of ground on Broussard. Now, Broussard had some mechanical issues yesterday. Finished towards the very back of the pack. Actually did not finish the race in the number 26 car. Brad Gould, who finished 16th in the number 97. Those 2 racers right now, they're battling it out for 14th. And Gould, last time by, picked up about 3/10 on Broussard ahead.
And good, we've been alluding to Brad Gould's participation in 3 different race groups this weekend, putting that track exposure and time to good use here, navigating these wet conditions on the circuit, and being involved in the battle here as we are, as you mentioned, about halfway through the race.
Yeah, and we know that this blue and yellow number 97 car, very strong car. This is a car that was put on the pole here at VIR for the National Championship runoffs this past year under Morgan Burkhardt. And Brad, he's doing a pretty good job here. He continues to close ground up on the machine ahead. And again, this is only his second race weekend. Not only his second race weekend in this car, but second race weekend altogether. And Chris Broussard, the driver ahead of him, again, the Tenite Group insurance machine, represents the Mohawk Hudson region and comes all the way down from Schenectady, New York. He was the Skip Barber Grandmaster Champion in MX5 back in 2013. Did a lot of racing with Skip Barber back in the day. Also finished second in their normal 2013 championship, and third in the Barber Formula Car Series back in 2008. I said the first time he raced in Spec Racer Ford was back at the Sebring Super Tour back in 2016. All right, we've got the 44 machine that has gone off track. That is Justin Smith. That was our Formula Continental driver and our overall leader. Trying to pick up what corner he is at.
And Greg, as we have our attention now on our turn 1 camera, we had Justin Smith does appear to have rejoined the track as he's heading into the braking zone of turn 1. As we see our overall leader, Justin Smith, making his way into left hook. And then staying on this camera, we had Sam Scheckter and Mac Harrison continuing to run first and second, respectively, in SRF 3. And again, Mac Harrison seems to be getting through the first sector of this track particularly well, is able to close it up. But then once they get to the snake, Sam Scheckter just finds a little bit more and is able to open that up.
Yeah, he seems to be able to use the curbing to his advantage, able to straighten snake out just a bit. Let's watch here as they come through snake, and let's see if there's something in particular that the 155 car does, because this is where that light blue machine normally picks up the pace and seems to also do a little bit better job here in the wet weather going through the uphill S's. I have noticed, and it looks like the battle ahead of our leaders with Gould and Gould and Broussard starting to get the blue flag there, let them know that some faster traffic is ahead. But you can see here even that Schechter opens up maybe another car length to a car length and a half going up through the S's.
And Greg, with these cars, it's going to be very small adjustments, very small places where you make up time, and it could be a matter of just a few inches different line that you use through different parts of the circuit, and as a result, if you can nail that section on a particular lap, it's going to help you, especially if you're involved in the battle, as we see our front two making their way down Masson Avenue.
All right, just got a call in from the flaggers over at Station 1. It sounds as though possibly Stephen Shu, who we had seen starting to walk his way through the field, had gotten around Sean DeCole, had also gotten around Joe Blanks, had worked his way up into 8th position. Sounds like he might have had an off over at turn 1, managed to get the car back out of the grass and onto the track surface and continued. But that's always a difficult place. And a lot of the places in this track where you do go off track, it's a very difficult job to be able to work your way back to the racetrack. At turn 1, it's downhill when you go off. At turn 5, it's downhill when you go off. At South Bend, it's downhill when you go off. At 14, it's downhill when you go off. There's so many places, that it's going to be a challenge to get enough grip just to get back to the pavement if you have a mistake while you're on the pavement.
And it's difficult when your momentum's trying to take you off the circuit and trying to make your life even more difficult there. As our leaders in SF3 coming through the snake, and again, Sam Schechter having just a little bit more in hand going through that section, able to open it up over second place in class, Mac Harrison. And as our cars are also starting to work through some of the lap traffic, we will see if that has any sort of effect on our lead battle here.
Yeah, indeed. So we just saw some of that slower traffic start to move over drivers left to allow Schechter and Harrison to go through, and you'll see our flaggers over at Station 11 waving that blue flag pretty religiously. Again, as it interestingly enough, for the second lap in a row, Justin Smith coming up to the back of Gould and Broussard. But we're also seeing here, and this is something that we need to watch now, coming through turn 11, just before Oak Tree. We saw 2 cars going through there. The orange car is a lapped car, but coming underneath that orange machine, that was Trey Ayers. And Trey Ayers has now knocked almost another second off of the gap that he has to Schechter and Harrison. And as Schechter and Harrison continue to come up on some lap traffic, that is going to allow the number 17 machine to close things down. We then see Jean-Luc Liverato a little bit further back in that black and white number 8 machine, as he is now trying to work his way through some of that same slower traffic.
As we have our cars now making their way down the roller coaster, Sam Schechter continues to lead the train there, and Mac Harrison continues to loom back about 2 car lengths thereabouts. But then Trey Ayers, Greg, as you mentioned, starting to really beginning to pick up his pace, was a full second faster on the last lap. The same true of Jean-Luc Liverato. And then as if we can look at our turn 1 camera, we have Schechter and Harrison going into the braking zone. And again, Schechter, Harrison, this seems to be the part of the track that he seems to consistently be nailing down pretty well, and moves within the car length of Sam Schechter.
Well, we had a local caution over at Hogpen at the final corner for the 38 machine of Richard Miller. Miller has now rejoined, but here as we watch the front of this Spec Racer Ford battle, Dominic, it is now really starting to tighten up here as we've got Schechter and Harrison, Trey Ayers, and then Jean-Luc Liverato. Those 2 racers now really starting to tighten things up with our leaders here, and I think we're still showing them as being possibly a lap down in our time, one of our timing systems. We'll verify that in a moment here, but go ahead, Dom.
And Greg, as our competitors are making their way out of the snake, we do have a new leader in SR3. That's going to be the 30 of Mac Harrison. For the past couple laps, he's been knocking on the door of Sam Schechter, looking for where he can potentially make an overtake, and he has done that. So as they make their way into South Bend in the climbing S's, we can see them now heading into the braking zone. Sam Schechter there about a car length back, but it was Schechter who was able to complete that overtake. And then we saw as well the Ayers in the 17 and Liverado in the 8 also making inroads on our top 2.
All right, got where we talked about the 38 machine having a local with a local caution over at Hogpen. Turns out there might have been some contact between Richard Miller and Brad Gould in the number 97 going down through there with a change in position. We'll try and get some more information from our FlagNet as that goes on. But yeah, as you mentioned there, Mac Harrison kind of waiting to the last moment. We saw him move out going down into turn 1, come out of the water spray and try to come underneath the 155 machine. I just don't know if he was ready for it there. As the next time our leaders come by, they will have 2 laps remaining, or about 5 3/4 minutes. So we might be able to finish this one on lap stop.
And as our cars make their way into turn number 1, another position that is in play is for the final podium spot. Jean-Luc Liverado was able to get by Trey Ayers to take over the 3rd spot. Liverado, as you mentioned on the opening lap, made up 14 spots, so he's been another of our hard chargers here for Group 1. And now we can see our top 4 of Schechter, Harrison, and Schechter able to get back by Harrison on this last lap. We have our top 4 in SRF3 all within the same camera shot there, so the compression of our top 4 very imminent here in our closing stages. And also, as a matter of fact, Justin Smith, who had been leading in our former Continental, is now in 5th place overall. So having had, I believe we're hearing from the net that he might have had an off-course excursion somewhere in the past couple laps. So now this battle in SRF3 with our top 4 is for the overall victory.
That's right. And also starting to hear word from some of our corner workers that Justin Smith may be putting down some oil off the back of that car as well as time is running down, that some of the drivers back behind him having a bit of a challenge. And with this very wet track, may create more challenges than normal. All right, next time Mac Harrison and Sam Schechter then cross the start-finish line, they will see the 1 to go board, only 3.27 miles plus the lap that they're currently on remain. And Jean-Luc Liverado, it's a little hard to get the timing on it because I think he is being hand-timed by our timing and scoring staff, having some issues with the transponder. So a little hard to see how far back he is. We'll try and track it when they come down the front straight in front of us this next time by. But here come our leaders now, I believe, up to the top of the roller coaster.
And once again, Sam Schechter opening up that margin over Mac Harrison, but now Jean-Luc Liverado filling the mirrors of Harrison as they descend down the hill, and then Trey Ayers back there in 4th, still looming about 3 car lengths back from 2nd and 3rd.
All right, so here comes the 155 of Sam Schechter. He moves back up to the lead, and now side by side, we've got, looks like Mac Harrison and Jean-Luc Liverado is there now coming down into turn number 1, Dom, here on the very last lap. And this would be pretty epic for Jean-Luc Liverado, who started off at the very tail end of the field to work his way up, not only into a podium paying position, but maybe even 2nd.
Okay, we do, for momentarily we had a waving yellow condition. I believe that driver was able to get back underway.
And I think that might have been Liverado who went off.
Because going into, that time going into turn 1, and it appeared as though Mac Harrison, using as much of a defensive line as you can in the rain, was able to keep Liverado to the inside, and Liverado potentially got to the inside where it's a little bit more slippery, and just found out where the other ends of the grip was.
And now we can see here, thank you to our flaggers, we've got a local caution, had a local caution over at turn 11, the left-hander leading towards Oak Tree. That local caution has been withdrawn. I'm sure we'll get a little bit more information about that in just a moment. But not coming together, but that area where Jean-Luc Liverado went off at 1, that is really not only opened the door for Mac Harrison to cement 2nd place, it's also allowed Trey Ayers to get back up into 3rd.
And at this point, our top four of Schechter, Harrison, Ayers, and Liverado about equidistant between each of those cars, with with Liverado having gone off at turn number 1 as our cars negotiate the back straight here of Madison Avenue for the final time.
All right, as we're watching him come down the back straight, and there is our pole sitter. Finally, Justin Smith in the number 44 Continental, the Elan RF10, still working his way, trying to get up out of fifth position. But our leader is now coming down the roller coaster for the very last time. There is the light blue number 155 machine of Sam Schechter, the Windsor Customs machine out of Boyd's, Maryland. He's going to be coming onto the front straight momentarily. He is looking for race win number 2 this weekend in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And there you go. Checkered flag is in the air and taking the win both overall and in Spec Racer Ford. It is Sam Schechter out of Boyd's, Maryland, finishing second. It is going to be Mac Harrison. Mac out of Washington, D.C. He is his Windsor Customs teammate. Then we got Jean-Luc Liverado, who does work his way all the way up to, Trey Ayers, who works his way up to third. Trey having started in 16th position. Then Jean-Luc Liverado, then Justin Smith, our Formula Continental driver. He's going to finish fifth overall. Finishing fifth in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Thomas Weir. Stephen Shue will finish in sixth in class. Sean DeCold will finish seventh in class. Matt Harper, eighth. William Shields, 9th, and then finishing 10th in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, 11th overall, Richard Wheel. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our first feature race of the weekend, or probably not of the weekend, but the feature race of the day. Adam, if we can bring the schedule up here again real quick. We're about to break for lunch. Going to have an hour-long lunch. And then we've got 5 more feature races here this afternoon. You can see the groups there, groups 2 through 6. The Tarheel Cup Endurance Series, Group 7, not racing today. We're going to be down for about an hour, and we'll be back. We're going to put the time up on the screen in just a few moments so you know when we will be back, but it's going to be about an hour from now. So let's do this, Dominic. Let's thank some of our partners and sponsors. We're going to grab a little lunch after that very exciting Spec Racer Ford race, and we'll be back with you all in just about an hour.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family.
The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Welcome back from everybody from lunch. We are here at Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel, along with Adam Miller. And Dominic, welcome back. We've got a big afternoon of racing coming up here.
Good afternoon, Greg. We do indeed, and we're going to start off with our small bull racers. They went out this morning, just like all 6 of our groups did, and really were tried and tested with the rainy conditions, with active rainfall, as well as a much more damp track surface this afternoon. Things kind of similar to how they were about mid-morning today, where the track started to develop some drier patches. However, at some of the apexes, especially going up the climbing S's as well as the snake, we do have some standing water that continues to loom out there.
Yeah, indeed. During lunch, it was still pouring down rain pretty hard. During lunch, about 15 minutes ago, the rain let up. The sun isn't out. There's still a ton of cloud cover here, and you can see that on our camera here pointing down towards turn 1, and it looks like it stopped its head bobbing during lunch, so I'm very happy for that with that camera. But the temperatures have risen. It's just short of 70 degrees ambient air temperature, and it's still kind of humid out, but you can feel that heat and mugginess in the air, and the track is definitely drying out a little bit quickly. I think we're still going to see a lot of drivers on wet weather tires going out. We may see some on slicks here early on, but there's still some standing water in a number of places on the racetrack. All right, field is now heading on to the track for their pace lap. There you can see them back behind our beautiful ND Mazda Miata pace car as they are taking to the track for their pace lap of 3.27 miles, 17-turn Virginia International Raceway. Let's run down the starting order. I'm going to give you the top 30 here in what was a 37-car field. Starting 30th, driving the number 19, B-Spec Chevy Sonic, we've got Josh Schmidt. Al Pierce is starting 29th. He's in the number 78 E-Production Mazda RX-7 with Grant McDonald starting 28th. He's driving the number 38 Touring for Mazda Miata. It's an NC Mazda Miata for Panic Motorsports. Then we've got Miranda Price. She is driving in Super Touring Light in the number 108 Mazda Miata. She starts 27th, starting 26th. In the number 186 Touring for Scion FRS, Jennifer Romes. Adam Benaway will start 25th today. Adam's in the number 69 Honda Fit. That is a B-Spec car, and he is running for Racing for Heroes. I'll get that out eventually. Starting 24th today in the number 12 F Production Porsche 912, Greg Crandall. We'll talk about that car a little bit later. He is in F Production. And starting 23rd in the number 87 B-Spec Honda Fit from Sylva, North Carolina, representing our one of our sponsors here this weekend, Racing for ALS, and also Faster Skunk Racing, Blair Deffenbaugh. Your pole sitter in B-Spec today, Ryan Moran, driving the number 88 Mini Cooper. He's out of Lyndhurst, Virginia. He starts 22nd. Starting 21st in the number 71 F Production Mazda Miata, Stephen Layfield. In GT Light, we've got David Blaine. He's also driving a Mazda Miata. He's from Trentwoods, North Carolina, and he starts 20th, starting 19th. In the number 99 STL Mazda Miata, we got Mike Cottrell with Neil Goldner starting 18th. He's in the number 68 Mazda RX-7. That's another STL machine. Then we've got Robert Cahall. Robert is starting 17th today. He's in the number 178 STL Mazda Miata. He's out of Gurnee, Illinois. And then we've got Stephen Clark. Stephen was, I believe, your winner yesterday in F Production, driving the number 13 Mazda Miata. He starts 16th, starting 15th. In the number 86 GT Light Honda Civic, Ken Blackburn with Brian Price starting 14th. Brian's in the number 151 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Forrest Landy is starting 13th. Forrest is driving the number 94 STL Mazda Miata, with Mark Bradley starting 12th. Mark's in a Touring 3 Spec E46 BMW. That's the 123 car. Then we've got Patrick McGovern. He's our sole SMX driver here today. He's driving the number 143 machine. He starts 11th. Starting 10th in the number 89 ITR BMW Z3 Roadster from LaGrange, North Carolina, it's Ricky Thompson. Michael Unger starts 9th. He's in the number 83 E-Production Honda S2000. He's out of the Washington, D.C. region, with Thomas Paolino starting 8th. Thomas is in the number 34 STL Mazda Miata, representing the northern New Jersey region of the SCCA. Blair Stitt starts 7th. Blair's in the number 33 SPU BMW E90, with Jason Cox starting 6th. Jason's in the number 155 STU BMW 328. Starting 5th, driving the number 42 STL Honda Civic Si from Greensboro, North Carolina, it's Brian Hooper, with Ted Cahall starting on the outside of the front row, or probably the outside of row number 2. He's in the number 182 STL Mazda Miata. Starting 3rd, also in a Mazda, but this time a Mazda RX-8, starting 2nd in STL. 3rd overall is the number 84 of Robert McManus. And your front row today, driving the E-Production number 98 BMW Z3 from Cary, North Carolina, Bryce McGuire. And your pole sitter here today, driving the number 57 STL Mazda MX-5 from Cameron, North Carolina, it's Chuck Hines.
Okay, thank you for our rundown, and we're getting word that the pace car has pulled into pit lane and the field is well formed. So in just a few moments, we'll see on our camera our field get the green flag.
That's right. We've got the field now coming onto the front straight here, ready for our start. And there you go. Green flag is in the air as the field now very well stacked up. And we're watching a couple of our B-Spec cars really move through the field with that front wheel drive. There's one of our Honda Fits smack dab in the middle of it. Actually, both of our Honda Fits, Deffenbaugh as well as Benaway, trying to move through a lot of that Mazda Miata field as the field now comes down through turn 1. And hey, just like clockwork, our camera there starts moving in and out again, shaking its head. It's like headbanging, like at a rock concert there, as Chuck Hines in that green number 57. He has lots of problems at NASCAR. He's going to give up the overall lead to the BMW Z3 of Bryce McGuire. McGuire now your leader. Hines has got the rest of the field bottled up behind him. He's got McGuire. He's got McManus, Cahall, Hooper in the Honda Civic there as well. But the big moment there for Chuck Hines.
It's definitely a big tank stopper there for Hines, who definitely has lost touch with our new leader. That's going to be Bryce McGuire in the BMW Z3, your leader in E-Production. We also have, looks like, Brian Hooper in his number 42. That's the Crimson Honda Civic, making some moves as well. He got around Robert McManus in the Mazda RX-8.
Yeah, it looked like McManus was almost standing still there as they came out of Snake, and they, this is where we're going to see maybe some of the front-wheel drive cars come to the fore. We also saw that some of these drivers, like Hooper, like the Z3 driver McGuire, a couple other drivers, were out in the damp weather this morning for qualifying. I think we only had like 4 or 5 drivers in this group that went out, and they perhaps have a better idea of what these track conditions are going to be. They're actually very similar to what they had in qualifying, kind of the mixed conditions. So here as the field goes to the top of the uphill S's, and we're going to see them now start coming down in the South Bend. Let's take a look here at exactly what's happening. And here they come down the back straight. And starting to spread out a little bit, but I think this is where you see, of course, Madison Avenue here, this long back straight, where overall speed then, comes to the fore. As long as they can get the power down coming out of Oak Tree, obviously the faster, higher horsepower cars are going to show their advantage here. As we've got our leaders already onto the front straight, Brian. Did I say Brian? Dominic, who are you again? That's right. You're Dominic Mandiel. Bryce McGuire completes the first lap with Chuck Hines now back in the second. Ted Cahall in the 182 machine working up into third. So it's Hines and Cahall, your leaders in STL, running second and third overall. Brian Hooper in his Honda Civic, third in class. McManus in the RX-8 fourth in class.
And our STL competitors are making their way into turn 1. Chuck Hines, as we see on our camera here, beginning to distance himself from the rest of the field. But for second, third, and fourth in STL, very much in play here. Ted Cahall in the 182 car right now has hold on that second spot. But then Brian Hooper in the Civic and McManus in the Mazda RX-8 running nose to tail as they make their way through left hook.
Yeah, and we saw in the qualifying session this morning where McGuire was really the class of the portion of this field that went out in the session. But we'll see how things play out. However, we've got a big change already because coming through Snake, I just got word from Race Control that Bryce McGuire spun the car coming out of Snake. He did manage to continue, but I think that might put Chuck Hines, our pole sitter, back into the lead. Let's take a look. They'll be coming down in the South Bend probably right about now. Let's see how we have it. There is Chuck Hines. Then there is the 182 of Cahall, then Brian Hooper. The question is, where is the BMW? We heard he went for a bit of a rough ride. He may actually still be up ahead. Let's check that Madison Avenue camera, Adam. And see. Well, there's Hines again. Well, we'll know in just a minute whether or not McGuire was able to recover.
Okay, one of our drivers who made big gains on the start was Brian Price in the 151 car.
Yes.
He's our leader in Touring 4, up 8 spots from his starting position. Our next car in class would be Jennifer Romes in the 186 Scion. And Greg, we can confirm that Bryce McGuire is still going. We had heard that report.
Yes.
He had a slight off-track excursion, but back underway.
Yeah, indeed. Not only still going, but still with a considerable lead, as he is the only racer so far to complete lap 2. And we should have Chuck Hines coming onto the front straight right about now. So we'll see here as he goes and completes lap number 2. There is the Hines machine, and we will then see slightly behind Ted Cahall, Brian Hooper. And yeah, you mentioned it, Brian Price now, that Touring 4 car, has now moved up into 5th place overall. And Price started off in 14th position. So he is now made up, nine spots in the course of just 2 laps. And we kind of joked about it this morning that Brian has had a lot of dirt track experience and a lot of foul weather experience. And maybe we were a little surprised when he didn't move that T4 car up a little higher yesterday in damp conditions. But already very early on here showing that he's got a much better handle of the conditions, at least after one reconnaissance lap, than a lot of our other racers.
Okay, Brian Price has also used chassis for Spec Miata competitions, so getting a lot of seat time in this specific chassis already this season. And a battle we might want to start paying attention to, Greg, a little bit further back, and that's for B-Spec.
Yes.
We have, again, as we mentioned yesterday, we have I believe 4 different manufacturers represented. At the moment, Blair Deffenbaugh in the 87 car, that's the Honda Fit, leads that train, but filling up his mirrors, Josh Schmidt, as well as Adam Benaway in the
and here they come right now. Actually, let's take this shot. We've got Blair Deffenbaugh. He's in that white and kind of aquamarine and blue Honda Fit at the second car in line going through. Then we've got Josh Schmidt. Schmidt is in the silver the silver Chevy Sonic, with then Adam Benaway in the dark blue Honda Fit right behind. And they are, if we focus more, we're going to let Deffenbaugh go by right here. But here come the last 2 cars in this train, the Chevy Sonic and the Honda Fit. That's the battle for second in B-Spec. And we want to see here, the one thing about B-Spec, obviously, they rely a lot on the draft, much like we see in Spec Miata or Spec Racer Ford. But because of the shape of these cars, very tall, somewhat narrow, they do open up a pretty big hole in the air. So let's take a look as they're coming down Madison Avenue, what the draft looks like. There goes our leader, and here they come, sitting 1-2. And Benaway not able to close up all that much ground on the back of Josh Schmidt's machine here. Now, Josh Schmidt got his very first Hoosier Super Tour win earlier this year in March at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and traded some messages with his wife, Gina Katzmark, last night. She was trying to find ways to get us back online so we could stream today if Verizon didn't come through. But a great fight here as now those two B-Spec cars are getting bottled up behind a couple of the machines directly ahead of them. Looks as though they're sitting right behind, I think that's Robert Cahall in the 178 Mazda Miata running an STL.
And Greg, as you mentioned, the B-Spec cars, given their stature and the fact that they can punch such a big hole in the air, are able to draft really well off of one another. As we see Adam Benaway looking to the inside there, that's going to be...
it comes down to the inside on Josh Schmidt going down into turn one. Schmidt, although Benaway looked like he was going to commit to that pass attempt, Schmidt definitely went much deeper on the brakes, and Benaway actually lost a little bit of ground there as we see talk about being bottled up. Look at this here, Dominic. As in watching this B-Spec battle, we saw where there were about, 6 cars between our B-Spec leader, Deffenbaugh, and this battle for second. And now with a lot of the slower traffic here now, they have all closed back up to both Schmidt and Benaway, I believe, are within, they've got one car separating them. They've got the one STL car sitting right in between.
So at the moment, Schmidt has visual on Blair Deffenbaugh as they make their way up the climbing S's, and then Adam Benaway does appear to have a car in between himself and...
I was going to say, it looks like Benaway now, he's still behind Schmidt, but he's about 10 car lengths back. I think he lost a lot of momentum on that attempted pass attempt going into turn one. And although, there we go, Benaway, he's been able to draft right back up to the back of Josh Schmidt. So we'll watch this battle maybe for a couple more turns, and then we'll go and pick something else out. I think we've got a couple other good fights going on in the field here. A little bit further back in B-Spec, and we just saw him come through 11. That was the Versa Note, the black Versa Note of Richard Osborne, the number 51 machine. But here we see where Deffenbaugh, it is now Deffenbaugh, then Schmidt, then Benaway. No cars between them, but Deffenbaugh has got about 8 car lengths, which could be in B-Spec without the assistance of some traffic to slow up the B-Spec leader. Could be, I don't want to say insurmountable. We've got a long way to go. We're only 10 laps in, 10 minutes into this 35-minute or 14-lap race, whichever happens to come first.
And Greg, our B-Spec drivers making their way down the hill as we speak, and both Josh Schmidt and Adam Benaway have caught up to the back of Blair Deffenbaugh's Honda Fit. So now those three are running in a queue, no cars in between them, running about equidistant, about half a car length between each.
All right, here we go. Watch them as they come into our view. And Deffenbaugh getting a little defensive already, sticking the car, keeping the car drivers right a little bit to keep Josh Schmidt and Adam Benaway from attempting that inside move. But Schmidt's going to try and go around the outside on Deffenbaugh. And if he can get around, that is going to set him up going in the NASCAR. And I think we may have now a new B-Spec leader. Indeed, Josh Schmidt has gotten around Blair Deffenbaugh. And Schmidt, I don't have all the information here. He spent, this is his second season racing in B-Spec and an SCCA road racing. He has built the cages for a majority of the B-Spec cars around the country. His own fabrication shop, Babyface Fabrications, builds cages. He has spent a lot of time. He lives right outside of Charlotte, and has spent a lot of time in NASCAR country working for a lot of the major NASCAR teams over the years. In the last couple of years, has gone into business for himself, and now he is looking at the lead in B-Spec here at the SARRC MARRS Challenge.
Yep, our top three in B-Spec have showing themselves together as they make their way up the S's. And now as they come into South Bend, again, it doesn't appear as though they have any, they have a few cars in front of them to navigate as Adam Benaway takes a peek to the inside of Blair Deffenbaugh as they went into Oak Tree. All
right, what I'd like to do here, Adam, and I'll try and lead you over to him, I want to jump back up to the battle now for second in Super Touring Light. between Ted Cahall and Brian Hooper. They are running, I believe, they are running third and fourth overall. We've got Cahall, who's in the Mazda Miata. We've got Brian Hooper in the kind of burgundy or reddish Honda Civic Coupe. And we'll be able to pick them out here momentarily. I believe, taking a look at who just went by us, they should be coming out of the horseshoe right about now. Adam, if we can go over to the horseshoe, appreciate it. All right, we're still trying to catch up with that STL race. All right, so actually, I think that battle we're looking for is going to be just ahead of this one here. There is the Mazda RX-8 of McManus, who's working his way through some slower traffic here. And so the fight that we're looking at is just ahead of that.
Okay, what we did see was on that last lap, we had Brian Hooper able to get around Ted Cahall,
yes,
who started above him on the grid. And now as we look at our back straight here.
Yeah, and I think we just saw Hooper go by Madison Avenue there, and he's got about 6 or 7 car lengths now on the Mazda Miata of Cahall. So as Cahall has fallen off the pace, and there is the rest of the STL field. So let's take a look here coming down the hill. There's Chuck Hines. He is our overall leader. There is our other camera who is gonna make us all seasick here. Is it hunts in and out for focus? Hopefully we'll get that rain drop off the lens here in just a moment. It looks like we got some rain on the camera. But the thing to look for here is on the last lap, Brian Hooper was almost 2 seconds faster than Chuck Hines. He is really starting to reel in that green 57 car as they both now head into turn 1 under braking. And I think here, Brian, this is where, Dominic, where the damp track is probably still going to be advantageous for the Honda Civic. We know that Chuck right out of the gate was a little bit too aggressive. Chuck has been over the years a very aggressive driver, and I think Hooper's maybe a little bit more stoic, a little bit more cautious approach, especially with a front-wheel drive car, might put him in very good stead.
And another thing to consider is the fact that I know a lot of the HPD, Honda Performance Development drivers, tend to set their car for a longer race.
Yes.
And also make sure they have something left to challenge at the end. As we have in our camera view just coming out of Snake, our first and second in STL going up the S's. And at the moment, Hines has, I'd say, about 8 conks in the hands over Brian Hooper. But as you mentioned, Greg, that margin is closing. Yeah.
And so, of course, the front-wheel drive racers, like you say, the HPD racers and drivers want to set up their cars for the long run, and maybe as they do the corner weighting, try and corner weight them for when the car is on low fuel, is primarily so that you don't burn off the front tires. Those front tires doing so much work and, dealing with braking forces, of course, steering forces, acceleration forces. And the last thing you want at the end of a race is to not have the front end of the car underneath you. And so far, it looks like Hooper is doing just that. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. Improved Touring, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Spec RX-7 and SSM. Please head to the grid. Race Group 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Improved Touring, Spec Racer 7, Spec RX-7, and SSM racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
And Greg, turning attention back to our B-Spec, Adam Benaway in the other Honda Fit in our top 3 has taken over the top spot. He's followed by Blair Deffenbaugh, and that can move Josh Schmidt back to 3rd place in B-Spec.
And there they go, right past us at turn 11. They're going to be heading into Oak Tree right now. And so that lead from Josh Schmidt kind of short-lived, as Benaway, who was our fastest B-Spec driver in qualifying yesterday morning, was on the pole in B-Spec for yesterday's sprint race, now moves into the lead, and they're coming at us right now. Benaway in the blue Honda Fit. He's got the white and aqua of Deffenbaugh directly behind, and then Josh Schmidt now has fallen about 6 car lengths back from there. And look at that, Dom, as we take a look at our timing and scoring tower on the left-hand side of the screen. Brian Hooper just resets fast lap here at the racetrack, and we'll take a look when they come around the next time what the gap is. But that last time by, Hooper, I believe, was somewhere along the lines of 2 seconds faster than Chuck Hines.
And Greg, we are starting to see as well some more windshield wiper action.
Yeah.
So evidently the sprinkles are beginning to pick up once again. As our B-Spec cars go into turn 1, Adam Benaway about 4 car lengths ahead of Blair Deffenbaugh, a little bit of compression as they go into 1, but they continue to open up that advantage they have over Josh Schmidt in 3rd.
All right, and we're taking a look to see what other big races we have going on here where the field is. None of our SPU drivers posted today. Blair Stitt, Michael Outten not taking the flag. Outten had blown up his Datsun 510 during the test day on Friday. Ricky Thompson is our sole ITR racer in his BMW Z3, and he is a little bit further back in the field right now. And we'll check in on him in just a little bit. Jason Koch in his STU BMW. By the way, Ricky Thompson currently running 6th overall. Koch is currently running 21st overall. In Touring 3, only Mark Bradley in his E46 posted today. John Ferguson, I think we had incident early on in our first race group of the day. Did not make it out, and at this point, Brian Price really opening up a heck of an advantage over Jennifer Romes and Grant McDonald. I think the last time I looked, it was somewhere around 35 seconds between Price and Romes.
And Adam, please, if you could go to our horseshoe cam. It appears as though we might just have a change in the lead for STL. Brian Hooper, as we had mentioned, had been making inroads on Chuck Hines, and as they come through, yes, indeed, as they go through NASCAR, our new leader in STL is going to be Hooper. But did I say that Chuck Hines comes right back and makes the inside overtake as they go into left hook?
Yeah, turning into a real good fight. It almost looked like a redux of our opening lap where Hines had issues coming through NASCAR and had to get out of the throttle as Hooper had gotten around the green machine of Hines. He then had to get out of the throttle coming through 3 and ended up losing positions there. As we can see now, the rain starting to pick up once again, and both Hines and Hooper coming underneath some slower traffic in the entrance to the uphill S's. And so here's the question: was it the fact that the Civic was stronger with that damp but drying track, or does Hooper have something now for Chuck Hines when the rain starts to really come down? As we see the blue flagger there, we talked about Peyton Johnson, driver of the Neon earlier. Well, we found out Peyton Johnson is the blue flagger there at turn 11, as he has been very good and letting slower traffic know that our faster cars and leaders in some of the classes are coming through.
Individual of many talents.
That's right. All right, so let's take a look now. They should be coming down the back straight, and there we go. As it looks like Hooper got a good jump out of Oak Tree. He's able to close up now to within about a half a car length of these racers, as we've got 5 laps or a little bit less than 13 minutes remaining on this Cinco de Mayo. 5 laps, Cinco de Mayo. It seems like a good little segue there. Let's take a look now as they are coming down the roller coaster. And Hooper definitely more cautious down the roller coaster than Chuck Hines is. Hines a little bit later on the braking. He opens up almost four additional car lengths as they go down that section of the track. We just had the 43 machine, Tom Sterrett, in his H production Volkswagen Cabriolet, take his car back to the paddock. I think he's our only H production car out here today.
And we had our STL leaders, Hines and Hooper, flash across the start-finish line. So I believe they're going to be working 4 laps to go. As we go back to our horseshoe cam, please. And we're going to see coming out of turn number 1, Hines, as you mentioned, a little more hesitation from Hooper this past lap getting through the corners. And Hines has opened up about a 5-car length advantage.
Yeah, and you can see there also where Hooper really adjusts his line coming through NASCAR, tries to stay away from that exit curbing where he had so many issues just a lap before. But he is now, about 4 car lengths back? Oh, and it looks like Hines might have had a little bit of an issue going through 5A. Let's take a look as they come through Snake. No, he's held that advantage now at about 6 car lengths, and this is where... also, another section here where Hines started to stretch things out on Brian Hooper. Hooper looking a little bit tentative in this section of the track. Coming down the pit lane, and this is a big surprise here. We saw him fall back early on. The Mazda RX-8 STL machine of Robert McManus. Looks like he's heading back to the paddock. And the 86 GT Light car of Ken Blackburn as well. That's going to leave David Blaine as our sole GT Light driver in his Mazda Miata. And it's also going to move now Neil Goldner up into 6th position in STL as McManus, his race is done.
And Greg, this also begs the question, as we mentioned before, prior to this race and this session, that the weather has changed dramatically from when we dropped the green flag. So I'm wondering if setup-wise, if some of these drivers have planned on a much drier environment for their race today, and the car's just becoming much more of a handful now that the rain has intensified as it has. As we have the 123 of Mark Bradley in his BMW coming down the pit lane, and he might be indicating that he is going to be retiring as well.
He's going to be retiring. It looks like he'll get the race win in T3. Why? Because he was the only T3 driver to take the green flag today, and he races more than halfway. Just received word that we had David Blaine, the number 37 machine, spin his car. I believe it was over at turn 5. He is now continued. You just saw the yellow flag come out at turn 11. We're going to get the car number, try and get the car number on that there. Spun center of track. He has now continued, and that yellow flag, as you can see, has been withdrawn. All right, here comes Hines and Hooper once again through NASCAR, coming through some slower traffic. And Dominic, I think Brian Hooper had managed to edge ahead of Chuck Hines. Actually, we're still having some timing issues here. I was going to say, I thought he had managed to slide by at the line. That was not the case. But we can see here now as they're coming through Snake, Hines continue. I'd say he's keeping a fairly constant gap back to Brian Hooper. That last time by, Hooper made up, I think, about 0.2, but it still looks to be about 7 to 8 car lengths that's separating those two drivers.
And Greg, an observation I've made when we've had our cameras on South Bend is the different lines that both Hines and Hooper are taking into that. While Hines is going much more to driver's left to open up the radius, Hooper is going much more to driver's right as they make their way.
It's like he's trying to give himself a buffer. He has to turn in much later in order to make that work. But obviously does not want to risk having that car understeer all the way out to the other edge of the track and not be able to pull it back. As it sounds like the 83 machine of Michael Unger, our E-Production S2000, had some issues. That was actually coming out of Snake. He is now back underway. And that is going to drop him back behind Bryce McGuire in the BMW Z3. McGuire, who is, of course, your overall leader. Unger really, I think the highest Unger had been was in 9th position. So again, not a huge fight there for Bryce McGuire in that BMW. Should mention that Stephen Clark, who was yesterday's winner in F production in his Mazda Miata, and I believe he's actually racing his ITA Mazda Miata here under F production rather than the yellow. He's racing the white number 13 versus the yellow number 13. The yellow car is the purpose-built F production car. Clark right now with a 1.5 minute advantage over Stephen Layfield in F production.
And Greg, as I do look outside of our booth, an anomaly so far, patches of blue sky.
What is that? Blue sky?
Yeah, we can also see on our cameras the clouds beginning to part just a little bit, which could be something that our racers later on may look forward to.
I think that's what you call the calm before the storm. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Improved Touring. Spec RX-7 and SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. SSM racers. Improved Touring racers. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
And Greg, as we have our cars making their way down Madison Avenue, going back to our B-Spec battle that we were talking about, again, Blair Deffenbaugh in the Honda Fit continues to lead the way there,
right.
followed by Adam Benaway, who, and I think our time might be lagging just a little bit, but Benaway was about 3 car lengths back as they are now making their way down the hill.
Well, let's take a look as we see them rolling down through the roller coaster there, and it looks like Benaway possibly with about 2.5, 3 car lengths advantage on Blair Deffenbaugh. Let's see if that is still the case. Either that or they're coming up on the Versa Note a lap down the 151 car. No, that is the case. On the front straight now, there is the Benaway machine. He's got 2 car lengths on Blair Deffenbaugh, just as our overall leader there. Watch him coming down into turn 1. That's the number 98 machine of Bryce McGuire going by both of our B-Spec leaders into turn 1. The next time McGuire comes by, he's going to get the 1 to go board as time is running down here at Virginia International Raceway. But that means likely that, we've got 2 laps now, essentially, for our B-Spec leaders.
And Greg, speaking of anomalies, another one, looks like the sun, we haven't used that word this weekend, might be making an appearance as well, making a cameo.
So not only blue sky, but actually sun as well. You know, when we showed up here for the runoffs, the week that it did nothing but rain in 2022, I was actually greeted by a rainbow coming in the front gate of the track. And no pot of gold, just gallons and gallons, buckets of water for that entire week.
Okay, again, as we look to our climbing S's, our B-Spec leaders making their way up. And again, Blair Deffenbaugh not allowing Benaway to get away as they make their way through South Bend. And we can see, as they come into view here, that Deffenbaugh is about a car length and a half back as they have a few cars to negotiate, as we see... as we do see the blue flag's been given to a few cars in front. And those drivers are going to be making their way down Madison Avenue. Blair Deffenbaugh continues to have the advantage, but Adam Benaway continues to have the advantage, but Blair Deffenbaugh in his draft and looms about 2 car lengths back as they get ready to head into Hog Pen.
All right, as our leader, Bryce McGuire, starts his way down the roller coaster. I believe he's the lead car in that group. Actually, he's just ahead of that group there. Next time he comes by, he will get the 1 to go. So let's keep on this B-Spec race here as Blair Deffenbaugh has closed back up on the Benaway machine as they come down the hill.
And Greg, we are getting word that our overall leader, Bryce McGuire, is, as we see in our camera, going to be showing the 1 to go board. So
Yep.
we're going to be working the final lap of this race.
And we are, as McGuire is now heading down into turn 1. Here comes that B-Spec battle. There they are, locked nose to tail. Adam Benaway and Blair Deffenbaugh. Blair Deffenbaugh moving all the way to driver's left to try and perhaps go and do an over-under move on Benaway. And he makes up some ground there. I thought maybe he entered a little bit late, but he is now side by side with Benaway as they come through 2. Benaway, though, with the better drive out of the corner, comes right across the nose of Deffenbaugh. He is going to hold on to the lead in Class 4 now. And we'll keep watching this. I'm also trying to pick up where that battle for the lead in STL is, and actually they're coming right by us now on the front straight. Chuck Hines, all by himself, going down in the 1. And I haven't seen Hooper come by. There he goes. There, Hooper now almost 20 seconds in arrears of Chuck Hines. So as the track went wet. And there he goes. The red car going in the 1, that is Hooper. The green car that's coming in the NASCAR right now, that is Chuck Hines. So about 80 car lengths now separating those 2 cars that for a while were side by side just a few laps ago. All right, let's jump back and see if we can find that B-Spec fight. There it is, going into 11 as we've got Deffenbaugh trying to find a way around Adam Benaway. And we'll check back in with them in a few moments. But we're going to take a look and grab our lead car. And going into the top of the roller coaster now is our overall leader. That is Bryce McGuire, driver of the number 99 BMW. And he is, I believe, the lead car in this group. There he is. In that number 99 machine. He has had perhaps the easiest race of the day here, Dominic, at least so far. And the 98 machine all by himself as he comes onto the front straight. We'll watch him get the checkered flag, and then we'll go back to that B-Spec battle. Bryce McGuire takes the win here today at VIR and takes the win in E-Production. Now let's watch that battle for the win in B-Spec. They're going to be coming to us here in just a moment. Adam Benaway had the lead as they were on the front straight, and let's take a look. There it is. Adam Benaway will get the win. Blair Deffenbaugh will finish in second. And now coming across the line, and Dominic, this might have something to do with it now as we watch him come across the line. There is the Chevy Sonic of Josh Schmidt. The rear bumper cap hanging off the back of that car looked like there was a bit of damage there. And so I think what we may have seen, we didn't hear the call come in, if there was a call come in, but some kind of damage there that obviously for a car that is a momentum car, you can't have a big parachute hanging off the back of your car like that.
I noticed that a few laps ago, working with the air brake there for Josh Schmidt, and of course that's not going to help your ability to go through the air cleanly.
Indeed. All right, real quick, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll go and run down the finish here. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Improved Touring, Spec RX-7, and SSM. Race group number 3, this is your final call to the grid. All right, so I'm going to give you the top 5 here, and then we'll break it down by class. Bryce McGuire takes the win in E-Production in his BMW. He is your overall winner. Chuck Hines in his Mazda Miata will finish second overall, takes the win in Super Touring Light. Brian Hooper, third overall, finishes second in Super Touring Light. And then Ted Cahall will finish in third in STL. Fourth overall, Ricky Thompson rounds out your top 5. He's your sole ITR driver in his BMW Z3. If we break it down by class, let's move over to some of our production classes. Stephen Clark taking the win over Stephen Layfield at the line. Margin of victory, 2 minutes, 5 seconds. Wow. Bryce McGuire taking the win in E-Production, as we mentioned. Michael Unger in the 83 machine had an off-track issue. He finishes a lap down. Our sole racer in STU, Jason Koch in the 155 machine. And then we move over to Let's move over to ITR, where it was Ricky Thompson, Tom Sterrett, in his H production Volkswagen Golf Cabriolet, or Volkswagen Rabbit Cabriolet. He retires after only 6 laps. Mark Bradley in his BMW 330 Ci, the 123 machine. He retires after 8 laps. He was our sole racer in that class. In Touring 4, Brian Price taking the win. Jennifer Romes finishing second, 4 laps down. And Grant McDonald finishing also 4 laps down. And then finally, GT Light, David Blaine takes the win. Ken Blackburn only completes 7 laps out of 14. And then finally in STL, Chuck Hines, Brian Hooper, Ted Cahill, your top 3. Thomas Paolino finishes just off the podium in 4th in his Mazda Miata. Neil Goldner in his Mazda RX-7 finishes 5th. Then Forrest Landy, Robert Cahill, Robert McManus, Miranda Price, rounding out your 9-car field. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We will be back in just a few moments with our next race, Improved Touring, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, and SSM here at Virginia International Raceway. But first, let's talk about one of our great partners that helps bring us this coverage in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series each year and each season, and that is OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. 585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway and the 2024 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. We've got 2 races down. We've got, let's see if I can do my simple math. We've got 3 more races to go. Up next is Improved Touring, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Spec RX-7, of which I don't believe we have any Spec RX-7s here this weekend. And then finally, SSM, presented by Toyo Tires. We had 29 drivers set qualifying times. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 29th, driving the number 47 ITC Volkswagen Rabbit, it's Mickey Morwald out of Clearwater, Florida. Chris Pincamo will start 28th. He's driving the number 26 ITA Mazda Miata. Steve Grizzle will start 27th. He's driving the number 52 ITA Mazda Miata with Martin Ryder starting 26th. Martin's driving the number 76 IT7 Mazda RX-7. He's from Reidsville, North Carolina. Nick Shively will start 25th. He is running in the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. He's driving the number 83 Scion FRS. Mike Spencer starting 24th. Mike is in the number 60 ITA Mazda Miata, and he is from Raleigh, North Carolina, racing for Father-Son Racing. Angela Jago is starting 23rd. She is in the number 129 Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series Mazda Miata. She's out of Midland, Michigan, and she says her sponsor is Husband. And we would like to thank Husband for bringing by all the donuts here this morning. Thank you, Kelton. We really appreciate both you and Angela for all you do for us. Starting 22nd, driving the number 28 IT7 Mazda RX-7 from Durham, North Carolina. It's Robert Mitchell. Ray Seabird Heath is going to start 21st. He's in the number 9 SSM Mazda Miata. Starting in 20th is driving the number 85 ITS Datsun 280Z, Jay Miller. Adam Volatile starting 19th. He's in the number 04 SSM. Emil Dugaru is going to be starting 18th. He's in the number 185 SSM Miata. Then we've got Miranda Price. She's starting in the 108 car, the SSM Mazda Miata. She's starting 17th. Starting 16th in the number 36 SSM Mazda is Chris Tilton. Rich Ura will start 15th. He's in the number 61 SSM Mazda, with Scott Krasnick starting 14th. He's driving the number 91 SSM car. Also in SSM, driving the number 66 machine and starting 13th today, it's Kevin Kopp from Great Falls, Virginia. Andy O'Brien is going to start 12th. He's in the number 14 SSM Mazda Miata. And your fastest driver in qualifying this morning in the damp, Grayson Upchurch III, in his IT8 Dodge Neon. That's a 23 car. He's scheduled to start 11th. Starting 10th today, driving the number 31 ITA Mazda Miata from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, it's Joel Gambino. Then we move over for a bit back to SSM. We've got Chip Disharoon starting 9th. He's in the number 0 SSM Mazda Miata. Dylan Adeli will start 8th. The high schooler is driving the number 71 Mazda Miata, while his good friend Jamison Huffman, one of our 2022 DC Region Rookies of the Year, starts 7th. That is Jamison Huffman. Ryan Maloney, yesterday's winner in SSM, will start 6th on the field. He's in the number 15 car, and he's from Dayton, Maryland. Then we've got Greg Michael. Greg is starting 5th today. He's driving the number 40 Porsche 944. He's representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. Brad Gould for about the 400th time today, and I got to see Brad after the Spec Racer Ford race this morning. He was grinning from ear to ear. He is going to start 4th today. He's driving the number 97 Spec Racer Ford in the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And your front row, or probably starting 3rd today, driving the number 86 ITS Acura Integra from Raleigh, North Carolina, Justin Deffenbaugh. And now your front row, driving the number 74 ITS Acura TSX from Cumming, Georgia. It's the G-Lock Brakes OPM Autosports machine, Willie Fee. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 34 ITS Mazda MX-5 from Cary, North Carolina. That's the Mazda Hoosier G-Lock machine. It's Jeff Giordano.
And Greg, just a few notes before we get started. We did hear through the grapevine that there is a bit of a differing of tire strategies for this race. Our 74 of Willie Fee, as well as our 86 of Justin Deffenbaugh, have elected to go out on a wet weather tire setup for this race, while everyone else in class has decided to go out on dry. So
actually, I think it's just the opposite. The two front wheel drive drivers are on the dry weather tires. Giordano, we think, is on wets right now. As we see the green flag in the air, and as they come down, it looks like Willie Fee in that Acura with a little bit more displacement, 2 liters versus 1.8. He gets the early jump as they head down into turn at number 1. But it looks like the Mazda is able to edge ahead of the Acura, as best I can tell from the colors here, coming through the horseshoe, coming through turn at number 2. And you know why Willie Fee let him through is because he knows now to always watch his mirrors, at least going into turn 3 at Road Atlanta. That's what he let me know today. Sorry, Willie. Here as the rest of the field filters through, and it does look as though the Acura Integra of Deffenbaugh now sitting 3rd overall where he started, with the rest of the field starting to bottle up a little bit behind. But this is that opportunity, especially as now we've gone about 20 minutes with no rainfall. We are starting to see now part of the track starting to dry up as it's a little bit more than 70 degrees ambient air temperature here, as these drivers are now finally at speed, having determined where they're going to have grip, where they're not, where there is a dry line, where there is not a dry line around this course.
And Greg, we've been talking throughout the weekend about Brad Gould specifically having participating in 3 different classes. Miranda Price participated in the race just prior to this.
In STL, yeah.
A quick turnaround there, as we see some early battling here into the Oak Tree. Into the Oak Tree braking zone, and it was 3 wide with 3 of our SSMs. That was Jameson Huffman, Ryan Maloney, and then Dylan Adeli, who was far 2 drivers right.
That's right. And so Adeli yesterday, I believe, ended up getting his first podium in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here at the track. Let's take a look. It was in SSM taking the win, Ryan Maloney, and he really just jumped out to an early lead over the rest of these Mazda Miatas in class. I think the margin of victory there was somewhere around 30 seconds. But Jameson Huffman, Vic Disheru, and Andy O'Brien had a real good fight. And my mistake, Dylan Adeli, who is a senior in high school out of Great Falls, Virginia, he finished 5th in the race, following up his top 5 at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event at Summit Point over April Fool's Day. And it sounds like we've got a local caution now down at Oak Tree with a car off. And it sounds like it's the 14 machine of Andy O'Brien, the SSM Miata, that has gone off course and is nosed into the tire wall on the outside of turn 17 on the outside of Hogpen. We'll keep watching this and stay with our action here. See if we end up going to a local, probably if we end up going to a full course caution or not, as they're looking things over. But it sounds like he's far enough off course, they may just leave him out there. Should mention that the number 40 Porsche 944 has brought his car back behind the wall. That's Greg Michael. He makes it not even one full lap, and his race is done.
And Greg, as the field begins to navigate Snake here on our 2nd lap, we had in SSM. It looked as though going into left hook, Vic Dishrin was able to get at least alongside, if not overtake, Ryan Maloney, who was our pole sitter. And indeed, as they go up the climbing S's, the 0 car of Vic Dishrin is your new SSM leader.
All right. Sounds like they're still trying to determine whether or not we're able to get that car out, get the 14 car of O'Brien out and away from that tire wall on the outside of Hogpen. Doesn't sound like they are. We'll continue monitoring. Sounds as though they're going to be deploying the safety car, however. I think we're probably going to be, the safety car is standing up. We're going to be going full course caution here at VIR, and you can see the safety car deploying now from the pit lane. He will end up picking up your overall leader. That is Jeff Giordano. And so at least for the time being, Dominic, of course, coming under full course caution, this is going to, of course, close the field back up. But that decision to go out on wets versus dries, at least in ITS, it looks like the gamble that Willie Fee and Justin Deffenbaugh made just didn't pay off more than just the very first corner here today. That Giordano had about a 3.5 second advantage when they completed the very first lap. And here comes Giordano now onto the front straight. He should be coming across the start-finish line to complete his 2nd lap now. And here's something, well, we'll see if it's, I don't know if it's problematic. There we go. It appears as though we see, it looks like some slower traffic. One of our Mazda Miatas was situated right ahead of Willie Fee, and Fee, of course, not wanting to pass under yellow, was backing off the pace, and then all of a sudden we saw that Mazda drop back. But that's going to put some slower traffic now, I think, between Willie Fee and I was going to say between Willie Fee and Justin Deffenbaugh. But you know what? I may have this wrong. I think that actually might be Chip Disharoon, who now I was expecting to see Justin Deffenbaugh up right behind Willie Fee, and that is not the case, as we've got Chip Disharoon, Ryan Maloney, and Jameson Huffman. They're running 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall behind those 2 ITS drivers.
And at the moment, Deffenbaugh is being shown running in 9th place, so lost 6 positions on that last circuit alone.
All right, so the field now grouping up behind the safety car. And here's where we'll probably see who has wet weather tires and who has dry weather tires Watch here as we come up which drivers go for any piece of damp track they can find. I think we've just now determined that Jeff Giordano is indeed on the wet weather tires, as he stayed all the way driver's left off of the dry line going into the S's, while Willie Fee stayed in the dry. Chip Disharoon in the 0 SSM Miata, who currently leads yesterday's winner, Ryan Maloney. He took to the wet weather patch as well. And then it looks like Jamison Huffman as well.
And another driver who we saw make some big advances on the start, that was Grayson Upchurch in the Dodge Neon, running in the ITA class. He moved up 3 spots. As we saw going through Snig on the opening lap, Upchurch had been making his way through some of the SSM cars and now finds himself situated behind Kevin Kopp in the 66. And while we do have a moment, we would also like to thank all of our volunteers here this weekend who represent both the North Carolina region, the Washington, D.C. region, especially with all of the precipitation and varying conditions that we've had out here. Thank them for allowing us to have this event take place, even though with all the weather that we've gotten, perhaps hasn't been the most optimal conditions for standing outside the majority of the day. So thank you to everyone out there, be it the corner workers, be it tech, and all of the other specialties who have worked so well together to put this on for us. And also thank you to the North Carolina region for hosting this event as well. As we have the 40 car of Greg Michael. He's running the Porsche 944, making his way down the pit lane.
Yeah, and we thought that he had taken that car back behind the wall before. I don't know. Maybe it's like a German car's check engine light where it just goes on and off and something. And well, it looks like, did he rejoin or did he go back behind the wall? It looks like he might have rejoined. So he'll rejoin a couple laps down, of course. But, you know, as long as they're under full course caution, kind of makes sense. Yeah, he only, because he pitted he completed the first lap on the pit lane. And so now he is heading back out again, apparently, after making some repairs back behind the wall. All right, so the safety car now bringing the field on the front straight. They'll be coming into our view here momentarily. All right, sounds like they've got the 14. Well, I was gonna say it sounds like they may have that car that was a problem for us down by Hog Pen. Might have it cleared out. So let's see if there's a racing god, Dominic. We might be going back racing this next time by.
Okay, I also want to briefly speak about the drivers who we did not see take the track this afternoon. Brad Gould may have had his share of fun for the weekend, decided not to come out here to run bracket this afternoon. Also the 91 of Scott Kreistek in SSM. We also had Jay Miller in that Datsun, and then Robert Mitchell in an IT7 machine also not take the track this afternoon.
All right, there is the 14 machine of Andy O'Brien going down the pit lane with the assistance of a wrecker. And we can see it there. There's the wrecker bringing O'Brien's machine. Obviously a little bit of front end damage where he went into that wall at the outside of turn 17. But we believe that the course should be clear. Just waiting for that command from race control to our safety car. The safety car will probably extinguish the lights somewhere on the back straight on Madison Avenue if the decision is made to go back to green flag racing. Now let's continue to look and see if we have any drivers that go for those wet patches. And we see one right there who's sticking his far left right now.
And Greg, the SSM in question there looked to be the 15 of Ryan Maloney, who likely gambled on the track staying a little bit more wet. And now that we can visibly see the lighter, larger streaks of asphalt, at this point, it looks as though, at least on the racing line, there's more dry than wet, which explains the reason why, at least through Snake, that the drivers who are on the wet weather tires are going so far to drivers left.
Yeah, and then we just had one towards the tail end of the field, and I think it was one of our ITA Mazdas. I think it might have been Chris Pincamo, who brought his car just before the entrance to the uphill S's, took his car all the way to driver's right to the very edge of the track, where there is one very small puddle. It's only about a foot long and maybe half a foot wide, but that's where he put the car, and he was the only one to drive out there. He figured that the left side tires were getting all the love on the earlier run out of Snake, had to get the right side tires a little bit of love as well, as the safety car now brings the field down Madison Avenue. And let's take a look. I believe the lights are still on that car. Well, no, it looks like the lights have been extinguished on the safety car, Dominic. So we should be going back to green flag racing this next time by.
I think at this point, for our wet weather tire runners, finding those wet patches can be like a needle in a haystack at this point.
Yes.
It's trying to find any sort of water they can get to cool off those tires enough. This
is our biggest race car of the day. And you know what? We'll see here if we go back. Because that safety car now bringing the field pretty darn close to that emergency vehicle. I think there's enough time for it to get onto the pit lane. Let's see here. We can see that the headlights are on the safety car, but I believe those are just the daytime running lights on that car. I think they're going to be on regardless. I'm looking to see if that front loader is on the pit lane. You can see our camera doing a double take and trying to focus as well. And I have not heard any communication recently from the safety car. So let's see. Well, the safety car is on the front straight still with the field. And it looks like the lights are on the safety car. Well, obviously, they're on the front straight here. And there it is coming into our view with the full field behind. So we've got at least one more circuit here of Virginia International Raceway under full course caution. We have 10 laps remaining, or just a little bit more than 20 minutes, whichever comes first. Let's reset the field here quickly for you, as we've got Jeff Giordano. He is currently your overall leader and also your leader in ITS. Willie Fee running second, both overall and ITS. Your SSM leader currently, Chip Disharoon with Ryan Maloney second, Jamison Huffman third, Dylan Adeli fourth, Kevin Kopp running in fifth. If we move down in ITA, Mike Spencer, who I believe was your 2023 Southeast Division ITA champion, Mike Spencer, and his birthday, I believe, was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. He is currently your ITA leader. He runs 12th overall. Nick Shively, your bracket race leader, with Angela Jago, currently second. Grayson Upchurch is running second in ITA. Chris Pincamo is running third in ITA. And Mickey Morwald, she's your sole ITC driver, out on course currently in her Volkswagen Rabbit.
And Greg, speaking of ITA, a driver who had fallen back from the start was Joel Gambino in the 31 car. He was down 12 spots, started very close to the top 10, and now is buried in
22nd.
Buried in 22nd place.
Yeah, big drop for Joel. Joel, we just talked about our Southeast Division ITA champion. Joel is the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series ITA champion, not this past year, but for many years in the past, and a little bit of a surprise there to see him drop 10 positions. And there you go. Still see a couple of drivers right behind the IT7 of Martin Reiter. That was Chris Pincamo, as I mentioned. going all the way driver's right, trying to cool those right side tires down a little bit on his ITA Mazda Miata. Ryder in the purple number 76 IT7 Mazda RX-7 directly ahead of him.
And Greg, as we've been making observations about who might be on what different tire compound, a very similar situation we saw at the 2021 runoffs at Indianapolis,
That's
especially
right.
with races like F Production, where Craig Hema was the pole sitter for that race and had decided to go out on a wet weather setup, but the track dried out enough where
Yes.
the wet weather tires didn't end up being the optimal rubber to have for that particular race, and so a number of the cars who had gambled on the track drying out ended up paying dividends for their efforts, and they ended up moving to the front, while the drivers who had chosen the H2O compound had dropped
back. I think we saw the Acura, well, probably not Acura. Honda Del Sol also was one of the fastest cars in qualifying during the week, and considering it was a front-wheel drive car, it fell back through the field. It was that race. I think was one of the most challenging. I think the big standout driver I remember from that weekend, and I don't think he came away with the win, was Mason Workman in his Mazda Miata. Very aggressive driver in the wet. We saw him here take a win at the Super Tour this spring in damp conditions. A very, very strong racer in the wet. And trying to remember who took the win for that race.
And for 2020, I do believe it was Cliff Ira in that Honda Del Sol. And I do remember the... actually that year... Oh, I'm looking at 2022. I'm not looking at the Indy runoffs. Pardon me. I'll try that again. I also recall that both Charlie Campbell and Eric Pearl, of course, both running Jesse prepared Mazdas, had made the not opportune decision to run rain tires. And they ended up falling a little bit further back than their great positions as well.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Cliff Ira in his Honda Del Sol took the win there. Kevin Ruck finishing second. Rick Harris running Mark Carpenter's old Acura Integra, two-time national championship winning Integra, finished third in that race. So it was all front-wheel drive at the front, and then Sam Henry, Charlie Campbell, Mason Workman in the three different Mazdas. Mazda Miatas finishing 4th, 5th, and 6th. All right, so we've got still another lap under caution here. Adam, do we have still some cleanup that we can see on our cameras? I'm wondering if they're doing some tire wall repair out of our view.
Our camera didn't see the inside.
Okay. So it's quite possible that we know that the O'Brien car went into the tire wall over at Hog Pen. Quite possible that they're doing some tire wall repair over there, as we've got another lap under full course caution.
And Greg, when you have these variances of dry and wet weather tires, in situations like this where you have drivers searching for wherever they can find wet patches of tarmac, and if you're in those wet weather tires and the track is rapidly drying or has essentially dried, as we were seeing here, you can be essentially a sitting duck, especially when we get to the corners where you're just not able to float the same roll speed through as the dry weather tire runners, and sometimes it can be as simple as the tire that you're rolling that can influence your finishing position from when you start the race, even because when we started this race, it definitely wasn't as nearly as dry as it is now.
All right, so if we check the clock here, we've got 9 laps to go, or for a little over 14 minutes remaining. Let's do this, Dominic. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, SMX. It had less flow than when I did it this morning. It was more song-like when I did it this morning. Race group number 5, Spec Miata and all the different variations thereof. If you could please start heading to the grid, your race is next.
And good guys, we have as we're looking at our South Bend camera at the moment as they get ready to head into Oak Tree. This is definitely one of the parts of the course where drivers are going to be very happy to have the road be much more dry. As we've seen both in 2019 and also 2022 when the runoffs are here and the races were rain affected. I remember the opening lap of GT1 in 2019, albeit there was a bit of oil laid down on that opening lap.
A little bit? More
Might be an understatement.
Yeah.
But the
two laps worth of oil.
But now when we saw Tony Ave in his Corvette slide off at the Oak Tree turn and was fortunately able to get back on track there. And then in 2022, Touring 2 was one of the groups that was most affected by, at least on that portion of the course, having rainfall, and
yes,
a number of cars went in, but definitely not all of them came out, at least in the same.
Well, we had that in 2022. I believe it was the Prototype 1 race where we had a good portion of the field that it started raining actually during the pace lap, and we had drivers go off there, and yes, that GT1 race, that ill-fated GT1 race back in 2019, where I think Ernie Francis took the win. Almost everybody went off at Oak Tree on that lap in what was an extreme amount of oil laid down, and that race probably shouldn't have gotten the green flag to start, but we'll leave that for another day. That we've had now almost 5 years to discuss that race. If you want to discuss it offline, we'll talk about it. But we'll see here and try to get a bead. Obviously now another lap under the safety car, as the safety car is on the front straight now with the field. And so this, Dominic, I think has to be awfully frustrating for the racers. I mean, they can see the work that's being done at that section of the track. But, you just want to get back and go racing here. And they just haven't, I almost find this harder than when they have a black flag condition, bring all the cars on the pit lane. Maybe you have a little bit of a chance to calm yourself down, to relax, have that little moment of zen, where here, you are constantly either waiting for your crew, if you have crew on the radio with you, trying to look forward to the safety car, whether the lights are going to, when you're coming to the top of the roller coaster, whether the lights are out or the lights are on, if you're going to go back racing or not. And you just have this emotional ebb and flow where you get amped up for a restart that isn't going to happen probably for another 4 or 5 minutes, and then you start the whole cycle again.
And Greg, as you just alluded to, this is another situation where having somebody in your ear on a radio is going to help you, and also because it can alter the strategy you take going into the restart, because of course the fewer laps that you have to work with, that means that the moves you're going to have to make and the advances forward you're going to have to make are going to be much more immediate, and you're going to have to make sure that you're calculating all those moves much earlier, because you're going to have less green flag laps to try to make your way up the field. As our field makes its way out of Snake, getting ready to come up the climbing S's, and we continue to see Jeff Giordano, our leader, go far to driver's left to where the wet patches are the most visible, and a few other cars following suit there. So we'll see, and we're going to try to get word from race control here as to how much longer they forecast us being under our safety car here.
And getting word, actually hearing it now from, I was going to say, hearing it from one of our flaggers. Apparently, Justin Deffenbaugh, we mentioned that he had fallen back to ninth. Apparently, there was a little bit of contact that might have precipitated that over the flag. I don't want to say exactly where the flagger is, but let's just say it happened just before they got to Oak Tree. All right. And actually now, this is actually neat. I talk about having our spies sometimes and our informants. So I've just now gotten a message from one of the flaggers at the corner station where he was. I am now finding from Justin Deffenbaugh, from Justin Deffenbaugh's wife, who's on the radio with him, about how upset he might have been or not have been. As you can imagine, he was a little ticked here. All right, here we go. Just gotten word from race control. The lights are going to be extinguished on the safety car this time by. We still see them flashing there underneath the grill and in the front windshield, but the lights are going to be out on the pace car, and I am getting word now. Well, we'll see. Apparently, Deffenbaugh and the Zero Miata of Chip Disharoon had come together, and yes, apparently the truck with about 400 bundles of tires goes by us, we now know that they were repairing the tire wall down at 17. But we should be going back racing this time by. We'll have 7 laps remaining when they cross the start-finish line, or 8 minutes. No way that we're going to get all those laps in. So probably going to be, probably about a 3 maybe 4 lap fight here to the end, as our racers are now, again, single file coming down through the roller coaster and onto the front straight. Pace car, safety car is now on the pit lane, turning the field back over to Jeff Giordano, driver of the number 34 ITS Mazda Miata. And there we go, green flag is back in the air. And look at that, Willie Fee taking advantage of that start. He's going to pull right alongside Giordano. It looks like the very start of this race. Chip Disharoon also getting a great jump. He's our leader in SSM in the black Zero car, as Ryan Maloney has to contend with Jamison Huffman. They are still side by side, battling it out for second in SSM, and they are 4th and 5th respectively. They've opened up a little bit of a gap now to Dylan Adeli in the 71 machine and the silver gray number 66 of Kevin Kopp. That rounds out your 7th. Justin Deffenbaugh has gotten around Rich Ura's Mazda Miata, move him now up into 8th.
And Greg, on the start, from our vantage point, Chip Disharoon looked like he got launched out of a cannon, had attached himself to the rear of Willie Fee's Acura there, as our field makes its way through the snake. And Vic Disharoon does now have his closest pursuer in class, Jameson Huffman, right on his rear bumper. And then we have the aforementioned Justin Deffenbaugh going side by side with, I believe, the 71 there of Dylan Adeli.
Dylan Adeli. So Ryan Maloney losing a couple positions there on the start, but I think the big story is Willie Fee in that Acura TSX managed to get around Giordano coming through the horseshoe, and he is your new leader. Pretty clear that Giordano carried a lot more speed through South Bend. He's able to pull right up to the back of the Acura, though, as they head into Oak Tree. We'll see what happens when they come out onto the front straight here, and whether or not Fee can get the front tires to bite and get a good jump. And here they come up Madison Avenue now, and it is, of course, as we expected, a pretty good-sized gap between Fee, Giordano, and that SSM battle, but Justin Deffenbaugh trying to work his way around all those Mazda Miatas, and he had a heck of a head of steam on him. I think he was a lot closer to our 2 leaders than I expected, and Deffenbaugh, think he's gotten by all the Mazdas now, so move him up into 3rd overall, and like I said, he's got a head of steam on him.
And Greg, as they came down the roller coaster, we also have, as we mentioned before, a new leader in SSM. That's going to be the 89 car of Jamison Huffman. Was able to get by both Chip Disharoon and Ryan Maloney on that last lap. And now, as our field heads into turn 1, Willie Fee leads Giordano by about 3 car lengths, but then we go back to our SSM top 3. Jamison Huffman currently leads the charge. That has both Disharoon and Ryan Maloney only about a car length back as they come out of turn number 1. And Greg, as our top 2 head into Snake, Willie Fee was able to jump Jeff Giordano on the restart, but not allowing the Acura to pull away as they navigate and get ready to go up the S's. It's only about, I'd say, 2 car lengths from Fee back to Giordano at this point.
You know, had an interesting call on the radio coming in from, and I think it came from the start stand, about that restart and how both Chip Disharoon as well as Justin Deffenbaugh both poked out of line and upstream prior to the green flag coming out. They said it looked a little bit out of touch. Now, a single file restart, I'm fairly certain that as long as you have not passed the car in front of you, you're actually okay there. We'll hear what's going to happen. I have a feeling that those drivers, though, probably going to end up having a little discussion with the stewards afterwards. So we'll see how this plays out. And yeah, that may be the case. But let's take a look here now as they come down the front straight, and Deffenbaugh all over the back of Giordano's Mazda as Willie Fee starts to walk away, and this is where the dry weather tires come into play. This is the interesting thing is, we're not going to have a lot of time left. When our racers come across the line, we're probably going to have under 3 minutes remaining on the clock, but all that time under full course caution, the drivers that went out on wet tires, whether they be the DOT wet tires that the ITS drivers are running, or whether they be more of a full tread Toyo RA1 versus a shaved RA1 that some of the SSM drivers might be running, those dry weather tires now definitely have the advantage. Although the guys that went out on the wets, they may not have worn those wets down all the way. It allowed this track to dry out a lot more.
And Greg, as we have our top three in ITS and overall going out of turn number one, all three in the same camera shot, Willie Fee, Jeff Giordano, and Justin Deffenbaugh. Fee still continues to hold on to about a 3-car length advantage over Giordano. Giordano, however, getting through NASCAR particularly well and is able to, under braking, compress to within about 2 car lengths of Fee.
All right, and by the way, I got it wrong. I said on the restart, the starter had said that the pack was out of line. I actually talked about Willie Fee in the Acura being out of line, not behind Jeff Giordano. It was not Deffenbaugh that they mentioned. That said, Justin Deffenbaugh just ran the fastest lap of the race at 2:20.3. He was almost 2 full seconds, more than 2, about 2.5 seconds faster than either Fee or Giordano ahead, and we can see now that he is right there as well. They should be coming through South Bend now, coming down to our camera over at turn 11. Here they come, and they are definitely tightening up, only about a car length separating each of the top three, and there's not a lot of time left. Have gotten word from race control that the next time our leader comes by the start-finish stand, he will get that 1 to go board. So now only about 1.5 laps remaining.
And Greg, another of our battles that we'll want to keep apprised to is SSM. At the moment, Jameson Huffman holds on to about 2 car lengths advantage over Vic Disharoon, but now they have dropped Ryan Maloney by about 7 to 8 car lengths at this point. We had theorized with how Ryan Maloney's behavior during that safety car that he was looking for the wet weather. So he's evidently on wet weather tires, which has allowed both Disharoon and Huffman to build up that advantage.
All right, let's watch this ITS battle as they come down and onto the front straight. We got the SSM battle very, very close behind, and we should have, and there we go. We've got the starter holding out that 1 to go board for our leaders here. Willie Fee in his Acura, Jeff Giordano in his Mazda, Justin Deffenbaugh in his Acura. They are 1, 2, 3, and then about 30 car lengths behind them. There is the battle for the lead in SSM as Vic Disharoon, Chip Disharoon now moves to the inside, driver's right on Jameson Huffman, and as they go into the horseshoe, turns 1 and 2, Jameson Huffman, I believe he just conceded the lead in SSM to Chip Disharoon.
As we look to our ITS leaders, and Willie Fee beginning to stretch out that advantage, but Giordano has mirrors full of Justin Deffenbaugh as they make their way into Snake. He's only about half a car length back, and then, as you mentioned, Greg, Disharoon taking over the top spot in SSM from Huffman as they, too, enter the Snake.
All right, as our leaders coming up on some slower traffic, coming up on the Volkswagen Rabbit there of Mickey Morwald, as they then head up through the S's, and wow, we can see the lead that Willie Fee now has opened up. Justin Deffenbaugh, I would consider this a win, having that given that he had the fight back from 9th at the restart and is now sitting in 3rd position and is arguably the fastest car out on track. But again, not a lot of time. And I think we're probably in the position where Giordano's probably more worried about the Acura behind him than he is the Acura in front of him. As our SSM battle now is a 3-car fight. Chip Disharoon, Jameson Huffman, and Ryan Maloney dry or wet, he is now pulled right up to the back of the blue number 89 car, and he is in contention. I think probably the biggest thing that we've seen is Maloney really for the last 4 events has been head and shoulders above the rest of the SSM field, and apparently the equalizer is going out on the wrong tires. As Huffman now moves to the inside on Disharoon as they come up to the top of the roller coaster. We're going to watch this ITS battle unfold, and we'll probably have a pretty good idea of the SSM drivers there as they come up to the top of the hill. And it looks like Jamison Huffman has managed to take the lead in SSM. But as our ITS leaders, Fee, Giordano, Deffenbaugh, come through Hogpen and onto the front straight, let's take a look at that starter stand. And taking the win in ITS today, it is going to be Willie Fee. Jeff Giordano, he runs the fastest lap of anybody here on the last lap. He finishes second. Justin Deffenbaugh will finish in third. Taking the win in SSM, Jamison Huffman, and I believe this is his very first win in SSM. He had his first podium actually yesterday, I think. And he takes the win today. Ryan Maloney gets around Chip Disharoon. He will finish second. Disharoon finishes in third. Kevin Kopp works his way all the way up to fourth in SSM. Taking the win in ITA is going to be Grayson Upchurch, G3 in his Dodge Neon. And so he makes a very good run today. And yesterday in ITA, he took the win as well. With Gambino finishing second yesterday, Gambino will finish second to Upchurch for the second day in a row. Mike Spencer in his Mazda Miata will finish in third. And then finally, let's see here, not finally, Martin Ryder is our sole IT7 driver to take a finish. And then we had Mickey Morwald in ITC.
So what we saw there was a variation of tires playing out in real time, and how even with the ability to cool down the tires during our safety car period, that the advantage definitely went to the dry tire runners at the very end.
Tension in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, SMSET, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track for your feature race here in just a few moments. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. We've got 2 more MARRS and SARRC feature races here this afternoon. But before we do that, let's thank one of our longtime partners of the Washington, D.C. region of SCCA Road Racing, and that is Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody, in the 2024 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dominic Mandiel, and we've got Adam Miller here with us as well, pushing all the buttons and giving you all the great views of today's action. And I think he's also responsible for that little rave or wave, the little rave thing where the cameras bob their heads every couple seconds out here as well. All right, we've got pace car on the pit lane. Actually, not on the pit lane. We've got the pace car on the front straight with our second to last race group of the day. This is Spec Miata, SMSE, and SMT as they start their pace lap. Now 3.27 miles, 17 turns, and then we go feature racing in Spec Miata. Again, all of the races this afternoon, 14 laps or 35 minutes. We had 18 drivers set qualifying times. Let's run down the starting order. Both representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA, starting 18th in the 85 machine. We've got Scott Witt from Monetta, Virginia, and Dylan Witt from Roanoke, Virginia. Scott's in the 85 car. Dylan's in the 84 car. They're starting 18th and 17th, respectively. We got Paul Klain. Paul is driving the number 6 Mazda Miata. He's representing the Detroit region. He's from Ortonville, Michigan. He starts 16th. Starting 15th in the number 78 Spec Miata, representing the Washington, D.C. region, it's Ted Cahall. Robert Cahall will start 14th today. He's in the number 178 machine. He is, oddly enough, Ted Cahall's brother. He's from Gurnee, Illinois. Should also mention here, and Meathead Mike Collins filled me in on this, but for the first time in 14 years yesterday, Robert Cahall, Bobby Cahall, beat his brother Ted on track, and he is incredibly happy about that. 14 years ago, I was Bobby's driver instructor at his competition licensing school. I was pretty neat to hear that as well. Dennis Mathias is starting third in SMSE, 13th overall. He's driving the 88 car. He's from Apex, North Carolina. Delaney Calhoun starting 12th today, driving the number 28 SMT Mazda Miata. Delaney's from Indian Springs, Alabama. Then we got Forrest Landy starting 11th in the number 94 Spec Miata. Forrest is from Ashburn, Virginia. Run, Forrest, run. Ellie Gossett is starting 10th. Ellie's in the number 177 Spec Miata. She's representing the South Carolina region of the SCCA. She's from Hilton Head, South Carolina. By the way, again, I want to thank Chuck McTunis, told me earlier today that Ellie Gossett and Bobby Gossett, not father and daughter, brother and sister. That would be too strange, and I'm not going to make any Southern jokes here about that. Anyway, Josh Campbell starting second in SMSE, driving the number 24 Mazda. He is starting 9th today. Matt Fielding Russell starting 8th. He's in the number 30 Spec Miata, representing the North Carolina region. He's from Wake Forest. Then we got Patrick McGovern. He's our SMSE pole sitter. He starts 7th today in the number 8 Mazda. And Patrick hails from Richmond, Kentucky. Then we've got starting 6th, the number 99 Spec Miata, and all the remaining drivers are racing in Spec Miata. Driving the number 99 Mazda from Atlanta, Georgia, we got Mike Cottrell. Ethan Ayers is starting 5th today. He is driving the number 7 machine, and he is out of Weatherby Lake, Missouri, representing the Atlanta region. Spencer Conrad is starting 4th. He's in the number 77 machine, represents the Old Dominion region of the SCCA. He's from Suffolk, Virginia. Then we got Olivier Piatek. He's starting 3rd in the number 62 Mazda. He's from Duluth, Georgia, in the Tiles Max car. And then your front row today, Bobby Gossett, starting in the number 44 machine. He's out of Hilton Head, South Carolina. The Salty Dog Mazda represents the Buccaneer region. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 61 OPM Autosports Mazda Miata from Birmingham, Alabama. Your race winner yesterday, looking to run the table here at VIR, Skip Brock Jr. All righty, so we've got the field now. See, got the head bob going on there over at the roller coaster. Almost like you're on a roller coaster, maybe the Super Duper Looper at Hershey Park. I don't know. All right, as we now move to the front row starter, looking over the field as we hear the engines rev up. And there we go. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Virginia International Raceway. It is Spec Miata, and that front row, Skip Brock Jr., and then Bobby Gossett, Skip Brock in the yellow and blue, number 61. Gossett in the black, number 44 machine. And they are all still pretty much in line. It looks like Skip Brock protecting to the inside. That is going to give Bobby Gossett preferred line into NASCAR Bend. And Gossett now coming down the inside. He and Brock are still side by side as they go under braking into left hook. And Bobby Gossett now taking the lead away from Skip Brock Jr. Brock's teammate, Olivier Piatek, tried to come down the inside of him, tried to follow Gossett through in the left hook, wasn't able to get it done, Dominic.
And Greg, yesterday what we saw was, as you said, Skip Brock Jr., our winner yesterday, had his way with the field. But then we saw any combination of 3 cars fighting for those final 2 podium spots, and that was with 62 of Olivier Piatek, the 7 of Ethan Ayers, and then with our current leader, Bobby Gossett, in the 44 car. And as they went through Snake, Bobby Gossett had started to open things up over the rest of the field. Had opened up, in fact, as we go to our South Bend camera, Gossett has about a 6-car length advantage over Skip Brock running in second place. He's followed by Spencer Conrad. Spencer, as you mentioned yesterday, another one of our up-and-coming drivers who has a significant amount of karting prowess that he's been working off of and is looking to make his name to move up to the Spec MX-5 and be part of the Mazda shootout there. So a little bit of a different way that our race today is playing out from yesterday.
All right, as the field now making their way down Madison Avenue for the very first time, they come hard under braking in the 14 at the top of the roller coaster. And the field here is still pretty tightly packed. We'll see here in a few moments. I believe Paul Klain may be, I thought Paul Klain might be one of the only drivers not to take the green flag. We'll see here in just a moment as the field comes through. But, we're starting to see a couple of little packs create. I mean, it's only maybe 2 car lengths separating as they come down the roller coaster. But definitely you see the drivers that are working together as we've got our drivers coming across the start-finish line for the very first time. And there at the front of the field, it is Gossett and Brock. As we had watched, we got Spencer Conrad, Ethan Ayers who was our pole sitter for yesterday's race, spun on the very first lap and fell back through the field, worked his way back up to finish fifth yesterday. But I think probably the biggest surprise for me at the moment, and he is leading that third pack right now, running sixth overall, is Olivier Piatek, now who's got Matt Fielding, Russell, Forrest Landy directly behind him. So Piatek, having worked all the way up to third, now finds himself 3 positions further back from there.
And Greg, what we can see on as our drivers come out of the NASCAR bend, the most present standing water is right at the exit of the NASCAR bend. Still a little bit of puddling there as the drivers make their way through. Of course, you would anticipate each of our drivers now being on the dry tires, as we do have the head bob continue for a few of our cameras here.
You know, if you're using a cell phone, my recommendation would just be to move the cell phone back and forth in front of you in opposite cycles to what our camera is doing. It'll make it seem like it's stationary. It's pretty good that way.
All right, Greg, our cars are going to be making their way onto Madison Avenue, and we can see where, although on the first lap Bobby Gassa had opened up that 8-car length advantage, he now has Skip Rock Jr. right on his rear bumper, and they've started now to separate themselves. We also, because at the beginning of the stop we had a 4-car separation, which included both Spencer Conrad and Ethan Ayres, but Gassa and Brock beginning to draw away from our third and fourth place drivers as they head down the hill.
All right, as our leaders now come onto the front straight here, let's take a look as things have closed up considerably, and we have side-by-side Skip Brock Jr. and Bobby Gosson as they came to the line, Dominic. Skip Brock Jr. inches ahead, about a half a car length ahead, but they are again side-by-side going into the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2, and whereas Skip Brock takes a nice, tight line, we see where Gossett goes and does a rim shot all the way around the right side, and he's able to carry a lot more speed through the horseshoe. Is actually almost a full car length past Skip Brock Jr. when they came in the NASCAR that time.
And so Bobby Gossett returns to the head of the field, continues to have Skip Brock filling his mirrors, and then Spencer Conrad and Ethan Ayres in the 77 and 7 cars respectively are pushing with one another as well, and that's going to leave Olivier Piatek, who started this race in third spot, a very lonely, distant fifth.
Yeah, I was going to say a very distant. Is that fifth? Yeah, that's fifth. I'm showing our timing that I'm looking at is showing 2 cars in sixth. That's not right. And yes, and then Mike Cottrell a little bit further back from there. Wow, that hurts. All right, let's take a look now as our leaders, or at least a lead portion of our pack, coming through South Bend here at the moment, as there's still portions of this field that are very tightly bunched up as they go through turn 11, set up for the Oak Tree turn. We're going to see them start coming down Madison Avenue, and here they come. There are the 2 leaders, and I think at this point it was kind of surprising to see Skip Brock Jr. try to make the pass so early on Gossett going into turn 1. I would think that they would be doing what they're doing right now, is essentially just sitting in the draft and trying to push clear of our third place runner Spencer Conrad, also Ethan Ayres, so that they can fight out towards the end of this race. You don't want to give any opportunity for Conrad or Ayres or even Piatek, who's a little bit further back right now, to draft themselves and work themselves back into contention, because you've been going in the corners side by side or side by each here early on. And what we're going to see once again, if we go to the front straight, they don't have to listen to me. Skip Brock Jr. is now edges ahead of Gossett, and this time around Skip Brock Jr. goes across the nose of Bobby Gossett and holds him off going into turn number 1, and he picks up that same line that Gossett had used the lap before, Dominic, as if he knew that Gossett might try to make the move underneath him, holds him off at the pass, and for the first time now coming into left hook, Skip Brock Jr. is going to be your leader.
And Okay, with all the battling that took place both across the stripe and into turn one, we are now seeing Spencer Conrad and Ethan Ayers making significant headway into the advantage that Brock and Gossett had mounted in those two opening laps as they make their way out of Snake. And it seems as though Conrad and Ayers at this point are in a bit more of a lockstep formation and have decided to team up to try to make inroads on the top two. And as our top four get ready to go into South Bend, we can see that Skip Rock going a little bit wide there keeps all four tires on the road as they make their way into Oak Tree.
Yeah, and we see that Piatek made up a lot of that ground now as he is right back to the rear, to the back bumper of Ethan Ayers, I believe here, and maybe they just don't listen to me for a reason. I don't know. Couple drivers that did not take the green flag, both Josh Campbell out of Royal Oak, Michigan, also Dennis Mathias out of Apex, North Carolina. They were two of the three SMSE drivers scheduled to start today. That is going to leave Patrick McGovern as your sole SMSE driver on track. He's currently running 9th overall. In addition to that, Paul Klain out of Ortonville, Michigan. It looks like all the Michigan drivers decided to drive home early. Paul Klain did not take the green today either.
And Greg, we had a big development coming out of Oak Tree. Skip Rock Jr. now being shown in, at least from our cameras, in 4th place. Has now dropped back significantly from our lead battle, which is now going to elevate Spencer Conrad and Ethan Ayers into the final podium ping positions. Skip Rock now probably about 15 or more car lengths back from our top 3.
And you notice there, right at the center of the track, big mud puddle for Ben Tyler, our fastest driver on course right now in a four-wheeler. Well, maybe not. But, yeah, I mean, that's surprising to see. Skip Rock Jr. obviously had a bit of a bobble there, and I didn't hear a call over the radio about it, but he has fallen into a distant 4th. He's now picked up his teammate, Olivier Piatek. So the two OPM racers might be able to then work together and draft up to the top 3. But this has left Gossett, Conrad, and Ayers nose to tail at this point. Again, all that fighting has really left Gossett now, who is actually sitting in 2nd position to Spencer Conrad, our new leader, in the number 77, that orange Mazda Miata out of Suffolk, Virginia. Really, I think, has left Gossett on the back foot.
And this is Spencer Conrad's, as you mentioned, a extensive background in karting, and has recently been getting into Spec Miata, and now is coming under contest from Gossett in the 44 car, trying to work the outside of the Oak Tree bend.
I was just looking back through the chat of the DC region YouTube channel. Matt Small apparently taking umbrage, or maybe just agreeing with me about German cars and check engine lights from our last race crew. He says, you're saying German cars aren't reliable? Fake news. Anyway, let's jump back to the Japanese cars, which we know are much more reliable. At least the Mazda Miatas are. As we got our leaders, they're going to be coming down the roller coaster now, and a big gap here between these two packs. We've got the lead pack, and then that second pack just now coming up to the top of the roller coaster. That second pack, I believe, being led by, if I remember correctly, it appears to be, I think it's Ted Cahall with Pat McGovern, Matt Fielding, Russell, or probably Mike Cottrell and Forrest Landy. As sounds like we've got a car that's gone around at Hog Pen. And we're trying to get a car number right now, but we've had a car go off at 17. Same place that we had in the last race. And it is the 62 machine that has gone off. That is Olivier Piatek. And that car now manages to extract himself from the situation and continue on. I would suspect that we're going to see that car come down the pit lane here, depending on where he finished up. And we're hearing about a need for a debris flag over at Hog Pen. So there may be something, and I don't know if it was something from the Piatek car, or maybe something that caused the Piatek car to go down. And they've just now asked the corner station to bring that debris flag back. So,
okay, we did have another shakeup at the front as the leaders make their way through South Bend. We now have, that's going to be, excuse me, that's going to be the number with 7 of Ethan Ayers, who's going to go to the point, followed by Spencer Conrad, and then we have Bobby Gossett and Skip Brockett Jr. All 4 of those cars earlier in the lap, as they were coming through NASCAR Bend, were in a big cluster together, and now are running nose to tail as they make their way down Masson Avenue, with Ayers being pushed now by Bobby Gossett, and then we have Spencer Conrad and Skip Brock Jr. running in tandem as well.
Yeah, indeed. And so Skip Brock on a heck of must be driving angry at this point after that earlier off, as he had reset fast lap, that 2:17.1, almost 2 full seconds, actually over 2 full seconds faster than the 3 cars ahead of him. So obviously here he's gunning for a way to retake the lead, and I think just as important for him to retake, or basically to double up on the weekend and take 2 wins here, as we just had our 2 leaders, Ethan Ayers and Bobby Gossett, side by side at the start-finish line. They're heading down into turn 1 now. Ayers with the lead over Gossett, at least for the moment. And again, this is where I think everybody now has seen what Bobby Gossett does coming out of turn 2 and has found a way to cover for it. We now see that Skip Brock Jr. has moved up in the 3rd position. He has gotten around Spencer Conrad, as Conrad seems to be falling off the pace slightly.
And Greg, what we've been seeing is the emergence of different strategies here with the top 4. Bobby Gossett seems the most comfortable with trying to lead and wants to get that clear air out in front. And whenever he's seen the opportunity to get to the front, he's taken it. We saw him make the move as he went by the start-finish line to get around Ethan Ayers to retake first place.
All right, so here's that second pack that we're now going to check in with here for a few moments in this second pack here. This is Forrest Lanny, Mike Cottrell, Scott Witt, Bobby Cahall, and for the second day in a row, Bobby leading Ted Cahall. I know Mike Collins is jumping up and down there about that. But let's check in with our leaders. Our leaders now, they should be, we'll see them here coming down Madison Avenue. And it is Skip Brock Jr. Looks like trying to push Bobby Gossett now past Ethan Ayers, past the number 7 car, going up to the top of the roller coaster. As Skip Brock, if he can push Gossett past, that'll at least push him up in the 2nd, likely under braking going in the 14. Let's take a look as they come down the roller coaster.
Okay, we saw another development on front. Now Spencer Conrad has been left on an island alone in a distant 4th place, so getting shuffled out of the lead battle there, now lying about 10 car lengths back.
Yeah, indeed. So Skip Brock Jr. now moves up into 2nd place. Both he and Bobby Gossett now, he and Ethan Ayers are now side by side as they go down into turn number 1. Let's take a look, and it is Skip Brock Jr. He's got a nose up on Ethan Ayers. Bobby Gossett, who fell back in the 3rd, trying to push Skip Brock Jr. up. But again, we've seen it multiple times where Skip Brock Jr. has a little bit of trouble getting a drive off of turn number 1, especially if he's starting from the outside. And we are 3 wide going in the NASCAR Bend. And as they come out, it is Skip Brock Jr. For a moment, he's got the lead, but then we've got Bobby Gossett. He comes down the inside, and he's now 2 wide with Ethan Ayers. Oh my gosh, as they were 3 wide and only taking up about 2/3 of the track surface and doing it, Dominic.
And on that exchange there, the machine 61 of Brock was the meat in the sandwich. He was the car in the middle there, and so it appeared as though Gossett and Ayers were trying to decide and make sure that the momentum that they had coming out of NASCAR Bend could carry them into left hook.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore, American Sedan and ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, GTA, and GTX, ITE and ITO and ITR, SPO, T1, T2, and Spec Corvette. Race group number 6, this is your first call to the grid. But wow, as we continue to watch this battle, as it's really heating up, we just pretty much knew from the very start of this race that we weren't going to have our 2 leaders try to just draft away from everybody else. And at the moment here, our leaders coming up to the top of the roller coaster up in the turn 14. And here they come rolling down the maybe not rolling down the roller coaster, but it appears to be, if our camera will hold tight, it is Skip Brock Jr., your leader. And then I believe that is Ethan Ayers in the 7 machine running second. We'll know here as they come on to the front straight. No, it is the 44 machine of Bobby Gossett. He's going to move up in the second. Ethan Ayers has been shuffled back, and he's been shuffled back now, probably about 15 car lengths, Dominic.
Absolutely, and as our leaders go into 1, again, it's Bobby Gossett on the inside trying to make the inside overtake on Skip Brock Jr. As you mentioned a few laps ago, Bobby Gossett has been trying to take the lead of this race the past few laps, but Skip Brock's going to have the preferred line going into NASCAR Bend, able to hold on to the spot. And then going back to our 3rd and 4th place runners, Ethan Ayers and Spencer Conrad. At this point, since they've been dropped from our top 2, they would be wise to do a little bit of lockstep working together to try to get back up to first.
And, and there's still a good amount of time left. We've got about 15 minutes remaining on the clock, or 5 3/4 laps at this point. There is still time for them to work up. We saw very early on that Skip Brock and Bobby Gossett, they seem to be more concerned about fighting for whoever's going to lead that particular lap and not necessarily working together, that they may find themselves drawn back to our 3rd and 4th place runners once again, as we see here coming through South Bend, where Skip Brock Jr., must have carried probably a good 3 or 4 miles an hour more through turn number 10 there. And now side by side, we see Spencer Conrad in the 77 machine. He tries to come underneath Ethan Ayers going into turn 11, wants to get ahead of him before they come to Oak Tree, where it's really important, crucially important, that they carry as much speed as possible onto the back straight, onto Madison Avenue. And now look at this. Look at this, Dominic. We've got 4 cars, or is that 5 cars now, all together on that back straight, as I think they're coming up on some of the slower traffic.
And what we've seen was, as we alluded to, Conrad and Ayers had fallen back. As they currently stand, Conrad holds on 3rd, Ayers onto 4th. And as our leaders come into the roller coaster, Skip Brock has around 8 car lengths over Bobby Gossett, but then Conrad and Ayers continue to run in a nose-to-tail formation.
Yeah, so Conrad now moves his way up into 3rd position. And we've got another car off trying to get the car number.
And Greg, looking at our cameras, I think that might just be the 44 of Bobby Gossett, who is MIA at the moment.
Yes, I think we have lost what was our 2nd place car going down through the roller coaster, and it sounds as though turn 17 has been the widowmaker, I think, here for the. It's a good thing Bobby and Ellie aren't father and daughter. But it sounds as though the 44 car may have gotten back underway. We'll try and get that information, having a little bit of a communications issue with our flag net at the moment. But Skip Brock Jr. now all alone on track. Here's the battle for second coming up behind. What I don't think these drivers had a feeling that it would be the battle for second, but Spencer Conrad and Ethan Ayers. Now, and it sounds like Bobby Gossett has gotten out of the car. That he did not get the car back to the pit lane. But let's do this, Adam. Let's try and pick up that second group. They're quite a bit further back. They're almost 30 seconds. There they are, right there. That is Mike Cottrell in the number 99 machine. Then we've got Robert Cahall. He is in, or Bobby Cahall. He is in, I think it's the gray 178 machine. Then Ted Cahall in the red number 78 directly behind. Then Pat McGovern there as well. And Mike Collins, he's watching the timing, scoring more closely than I am in the battle of the brothers. Bobby Cahall, 1/1000th of a second faster than his brother, Ted Cahall, the last time through.
And Greg, from personal experience, nothing gives you greater pride than beating your brother, and it generally doesn't matter in what.
That's what I get for being an only or not an only child, close to an only child.
As that second pack makes their way onto Masson Avenue, and Greg, at the moment, Ted Cahall, I believe, is leading that. Now is leading that second pack, and Bobby Cahall, who had been the 5th place runner, has now fallen off by about 4 car lengths from there. So the 178 car falling back from that fight he was just in.
Yeah, and these drivers pretty clearly using the power of the draft and the bump draft to work their way around before they get up to the top of the roller coaster. As this whole pack now, 1, 2, 3 was at 6, almost 7 cars working their way down the roller coaster now. This is turning into a pretty neat fight just off the podium. This is actually the battle for 4th position, as it is the 78 and the 99. Ted Cahall and Mike Cottrell working together. That is the battle for 4th. They have started to separate a little bit from Forrest Landy in 6th, who's got Matt Fielding, Russell, and Scott Witt, and you mentioned it. Pat McGovern running 9th. Bobby Cahall is now falling back to the tail end of that field. He's sitting in 10th. All right, so we've got 4 laps remaining, or about 10 3/4 minutes, whichever comes first. Let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore with Spec Corvette. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, Big Bore with Spec Corvette. Please head to the grid. Your feature race is next.
Okay, we're starting to see the teamwork of Ted Cahall and Mike Cottrell come into play for our 4th and 5th place runners, as they're beginning to separate themselves from their own pack. Running in 6th, we have Forrest Landy, and then Matt Fielding Russell in the 30 car. And with the draft, Ted Cahall now beginning to open up a bit of distance, but as we've seen from many previous laps here, under braking into Oak Tree and under compression, that margin comes down once again, and now all from about P4 back to looks about P8, all running nose to tail. And then, Greg, we're also going to want to keep our eyes on our battle for 2nd and 3rd that's going into turn number 1 at the moment, and that is between Spencer Conrad and Ethan Ayers. For the past number of laps, Ayers has been playing the patience game with Conrad, has been sitting there in his shadow, just watching what he's doing. The two of them, despite the fact that they're about 6 seconds back from your overall leader, Skip Rock Jr., still have the final podium spots to settle between themselves. And then our second pack, heading into turn 1, is going to be making their way into the braking zone. Ted Cahall continues to lead, but on this last lap, I believe that was Forrest Landy in the 94 car, making his way around Mike Cottrell to take over 5th. Yeah, indeed, as Cottrell now falls back just a little bit there. But this pack, and now we've got challenging Ted Cahall for 4th position. It is Forrest Landy. And we've got a car off, and I think that might have been Bobby Cahall, who runs wide coming out of the NASCAR bend, just a little bit off there. He gets the car recovered, but I think obviously his fight here is now done. And just trying to verify the number. Actually, no, it was the 85 of Scott Witt that went off. So no, Bobby Cahall not included in that. He's still out there challenging as they head up the hill. But what was, a two-car battle with Cahall and Cottrell, now it's a 3-car battle, Cahall, Landy, and Cottrell, with Bobby Cahall, Pat McGovern there closing up as well. They're not all that far back now, certainly a lot closer
than they were previously as they now round turn 11 and head into Oak Tree.
And Greg, looking at our timing, we had both Ted Cahall in the 78 and Scott Witt in the 85. Both had moved up 11 spots from the drop of the green flag. At the moment, the hard charger honors are going to go to, if they stand as is, go to Ted Cahall, as we did have just a moment ago Scott Witt go off on driver's right heading into a left hook, which is going to put him a bit of a ways back. But if we can turn back our attention to turn number 1, as we have second and third making their way through. We see our leader Skip Rock making his way into NASCAR Bend. And then we have coming into view both Spencer Conrad and Ethan Ayers continuing to run nose to tail. And a little bit wide there for Conrad as they make their way into left hook.
Yeah, and I've been seeing a lot of drivers drop wheels into the dirt there. When they repaved this track back in 2018, they extended the exit curbing for NASCAR by about 1.5 feet. And we still see drivers there using not only the old curbing, but the new curbing and some of the dirt and mud on the outside. They're trying to open up that corner as much as possible. I've been seeing yesterday whiffs of dust. Today, it's sprinkles of water going up through the air. Getting word that the next time our leader, who currently is Skip Brock Jr., crosses the start-finish line, he will see the 1-to-go board here for this 14-lap or 35-minute race. We are currently working lucky lap number 13 of 14. As we've got the 85 car on the pit lane, that's Scott Witt. That's the driver we saw go off at NASCAR on the previous lap. And I believe, taking a look, I believe he is going to be taking his car back to the paddock.
Greg, as we look back to our second and third place race with Conrad and Ayers, they're going to be making their way into down the hill into the roller coaster. Skip Rock comes into view, and again on that last circuit had opened up over a 7-second advantage over this second place fight with Conrad and Ayers. As they make their way down the roller coaster, Conrad holds on to about a 2-car length advantage over Ayers as they get ready to make their way onto the front straightaway.
All right, and here we go. Skip Rock Jr. on the front straight. Starter's got that 1-to-go board in the air, displaying it to Skip Brock Jr. out of Birmingham, Alabama. He's got 3.2 plus miles remaining if he wants to take his second win of the weekend. Conrad and Ayers, as you said, Dominic, as they go now barreling into turn 1, about a car length separating, and actually as they go and turn in for turn 1, as much as 3 car lengths separating those two cars, as it looks like. And for the most part here today, Spencer Conrad has gotten much better digs out of turn 2 heading into NASCAR.
And Greg, what we'll see here is if Ayers is able to get a strong run through especially the climbing S's, because here, especially with especially working the last lap and overtaking opportunities starting to diminish, under braking into Oak Tree is where Ayers can definitely make up some ground. And as they make their way through the snake, it is Ayers who is now right on the back bumper of Conrad. So now he's going to be studying where he can potentially move, as we had the 99 of
Mike Cottrell.
Mike Cottrell, I believe is going to. We'll take a look as to whether or not he.
Yeah, he just took his car behind the wall. So Cottrell is now done as well.
Right, and here come our second and third place runners into getting ready to go into the Oak Tree. And once again, Ayers right on the back bumper of Spencer Conrad as they make the ascension across Madison Avenue. All
right, let's take a look here as they come up the back straight. Skip Brock Jr. all by himself, but let's continue to watch this battle for second. This is where our third place runner, Ethan Ayers, is going to be able to make up ground in the draft, and he pulls right up to the back of the 77 machine as they make that slight left-hand bend to the top of the roller coaster and start to make the run down. And as they are under braking and coming towards us, I believe it is still Spencer Conrad, your leader. Yes, I can see the orange on the hood. Spencer Conrad, your leader, coming down the roller coaster, which means that Ethan Ayers, he's going to have to draft past Conrad. So let's move over to the front straight as the checkered flag is in the air. And taking the win in Spec Miata for the second day in a row, Skip Brock Jr. Skip Brock Jr. out of Birmingham, Alabama, racing for OPM Autosports, is your winner, finishing second with a margin there of only 0.13 of a second. Spencer Conrad takes the silver. Ethan Ayers will bring his Spec Miata home in third. And now we've got that big gaggle in our second pack. They're about, they should be coming down the roller coaster now, I believe, Adam. And hey, like clockwork, there they are. It is Ted Cahall in that silver number 178 machine, Forrest Landy in the 94, very close behind what was that 5-car fight for so long. They're all stretched out, all strung out, as Elvis would say. And coming across the start-finish line to finish fourth today in Spec Miata. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Ted Cahall, with Forrest Landy finishing in fifth. Patrick McGovern will finish in sixth. Bobby Cahall will come home in seventh, with Olivier Piatek, who was up in the third position early on. He finishes this race, and I'm sure what a disappointment for him, finishes in eighth position. Matt Fielding Russell, driving the number 30 Spec Miata. He's coming into our view right now. Matt Fielding Russell will finish ninth, and Dylan Witt in the number 84, the number, is that the 84? Yes, the 84 car, makes up 7 positions today, much like Bobby Cahall did, and Witt will finish in 10th. I'm still getting over the 3 wide between Skip Brock Jr., Bobby Gossett, and I guess it was Ethan Ayers at the time, going into NASCAR and somehow making that all work. I just, not that I didn't think it was possible, but I didn't think it was possible. Anyway, let's get ready. We've got one more race to go. Let's make a final call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's our big bore group with Spec Corvette. You are up next, our final race of the day. Race group number 6, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, let's thank one of our partners here with the North Carolina region of the SCCA that do such very important work, and that is Racing for ALS.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family.
The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's BRET, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody. It is the 2024 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dominic Mandiel and Adam Miller, and we've got just one more race here to go. Dominic, it is the big board drivers, the ground pounders, our Spec Corvette racers, and I've been waiting for this race all day long. We've got them heading down off of the grid and onto the front straight now behind the safety car. We'll run down the starting order. We had 17 drivers put in qualifying times this weekend. What we're going to do for this race is we're going to use what is known as a split start, where we've got our two groups. We're going to have at the front the Spec Corvettes. We're going to have at the rear our SPO, GTA, GT2, GT3, T1, and T2 cars. They will be, I believe, behind a second pace car, and they will get a delayed start, but the Spec Corvettes will be up first. Let's do this. Let's run down the 7 cars in our second group. Starting 7th, driving the number 112 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette from Iron Station, North Carolina, it's Stephen Ryder. Starting 6th in the number 29 GT2 Chevy Impala from McDonough, Georgia, the Nathan Jackson racing machine of, oddly enough, Nathan Jackson. Starting 5th, driving the number 33 GT3 BMW E90 from Mebane, North Carolina, representing Central Carolina region, Steve Rose. Dan Sheehy will start 4th in our second group. He's in the number 164 GTA Chevy Monte Carlo. He's out of Arley, Alabama. And then starting 3rd, also in GTA, driving the number 76 Chevy, it's John Longacre in your front row in our second group. Driving the number 176 T1 Chevy Corvette out of Greensboro, North Carolina, we got Bill Foster, and David Ross will be your pole sitter for that group. He's driving the number 34 SPO Chevy Camaro. He's out of Boonsville, Virginia. Now let's take a look at the fight in Spec Corvette, where we had 10 cars set in qualifying times in our Northeast contingent and our Southeast contingent. Starting 10th, driving the number 9 Chevrolet Corvette out of West Melbourne, Florida, in the One Mo Time Adventures machine, James Davidson. Starting 9th, driving the number 63 Chevy Corvette out of Aston, Pennsylvania, it's Jeffrey Pascala. Starting 8th in the number 24 Chevrolet Corvette, the Stinger Motorsports machine of David Clemens. Starting 7th, driving the number 53 Spec Corvette from Tampa, Florida, Frank Reinhardt. I'll get this right eventually. You'd think with only like 10 cars I'd be able to get it right. Starting 6th, driving the number 58 Chevrolet Corvette. It's the Data Speed LLC machine of Larry Brady. Cecil Stevens is starting 5th. He's in the number 17 car out of Valrico, Florida. Starting 4th, driving the 04 2004 Chevy Corvette from West Palm Beach, Florida, it's Ken Montavani. Starting 3rd, driving the number 86 C5 Corvette Z06, representing the Florida region, also in the One Mo Time Adventures entry from Miami, Florida, Marino Reyes in your front row in Spec Corvette. Driving the number 73 car from Malvern, Pennsylvania, representing Phoenix Performance, representing the Philadelphia region, David Sanders, and your pole sitter today, with a qualifying time of 2:04.251 out of Middletown, Maryland, driving the 39 car. It's Charlie Abel.
Okay, thank you for our rundown as we see our field under the control of the safety car making their way down Madison Avenue. And Greg, looking back at yesterday's race, due to some various track conditions where some fluid had been laid down in South Bend, at least the green flag laps for this group were quite abbreviated,
yes.
So they didn't get much in the way of hot laps to run. We did have Charlie Abel, who started 3rd yesterday, take the win in Spec Corvette.
Yes.
He was able to get by both Dave Sanders and Ken Montavani. So starting today, due to Charlie having gotten first yesterday, will start first today, P1, alongside Dave Sanders, his fellow Northeast contingent Spec Corvette competitor.
All right. In GTA yesterday, John Longacre took the win over Dan Sheehy. Our other class is GT2, where Nathan Jackson was our sole racer. GT3, Steve Rose, the sole racer. SPO, David Ross. T1, Bill Foster, and T2, Stephen Ryder, all of those single car classes. So what we're going to be certainly looking at today, Spec Corvette and GTA, as the pace car now has the field in our Spec Corvettes. Actually has turned the field over to our pole sitter, Charlie Abel. Starter looking over the field, and Spec Corvette is racing here at Virginia International Raceway. Charlie Abel jumping out to an early lead over the car of David Sanders. We're going to follow the Spec Corvettes down into turn 1 here as they go now side by side. The black number 39 machine jumps out to that early lead over Sanders, but Sanders, he's got the inside position as they come into NASCAR. This looks almost like a redux of what we saw in Spec Miata here as we now jump back over to our second group as they come down the front straight, and our starter looks over the field and they get the green flag. as they now jump down. We got David Ross and Bill Foster, the SPO Camaro, the T1 Chevy Corvette there at the front of the field as they go under braking into turn number 1. And I believe that is the SPO machine there that takes the point. So let's jump back over to our Spec Corvettes as they now make their way up through the S's. And already we're starting to see where Charlie Abel is extending his lead at the front of the field here, Dominic. Now, we did have, I think yesterday, it was Marino Reyes, who was scheduled to start third today, had the motor expire in his Spec Corvette. I believe he was running, if I remember right, he was running third or fourth at the time and laid down a lot of fluid over by South Bend. But we'll track here. Don't believe he made the field, nor do I believe Steve Rose made the field in his GT3 BMW. But we'll check this out as our Spec Corvettes now make their way down Madison Avenue, already starting to get a little bit strung out.
And Greg, as our Spec Corvettes are making their way into roller coaster, Charlie Abel has a 2 to 3 car length advantage over Dave Sanders. Go another 2 until you get back to Ken Mantovani. Similar to yesterday, these three drivers had broken away from the rest of the Spec Corvette pack. They are following suit here on Sunday as our Spec Corvette leaders make their way across the stripe. And now we're seeing Abel and Sanders beginning to pull themselves away from Mantovani.
Yeah, indeed here as Abel turns in a 207.13, has had about 25 hundredths of a second, about a quarter of a second at the line. But we can see now as they come out of the horseshoe, the Malvern missile, David Sanders, gets around Charlie Abel. So move the black number 39 car back into second place. Then we've got Mantovani. He's in that black 04. He's about 6 car lengths back. And then you got to go about 20 car lengths. We've got the yellow 17 of Cecil Stevens out of Valrico, Florida. And he's leading the Florida contingent right now, Dominic, as we've got Stevens, then Reinhardt, then Davidson, all out of Florida. And then we go back up to the Northeast where we've got David Clemens, or I call it the Mid-Atlantic rather than the Northeast, where we got David Clemens running in 7th, Larry Brady, Jeffrey Pascala running in 9th.
And Greg, as we have our Spec Corvettes making their way approaching the Oak Tree, it is Sanders and Abel who are running nose to tail. Ken Mantovani makes up a little bit of ground within about 3 car lengths of our top 2. And then we go back to 4th place where we have Cecil Stevens. And then rounding out the top 5 early in the going is Frank Reinhardt in the 53.
Yeah, and look at that fight there as we had Clemens and Davidson side by side going into 11 as they came out of South Bend. So still a lot of fight in these racers as we're working lap number 2 in Spec Corvette. We'll see if they draft as well as a Miata or a Spec Racer Ford does. We likely won't see them do any bump drafting with these cars, but still keeping very, very close as the top 3, as you mentioned, have started the breakaway. Let's watch this little fight here for a moment now coming down the roller coaster here. This is the battle for 4th with Cecil Stevens, Frank Reinhardt, James Davidson, and then just a little bit behind them, Clemens, Brady, and Pascala, who rounds out that. Looks as though we had 9 cars, as we mentioned. One of our Spec Corvettes, Marino Reyes, was not able to make today's race. Steve Rose in the GT3 BMW also not making today's race as well.
Okay, going back to our top 3. Going into the braking zone of 1, Charlie Abel had a little look to the inside of Sanders, wasn't able to make up any ground there. But now as our top 2 and Ken Mantovani in 3rd head into Snake, it is about a car length from Sanders until you get back to Abel. And then going back to our second pack here with Cecil Stevens, Frank Reinhardt, and then David Clemens. As we have Stevens opening up about a 5 car length advantage. We have nose to tail with Reinhardt and Clemens for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, but we're starting to see Reinhardt and Clemens close things down on Stevens. They picked up about 2/10 last time by. That was the equivalent of maybe a car length and a half to 2 car lengths, whereas Stevens had really had a huge gap. It's starting to look a little bit smaller, and through the, we'll call it the talent section of the course here, the very, very tight first sector where we've got the horseshoe 3 and 4 and then 5 in the Snake. we can definitely see him starting to close down. And look at that, our flagger over at turn 11. He's already ready with the blue flag. He's just itching to show it to somebody and let them know that faster traffic is coming through.
And we're going to have our Spec Corvette leaders making their way down the roller coaster. And here they come. Sanders over Abel. About 2 cars in hand at the moment for Sanders. And then another 7 to get back to Mantovani. We're going to continue to keep tabs on our battle for 4th through 6th. And now as those cars are making their way down the roller coaster, a bit more separation than we saw just a few moments ago. Cecil Stevens has maintained his hold on 4th, and then go back another 2 cars to get to both Frank Reinhardt and another 3 back to Dave Clemens.
Yeah, getting word from the flaggers over at turn 1 that there was a little bit of contact there under braking as we had the 58 machine, that's Larry Brady, get into the back of James Davidson, the number 9 Spec Corvette. No changes in position. It looks like they both continued on. Just a little bit of a love tap as maybe the 58 car was a little bit late on the brakes here. But I was just looking at our second group, which admittedly is only, I believe, as we take a look at this, David Ross in the SPO machine, the SPO Chevy Camaro. Then we've got Nathan Jackson, John Longacre, and Bill Foster. And they've really started to spread out as much as 15 seconds between some of those cars. So let's stick with the Spec Corvettes for now.
And Greg, we did have the 58 of Larry Brady make his way onto the pit lane, stops, and just a quick stop here. He's rolling again, and we will let you know if he decides to rejoin the circuit or pull it back behind the wall. But a very short stop there for Brady on pit lane.
Yeah, I just had some of our volunteers taking a look at it. We've just gotten word that the 58 machine has retired to the paddock, so his day is now done. So let's continue to watch this fight here. And we're going to try and pick up our leaders, Sanders and Abel, once again. And they are now coming down the roller coaster. We've got a slower Corvette just ahead of them, and I believe that this is actually just ahead of them. I think this is the 176 of Bill Foster, possibly, that is running considerably off the lap times of the Spec Corvettes coming up behind. We'll double check this. But, yeah, indeed, that's what it was. Our 2 leaders in Spec Corvette, Sanders and Abel, have managed to get around that 176 machine of Foster. And we're having some more of our Spec Corvettes do so as well as they go down into turn number 1. So our leaders now side by side. Sanders to driver's left in the yellow car. He's now going to concede the lead, Dominic, back to Charlie Abel in that black number 39 machine. And at the moment, both Sanders and Abel, they are lapping almost 0.8 of a second faster than Ken Mantovani, who is our leader in Spec Corvette from the Southeast, currently running 3rd in class.
And Greg, as we spoke about yesterday, both Abel and Sanders were at the April MARRS event 2 weekends ago, battling it out at Summit Point, and each driver took a win for Saturday. It was Abel, and then for Sunday it was Sanders. So they might be looking to have a similar formation as those 2 cars are going to be making their way into South Bend. And we'll take a look, and Abel stretches out about 3 cars advantage over Dave Sanders, and looming back there in 3rd place in Spec Corvette, albeit about 10 car lengths, Ken Mantovani. As we have our second pack that we've also been following for Spec Corvette, led by Cecil Stevens in the 17 car, and then we have Dave Clemens in the 24 and Frank Reinhardt in the 53. All those cars making their way into through the South Bend as we speak.
Yeah, and it's so neat to watch these cars here. Let me pull up. I've got some notes on Spec Corvette that I've used before. Let me see if I can bring them back. Yep. Whoops. And it helps if I spell Corvette correctly when I do my searches. I find that is always preferable. But essentially, and I think we mentioned before, the Spec Corvettes, they are C5 Corvettes, so 97 to 2004 machines that we can use either the FRC, the Z06, or the base coupe, but the majority of the cars that we've seen have all been the Z06s. They all run on a spec tire. It's the Nankang NS2R tires, all the way down, and they use even spec oils with spec Redline oil on these machines, but a lot of pretty neat racing parts. They use AFA control coilovers with these cars. They have limited alignment settings that they are allowed to use, and they also use a spec big brake kit from Willwood.
And Greg, if I can break in real quick, we had the 17 car. That's going to be Cecil Stevens. Pull off on drivers right in the grass, has a few of our corner workers tending to that situation, was very slow coming onto the front straightaway, and is now trying to get back into a safe position so we can continue to run under green flag conditions.
All right, so it looks like that driver now done. We just saw David Ross in his SPO Chevy Camaro set the fastest lap of the race so far. He's currently lapping about a second faster than our fastest spec Corvettes. He's running 9th overall, of course, that second group, and that second group started quite a bit back from the spec Corvettes. But we've got a driver who's just run off wide, coming through South Bend. And he does a good job, keeps the wheels straight, gathers the car back up. And that was the 53 machine of Frank Reinhardt, who just ran wide through there. And good recovery for Reinhardt as he got the car squared up, straightened up the wheels. A lot of drivers, when they get out there, they'll crank the wheel all the way over, hoping to wrestle the car back out on track, and then they find grip and end up into the tire wall. Drivers left. So good recovery for him.
And when you do put it off in the grass, given the fact that your tires have gone hot, it's not always intuitive for drivers to keep the steering wheel straight and take their time to get the car back safely under control so they can return. But as you said, nicely done by
Reinhardt.
Reinhardt to be able to rejoin safely.
All right, and it sounds like Cecil Stevens has taken his Chevy Corvette back to the back behind the wall, and he's actually relaying to some of our not our corner workers, but some of our safety workers, that his car may have been putting down oil down over by the exit to the exit of Hogpen and onto the front straight. Given that it's now been about a full lap that most of the drivers have come through, if there is any fluid there, I'd like to say that it's probably not affecting these racers.
Okay, well, we do have a moment in the action for our Spec Corvette fanatics out there. The next time for the Northeast that we will see them in action will be at the Lightning Challenge.
That's right.
Which is taking place May 25th through 26th.
Memorial Day weekend at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Lightning Circuit.
Yep, and then for the Southeast contingent, their next event is going to be round 4 for them. It's going to be at Sebring for the June Bug Double SARRC. So they'll be heading down.
Sounds like a dance.
Yep. So they'll be heading down south for that in first weekend in June.
All right. So there you go. That is the upcoming schedule. Speaking of upcoming schedules, Dominic, while we've got a little time, we haven't really hit it here today. Why don't we bring up what we have upcoming this season for our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series broadcasts? Next up for us, going to be June 8th and 9th. Brian Donati will be back in the saddle with us at Summit Point Raceway for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We'll then be heading north to New Jersey Motorsports Park, not the Lightning Circuit, but the bigger Thunderbolt Circuit for the U.S. Majors Tour. And then we will be rounding out the rest of the Summit Point season. Unfortunately, we have some scheduling conflicts. We can't make it for the Lightning Challenge, nor are we going to be up at Watkins Glen International this summer for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event up there. But we'll be covering quite a bit more here, all the way down through the Summit Point events and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series finale this season at the Thunderbolt Circuit in New Jersey. and big changes at the front of the field now as we watch them going through the uphill S's. It sounds like David Sanders and Charlie Abel had come up on some slower traffic and had to take some evasive action. And now we are seeing where David Sanders in that yellow number 73 machine, he has opened up close to, I would say, maybe 15 car lengths over Charlie Abel. And we just saw something very interesting. And we'll check in again watching Charlie Abel and see if this is an issue with his car, maybe something down on the pavement. Saw him come down through the compression going into 11 and a big puff of white smoke coming out from underneath that car. That is an area where as you come up the compression that you will use the brakes in order to start starting up for Oak Tree, but not to the point where you'd see brake lockup. So I'm wondering if there's something else going on with that car. None of the other cars around were doing it.
And Greg, while we do have a moment, let's reset the field real quick. So in our lead, we have the 73 of Dave Sanders running second. As we just mentioned a moment ago, Charlie Abel in the 39. And then we have Ken Mantovani in the 04 car. That's your top three in Spec Corvette. And then we'll give you the top 5 in Spec Corvette. We then have Dave Cummins in the 24. And then Jeff Pascal has moved up 4 spots from the 8th place on the grid to run in 5th place. If we look to our David Ross running in 6th is our lone SPO out here. He's in the Chevy Camaro. And then if we go back to GT2, we have Nathan Jackson in the 29 car. And then going back to 10th place overall, we have John Longacre in the lead GTA. Running second in class at the moment is Dan Sheehy, running in 12th in the 164.
All right, and as they're making their way through here, want to ask you all to stick with us. We know there's some other big race down in Miami about ready to start, but you can hang out with us. We got 6 more laps or 17 minutes remaining, whichever comes first, as David Sanders continues to make his way through some of that slower traffic. As he just passed, I believe that was the 76 of John Longacre in his GTA Chevrolet. And we'll see if that machine can get back around the Corvette going into turn 14. That might create some issues for David Sanders. Yeah, it looks like Sanders leads him through. I'm sure here, going through the roller coaster, he's going to be able to open up enough of a gap that he probably doesn't have to worry about that car. He was lapping almost 10 seconds faster than the 76 machine.
And Greg, judging from the liberal usage of blue flags and the well-done usage of blue flags we've seen from our South Bend camera, our corner workers have been doing a great job today and throughout the weekend with making sure that, especially with these mixed classes where we have some bigger speed differentials, especially going into braking zones, that drivers are aware that cars are coming up and making sure that everyone can continue to race clean as overtakes are made.
Indeed, and we know that there have been a lot of the corner stations where we have new flaggers out here. It's a core and key component of SCCA racing that our events are volunteer driven, made up by volunteers from many different regions, not just the North Carolina region, our host region, but from up and down the East Coast and even from a little bit west. And glad to have, of course, our flagging and communications crew, our timing crew, the folks in scrutineering, our stewards, registration. I mean, there are so many people and so many functions that make these SCCA events move and make them run. And on behalf of all the drivers, they may not want me talking for them, but on behalf of all the drivers, I want to thank them for all that you do. All right, getting a little crowded here coming through South Bend. As we've got 4 different machines here trying to work their way through. That is the yellow Chevy Corvette. Looks like he just got past. I believe that is that the 5th? That is, I think that's the 17 of Stevens, but I thought the 17 pulled back behind the wall. So it shouldn't be Stevens. That may be, oh yeah, that may be the 176 of Bill Foster that we saw earlier, the yellow 176, who's a little bit off the pace in his Touring 1 car. But as it stands here, Charlie Abel now with almost a 5.5 second gap, or pardon me, David Sanders with a 5.5 second gap to Charlie Abel currently. And, given how much trouble Charlie Abel has given Sanders early on in this season, it's kind of nice to see David Sanders return the favor. Abel was our winner yesterday. Sanders finished second, as you mentioned. Ken Mantovani finished in third. But yes, last year, David Sanders in that Phoenix Performance Built machine pretty much ran the table, both at New Jersey Motorsports Park events and also at Summit Point Raceway events. And we saw right out of the box 2 weeks ago at Summit Point for their first event of the season that Charlie Abel had definitely found some speed compared to David Sanders. So, nice to see that it looks like this season is going to be very competitive in Spec Corvette.
And this chassis of Sanders has also run as a Touring 1 car and has more recently made the transition to run in T2. So Dave Sanders, having had multiple years of experience and also multiple years of being in expert hands with the Phoenix Performance crowd, who know their VA production-based cars inside and out, so getting a lot of good support from the Pennsylvania-based team.
Yeah, from the Phoenixville, Pennsylvania hands of the Aqualantes. Good to see it. All right, so, and we can see now what a gap he has now opened up on the rest of the field as we have 4 laps remaining, 12.5 minutes, whichever comes first.
And Greg, something I've been also keeping an eye on as far as Spec Corvette is on that last lap, Ken Mantovani was just under 2 seconds quicker than Charlie Abel on the last circuit that they completed. So it was 1.1 seconds at the line difference between those two drivers. We'll be looking at the margin this time, and this time through Charlie Abel does respond as they go through 1 and opens back up to about 2.2 seconds advantage over Mantovani. So evidently saw the 04 car coming in the mirrors and turned up the wick a little bit to extend that margin again.
You know what car has the most glorious sound out here right now? That is the Chevy Camaro that we just had go by us on the front straight. The SPO number 34 of David Ross, who is currently leading that second group. But just absolutely glorious V8 noises from that machine. And I believe, in addition to that, where's the GT2 car? Nathan Jackson, I believe, as well in the 29 car. Pretty neat noises from all of these small block Chevys.
And Adam, if you could please go to the camera for Snake. We have coming into play here a battle for, this is going to be for 4th and 5th in Spec Corvette. Jeffrey Pascal, for the last number of laps, has been trying to mount a charge to the 24 car of David Clemens. As they came across the line this last time through, was able to finally make that overtake, and so now Jeff Pascal is moved. So now move Jeff Pascal up to 5th place in class.
4th in Spec Corvette.
Yep,
yeah.
And then Dave Clemens moves back 1 spot with that overtake.
And that, I think, Dominic, was probably the closest fight that we see with now, out of 10 or 9 Spec Corvettes, it's amazing how some very evenly prepared cars can spread apart so quickly here. But the next time David Sanders, our current leader, crosses the start-finish line, and we can see here he's got about 3/4 of a lap or so before he completes this one. The next time he passes the start-finish line, he will get the 1 to go board here, and so we've got about 1.5 laps remaining in this race, 1.5 laps remaining in the SARRC MARRS Challenge. All right, David Sanders now working his way down the roller coaster. And actually, I don't think that was David Sanders. We just had the flaggers up at 14 call, I think, the wrong car down the roller coaster. I think Adam, our director here, had it spot on. I think the corner workers at 14 mistook the 112 car of Stephen Ryder, the T2 car, for David Sanders, because David Sanders is just now coming up to the top of the roller coaster, and there's the right call. Sanders now up at the roller coaster, so he's got a little bit more than a lap to go. And Charlie Abel just has not been able to make up ground. The last time by, Abel was only a 10th faster. He's lapped. He was just about 2 seconds faster, but he just, for the most part, hasn't been able to lap any faster. As now we see David Sanders on the front straight. He gets that 1 to go board. 3.27 miles remaining. Again, Charlie Abel not able to pick up the ground. He just now crosses the start-finish line, and he makes the run down into turn number 1. Almost 6.3 seconds in arrears of our leader, David Sanders.
And a quick note, we had the 29 of Nathan Jackson in the GT2 entry pull back behind the wheel, so he's going to retire a lap early. And going back to the Dave Sanders machine there, a number of our Spec Corvettes are sporting the trademark Corvette racing colors, that canary yellow and black. So I think a lot of them, especially from far away, a little bit tough to distinguish one from the other.
Absolutely. And so unfortunately we have got the car, just as after I said that it sounded so glorious working its way around the circuit, takes the car back behind the wall. All right, so that and he does that 1 lap, but probably the best thing is if you realize that the car is soft or that there's a problem, better that you bring the car down the pit lane rather than risking some more major damage out on track, as we are now working our last lap. David Sanders is your leader, and we should see him here on Madison Avenue coming up over the rise all by himself. That little black dot just passing the South Tower, that is Charlie Abel, and it's going to be very difficult. He's likely going to be unable to make up the ground needed to take the win today in Spec Corvette.
Okay, we have our leader Dave Sanders making his way down the roller coaster. So in a few moments, as we go to start finish, we will see Dave Sanders come into view. We can see the starter with the checkered flag in hand, and that's going to be it. Dave Sanders in the 73 car is going to take the win here on Sunday overall and in Spec Corvette.
All right, there you go. Final race winner of the weekend, David Sanders out of Malvern, Pennsylvania. Charlie Abel will cross the line in second. The Middleton, Maryland driver could not repeat. And Ken Mantovani in the black 04, he will finish on the last step of the Spec Corvette podium. David Ross, second to last lap, turned his fastest of the day. And as he crosses the line, he will take the win in SPO as your sole racer in the class, finishing 4th overall, having worked his way past most of the Spec Corvette field. And a good run for David in that beautiful Chevy Camaro. David Clemens will come home 4th in Spec Corvette. then Jeffrey Pascala, James Davidson, Frank Reinhardt. John Longacre just now crosses the start-finish line. Longacre will take the win in GTA over Dan Sheehy. And Sheehy just now coming across the line in that white Chevy Monte Carlo, the number 164 machine. Nathan Jackson will finish with the win in GT2. Then Bill Foster, Stephen Ryder, Cecil Stevens only completing 5 laps. Larry Brady only completing 2. All right, so Dominic, that is going to wrap things up for us here at Virginia International Raceway in the 2024 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And again, for those of you that hadn't heard early this morning, we did have some technical issues yesterday with our broadcast due to the lack of internet connectivity. Here, we are going to do our best to get the video of all those races up and posted on YouTube, both on the DC region and the North Carolina region YouTube channels, most likely by Wednesday, but we're going to endeavor to get those posted as quickly as possible. We want to thank all of you for joining us here this weekend. We'll see you in just a couple weeks from Summit Point Raceway, where we'll be back again for the next round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. For Dominic Mandiel, for Adam Miller, I'm Greg Ginsberg. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you in a few weeks.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.